Check. Check, check. 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 Check, check, check. 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 Check.
For those of you here in the paddock today with us, and for those of you tuning in from live around the world, welcome to Homestead-Miami, Florida at the AMR Homestead-Miami Motorplex presented by MG Tires. It is championship weekend for the 2023 SuperKarts USA Winter Series. We're live down here trackside. My name's Xander Clemens. Alongside me here, the voice of SuperKarts USA, Rob Howden, and Alexander Searle, as we make up the three-man on-air booth and get set to bring you 2 full days of championship racing action here. Rob, obviously, you were with me full-time for rounds 1 and 2, and the two of us called some awesome races going the standard direction. Now we're going back the opposite way here for rounds 3 and 4.
Yeah, I asked a couple of the drivers what they thought about running in the other direction. Which way do you like better? I think a lot of guys like the one we ran back in January. This was a little tougher on the body, I think. There's not quite as many passing opportunities here. We don't get those 2 big runs down into hairpins. But for me, it was the start of the 2023 season. We got some rivalries going. We got Joe Turney coming in, he versus Norberg. Tulio back in the fight. I like what we've got going here for this weekend. Our first championships of 2023 up for grabs. And
yesterday, of course, Alex, we saw lap times in practice were pretty tight as a whole. I mean, we were only about a 10th spread for the top 5 in a number of divisions, including the X30 Senior class, with Turney and Norberg splitting the final 2 sessions on the day. Noel Leon just went quickest in morning warm-up. Overall, it should be a really tight day for racing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited. Like Rob said, obviously, this track seems to be a little bit tougher on the body than going the other way. But like you said, lap times are super tight. And on a track like this, where it seems to be a little bit harder to pass, like there's only 1 hairpin spot instead of 2, like the normal layout, it's going to make for some aggressive racing, and that should close the pack up a lot as is with the lap time. So I'm really excited for the races coming up.
Yeah, a lot of drivers describe this track as almost kind of having 2 parts when you run this direction. You got a very high speed first sector, then that middle sector really bottlenecks with what was normally a full throttle kink coming out of a hairpin. Now it's a jump the curb kink going in, where we've seen some aggressive dive bombs in years past. And then kind of a rhythm section to finish out the racetrack where they're driving over curbing when they turn into the last corner. And that's a really crucial zone because, again, they're full on the power from the second to last turn, breathing the throttle in turn number 1 and really not getting hard on the binders till turn 2. So we're going to see that be a very crucial point for a lot of drivers to build momentum, and this is only the second year they've really had that opportunity. And for a lot of drivers like Joe Turney, Blake Nash, and more that have been front runners from last month, their first time running it this direction with the curbs in this configuration.
Yeah, I think the turn you talked about, the second of the hairpins when you go in the other direction, you're over the curbing, and that big dive bomb move down to the apex. We saw a lot of that when we were here last year. I expect to see more of it again here, but you talked about kind of just breathing in turn number 1. We'll see a lot of moves down into turn number 2, but maybe some defensive moves into turn number 2. We saw that last year as well.
Yeah, we saw a good bit of battling all the way down that long straightaway here. Let's take a trackside as we are live now with the Micro Swift division presented by Ricer Racing for qualifying. The first laps coming in so far here as we look atop the boards. And again, just like many of the divisions back at rounds 1 and 2, we're split in 2 groups here. So this was divided based off of Friday happy hour lap times. You're watching Group A, or Group B really, the bottom half of the final practice groups. Quickest on the outlap is the number 14 of Liam Van Beek, and you'll be able to see the lap times continue to update in the top left corner of your screen. Also, of course, we have that ticker at the bottom of your screen that has the order for the day. You can check the official timetable at superkartsusa.com to figure out when your class and when your favorite driver is headed onto the racetrack here. So we'll pick up Van Beek across the line, and then it'll start to shuffle all around. Let's take you for a lap around. We'll stick on him, though, down to turn number 2. So you saw, again, basically full throttle for many drivers down that long back straightaway to turn 2, over to turn number 3. Again, still a pretty high-speed corner. Into turn 4, we've seen some good amount of passings right over here, and then they'll go into the carousel. And, Rob, you can take us to the second half of the lap here where we get to a little more aggressive parts of the racetrack.
Yeah, through 5, the big sweeping left-hander back. Here's that little part we talked about, that kink where you kind of over top of the curbing of 6 into turn number 7, rolling out into that short straightaway that leads into really the only true hairpin now, turn number 8, the right-hander, through that corner, then as Xander said earlier, then into the rhythm section at the end here through turn number 8, 9, 10, 11, I guess we'll call it. That's that left hand that leads into the double right. There's the left, and then the double right-hander leading onto the straightaway. That's that big sweeping over top of what is pretty aggressive rumble curbing on the outside and the run down the straightaway, Xander. We'll see a couple of passes in 1. We saw that last year, but more the setup if somebody defends in 1. You're able to get them when you get back down into turn number 2.
Yeah, it's such a long run down that straightaway here on the starts for so many drivers that the checkered flag will quickly come out here for the 3-lap session for the Micro Swifts. But those starts, again, Unlike last month where we actually saw multiple times and multiple different instances drivers in second back off in a pre-final to line up third for the main event, play some games. You won't see that as much this month. With a much wider and faster turn number 1, you'll see them be happy to start on the outside. Sometimes you can keep the momentum up and get that run down the backstretch, and you've got a long time from turn 1 to turn number 2 to get down to the inside lane where you need to be for 2 and 3.
And a lot of runoff room on the outside of turn number 1 as well. As you go the other direction, of course, coming through 1, you've got just that little bit of rumble, then the grass, and then, of course, the barriers are right there. So this side, coming the other way, there's a lot of pavement on the other side. You'll see drivers go well off if there is an issue. And, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see somebody play some games, check up a little bit, or the guy behind him checking up as well. So we'll see how it plays out. It's not a really good place to start on the outside of the front row or the outside of any row, for that matter, coming through 1.
No, not too bad. Not bad as last month, but definitely not the place you want to be. You'd much rather be on that inside lane because you got 3 right-hand corners off the bat for the inside groove on the starts here. But 4 laps complete for Group B, the bottom half from final practice happy hour on Friday. Cooper Lopez in the number 13 tops the boards here so far in qualifying. Juan Garcia Davila is second, about a 10th back. Couple hundredths to find Drew Jensen, actually only about 8 thousandths to third. Zane Burgess is fourth. Byron Borneman rounds out the top 5, about 3/10 back. And then you see a bunch of the names here on the bottom half of the 28 driver Micro Swift list. These are drivers that were in the faster half of final practice yesterday, of course, dominating rounds 1 and 2 for Antonio Pizzon-Yanito. He will be one of the quickest ones we expect to once again to try and build on his championship lead. And with the drops in the championship, a good day today could lock that title up for the Orsolon Racing driver.
Yeah, it kind of feels like last year with Alessandro Truchot, as he was kind of the class of the field in the micro category before moving up. And indeed, with the 1 drop this year, we could get some championships already locked in here for round number 3 here on Saturday. 3 wins will get the job done. And Zan, let's kick things off as well for those who aren't down here in South Florida with us. Beautiful day right now. It's 76 degrees. The track was a bit damp for practice this morning, not surprising. Humidity right around 80%, but it's going to be a great day. We're going to see at least 80 degrees, I would expect, throughout the day, but it is pretty humid here right now this morning.
Yeah, definitely a warm morning here, and again, all the water getting kind of cleaned up and warm up. Alex, you and I were talking about it as we watched the first round, the opening round of practice sessions, how nasty the track was, especially for the first few groups like the Micro Swifts here that had to deal with it first onto the circuit with a lot of wet patches all around.
Yeah, I mean, it looks to me like the track has pretty much cleared up. I mean, the lap times are pretty similar to what they were running yesterday, but like we said, this morning we saw micros were doing 102s. Now they're in the 54s. So clearly the track is getting much quicker, but I think this is also an advantage for guys going out right now. The later groups are going to have that advantage because the track is constantly getting more and more grip. So, I mean, I'll be really curious to see how these lap times start to tumble.
Yeah, we're watching right now a group that has the number 42 Paralyn USA entry of Pasha Ali. He had a decent run throughout rounds 1 and 2, put it on the pole for one of the heat races, I believe, and then ended up with a couple top 5 level runs throughout the weekend. He's on an outside shot to at least get himself into the podium points position, but he's not where you want to be right now. This is, again, almost like purgatory, it seems like, for the drivers in qualifying. When you're in a pack like this with such a few amount of laps, Rob, there's a big benefit in the lower horsepower classes like the micros, like the 100cc, to get that toe, especially with this long front stretch and that long run to turn 2. But going this direction, if you start off the lap with a good toe, get on the guy's bumper by turn number 2, you are going to be all over him in that rhythm section in the back sector of the racetrack. So we see a little bit less in some of the faster classes trying to go out with a pack, and more instances like the one on the screen right now with Antonio Pizzon-Yanito saying, you know what, I'm better off my chances to just go by myself.
Especially with some of the more technical parts of the racetrack, like you said, if you get caught up with somebody who's maybe 2-3 tenths behind, you're going to find yourself falling in terms of the outright pace. You mentioned Pasha Ali. I think Pasha just looking for a clean weekend. There was a couple issues for Pasha Ali back in January at DNF. I think he had lost a chain guard, I believe, in one of the sessions and got a technical DQ, had an issue with the chain itself in one of the sessions. So Pasha just looking for a really clean weekend, I think, to show the pace that he's been able to develop. He was one of the drivers last year who was really getting early in the development. And one of the big things for this year was top 11 drivers last year in micro either moved on or aren't here this weekend, or are here this year. So really, it's a brand new set of faces for us, and that's why we've had Antonio Pizzon-Yanito kind of step to the forefront. Qualified on the pole at the Supernats and came out of the gate strongly here to start 2023.
Yeah, you can't come out any stronger than what that Orsolon Racing driver did. Again, sweeping both the main event, sweeping pretty much every single session that was officially timed back in January. So Here, though, he's not the quickest on lap number 2. That goes to Maxwell Macha. So we'll watch Pizzogno head towards the back sector. Here he comes through that hairpin. Here's a good look at the exit of that corner. This is one of the older style curbs. It's a little bit more up in the air. And then here is a look at Maxwell Macha and that SLA Kart Racing Paralin chassis, I believe, as he works his way to the final corner. This could be either the second to last or the last lap, depending when the times hit. So we saw Pizzogno there drop a little tire. Let's see where he goes for lap 3. Where does Macha go? They both improve. Macha opens that gap up to 3/10 with that bobble.
Yeah, not good there for Pizzogno. Just on the outside of that final corner of the racetrack. They have the rumbles, but there's a big drop-off at the end. You've got to get back onto the racing surface. He was not able to do that, upset the apple cart a little bit, but still one more shot for all these drivers. Checker flag being thrown, of course, by the Superkarts USA starter, Aaron Likens. And of course, Aaron, we talk a lot about him, kind of got his start with Superkarts USA. He's now the flagman for the NTT IndyCar Series and the Indianapolis 500. Just had a birthday recently and also just got engaged as well. So it's been a pretty exciting month and last couple of weeks for Aaron Likens, who throws the checkered flag. Maxwell Macha, as we said up top, 53.681 to a 53.945. One more time here for Pizzogno, who's dropped down to P4.
Yeah, he has not had a good lap. That was a better one for him, but Macha improved again. Half a second nearly for Maxwell Macha. Here comes the rest of the group on by. Valentino Santillan will rip a quick lap. He goes to second. Pizzogno ends up third. Yao Paulo Benadaman rounds out the top 4, and then it's a 3/10 gap back to Pasha Ali. But what a burner here for the Floridian Maxwell Macha. He's spent a lot of laps growing up here, a couple hours away, actually based over in Tampa, Florida. But he's spent a lot of his career so far from Kid Karts into the micro division, running laps here on AMR Motorplex. And you can see on the times, it picked up again on his last lap, a 53.148. 2/10 up on his fellow teammate in Valentino Santillan.
Yeah, he went almost a half a second faster than Pizzogno, and then, of course, Macha quick there. And then Santillan came up and cut it in half, made it just 2/10 of a second. So a couple of teammates starting on the front row of that pre-final. Good run for Maxwell Macha. Kept going quicker and quicker. But as you can see, only 4 laps in the books. You have to get it done. And that's something I think we'll see, as Alexander kind of mentioned. Throughout this qualifying session, the track's going to keep getting better and better. You got to believe the last lap's probably going to be the best in all the qualifying sessions.
Yeah, but I mean, also watching Maxwell Macha there, I hope some of the drivers are watching that qualifying session, because he was just sitting in Pizzogno's toe there. And just, I think part of that 5/10 gap that he had was just getting a really, really solid toe, just staying kind of maybe getting a 10th or 2 on the straightaway, not losing any time in the tight corners, but gain.
Stick with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back here to AMR Homestead-Miami Motorplex, presented by MG Tires. A good shot there of the Champions Club Suites over across the street at the Homestead-Miami Speedway. Lots of racing going on property here this weekend. You have a number of different Road to Indy drivers in the Academy Winter Series for USF Juniors going on throughout the day, today and tomorrow for the big car racetrack. And here at the kart track here again, we've got a full roster of nearly 220 total entries. That was a big storyline here this weekend, Rob, was the number of walk-up entries. You and I both, I'm sure, were a little bit shocked at the pre-entry list. a little bit light, and then all of a sudden we get 30 drivers last second. Hey, put me in the show.
Yeah, we had a near record amount of 250 at the January event, and when we got the pre-registrations to be able to do our EKN Outlet preview podcast, it was 190 entries, and we always expect a bit of a drop-off, right, for the second round of the championship. It just happens. Guys will come down for January to get out of the cold weather, and they may not come back for February. But 190 we thought was pretty light. Well, all of a sudden, everybody, and it was a bunch of guys. DeTulio was one of the guys that hadn't entered yet. Scotty Barnes, there was a bunch of guys that you knew were going to be here but hadn't entered. Ended up being 27 all total, so 217 total entries on the weekend. So a lot of walk-ups and a lot of notables as well. I would have hated to see Alessandro not be here.
No, not only Alessandro, right? Austin Garrison was
too.
Also a last-second entry. Noel Leon, last-second entry. Number of drivers that were big names coming into the weekend here with points. Again, Garrison entered 4th in the point standings. DeTulio entered 2nd. So 2 drivers that were entering in the championship. We knew they were going to be here. Saw DeTulio posted about it in social media. Garrison was more of a last-second deal. He was kind of on the fence of whether or not the funding was going to come together to run him here this week. And ultimately, they were able to pick up some sponsorship that put him behind the wheel. So we're stoked to see the Davie, Florida native here back under the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed banner. And a number of drivers, of course, in one of the biggest classes heading onto the racetrack now, KA100 Jr. In total, once again, they have headlined the entry count. 45 drivers on the list here today, which means we're at about 20 plus to kick things off for qualifying in group number 1. Again, what you're going to watch here is the drivers that were below the cut line in final practice. A good amount here from about 25th or so on back to 45th on the lineup that'll be headed onto the racetrack for qualifying. A few stragglers heading out for the outlap here, but like Alex mentioned, their warm-up session, just like in the micros, lots of water spots all over the racetrack, so they're going in a little bit blind to qualifying today, not exactly knowing where they may stack up in terms of slick brand new sticker tires and a track that's been rain-washed, so all green, not a lot of rubber left out on the circuit.
Yeah, like you said, they're going out there blind right now. They have no idea what the grip levels are like. All they know is the session before. They were probably watching and trying to find out where the grip is. But like I mentioned earlier, I mean, this track is only going to continue improving. And, I mean, right now, these guys that are watching on the track, I mean, they're racing pretty hard right now, lap 1 of qualifying, not what you want to be doing on a track like this.
Well, you know, the interesting thing, Alexander, too, is obviously in junior categories, you have some drivers coming up from mini, some more experienced. There's different levels of experience, different levels of pace. And you talked about not wanting to get behind someone who's maybe a bit slower than you. You roll off the grid, you kind of get into that position. There are some drivers that just aren't going to be as good on cold tires. You don't want to get stuck behind them. You got to get ahead. We saw a lot of that on the opening couple of circuits here. You watch it on the screen. Drivers trying to make big moves into turn number 1 because you don't want to get stuck behind somebody else who may be having a little more trouble getting those tires up to temperature.
Yeah, and, you know, again, like you said, Rob, with a lot of drivers moving up from mini, these first 2 weekends of the Pro National calendar really are kind of drivers feeling each other out. You line up behind maybe 3-4 guys on the grid, and you see different helmets, different suits, different numbers of drivers you weren't racing against last year. So there's a lot of unknown as well when it comes to the pack that you get settled out with. Right now we're seeing a couple. First of all, right ahead, second in line on that Lando Norris kart of Carson Weinberg, who did a little bit of mini racing last year and then moved up to junior. Salvador de la Vecchia as well, one of the big names from the mini Swift class that's jumped up into KA100 Jr. So these are a couple of young guns here in the ages of maybe 11, 12, and pushing 13 in junior. Their first couple full race weekends in a full-size go-kart. I mean, this is really the steepest jump of all the different age ranks. When you go from junior to senior, there's more kind of mental dynamics at play, but from here it's all physical. You're going from a go-kart that's about half the size, you're going from tires that are the same size all the way around to big rear tires, still the small front tires. That's a big adjustment, and again, the biggest horsepower jump from a 10 horsepower mini Swift to a 20 horsepower K100 or to a 30 horsepower X30.
Yeah, I don't think you can underestimate or understate how much of a jump it is for some of these young drivers. And a lot of them, the crazy thing too is they're still pretty small. They haven't really had that growth spurt yet, so they fit nicely into a mini kart. You know, that 950 millimeter chassis. They go to the bigger chassis, and all of a sudden it's a lot more weight to throw around. The kart's a lot different. And for the drivers out there, they've got to figure out how these guys race as well. They haven't had a chance to race with the mini guys. So they're out there trying to not only learn the racetrack, but learn the drivers around them and figure out kind of what are the characteristics, how are they going to approach certain situations. So a lot going on other than just trying to go fast.
Well, at least one driver's figured it out so far. That's second-year junior pilot Enzo Vidmontien. He was fast all the way both days at rounds 1 and 2 on that Motaz Sport Paralyn, and he's gone to the top right now. One driver you would not expect probably to be in the slow group.
That's it. I had a chance to talk to them yesterday, and they were having an issue with just lack of overall grip all the way around the racetrack. They just were kind of sliding around a little bit. He was having trouble getting the kart to really rotate in the corners. The rear was breaking loose on him. So hopefully they've been able to dial things in, but they did say they were struggling, and they knew that they would push their way through the entire weekend, but not the best day yesterday for Vidmontien.
No, not at all. You'd expect a little more. I'm sure they would have liked to expect a little more. So now they're on the back foot for not only today, but tomorrow morning as well. They'll be in the first group. Hopefully no overnight rain for tomorrow will make things a little bit easier. But like you said, Alex, this track is going to quickly pick up pace session by session. So hopefully the 895 Motorsport Paralympic can put a good lap in that'll at least get them about mid-grid in a 45-driver class. Again, we've seen how crucial qualifying's been for a number of drivers where they've been somewhere in a big contender on Saturday and then nowhere to be found on Sunday just because of a difference of where they lined up for their heat race. This third lap for Vidmontien, good enough to put him on top by 2:10. So 50.545 as the checkered flag will wave over a number of other ones through the top 5 with Naomi Garcia, Carson Weinberg, David Ramirez, and Cade Yeager, another one of our junior rookies moving up from the mini Swift class, rounding the top 5.
Yeah, and I think another thing that you see with Enzo, you know, maybe why he was struggling for pace yesterday. I spoke to him this morning. He told me, I mean, he's still on the Paralympic, but it's a brand new chassis, he said, from even when he raced back in Rock. So this is a brand new chassis. They have to get the setup all dialed in. You know, so maybe some chassis will be a little bit different than others, whether it's still a Paralympic or not. So I think he's still maybe getting used to that new chassis. And, I mean, clearly it's worked out so far, P1. Obviously, the second group still has to come.
Yeah, and 210's clear. That at least bodes well, right? There's an opportunity with that much ahead of everybody else in the field. He may be able to get somewhere up into the top 20. We'll see for Vidmontien, but good insight there from Alexander. Everybody, it happens, right? You're going back and forth through different engine manufacturers, different engine platforms. You may pull a new chassis out. It might not be exactly perfect. And, again, just getting things dialed in. Because you have baseline steps you guys know you put in, right? Here's my kart. I dial this. Here's the spindles. This is what I do for tire pressures, whatever it may be. This is where I want the seat. Sometimes it just needs a little bit more. And, again, this track was evolving, I think, over the entire day yesterday and will today as well. So some guys are going to be chasing the racetrack, not only just that or the chassis.
Yeah, and that's, probably something they would have hoped to have more of a consistent racetrack when you do bring out new tubes. You know, we've seen the global supply chain kind of delay some of the new 2023 chassis. At the same point, you have some manufacturers that will want to make minor tweaks throughout the year to, in theory, find a little bit more speed. I mean, Vidmontien was good. The Tullio was good in January, but it wasn't like they were dominant, so there's always more pace to find. Even talking with Alessandro De Tullio, who's lined up later in the day in X30 Pro Senior, saying that, man, it's almost frustrating to be where they were. He was top 5 guy all the way. Oh, big contact here in turn 1. Leo Escorpione, one of the Ralston Performance Group drivers as well. That might have been Jackson Wolney, but getting turned in the start. We saw how big of a pack that was and a bit of a pucker factor for the outlap. And these drivers, again, all over each other here in qualifying.
And, again, wasn't that what we talked about earlier? I guess another spin here. A couple drivers getting together over in turn number 4. That's the concept. That's actual damage. You do not want that to happen. That's the opening lap of a qualifying session. That'll be the 837. That's one of the Villeneuve Race Lab karts. Is that Ty Fisher, maybe?
Indeed.
Yeah. Ty Fisher on the opening lap of qualifying. Contact there, damage to the left front spindle or the tie rod. And, again, they're all trying to scrap, and they want to get behind someone they know that's fast. They want to make sure they're not getting caught up by someone struggling on the cold tires. But you have to still have that mental control. You got to have your head about you. If you don't, you make the mistake. Now you're Ty Fisher. Now you're 45th to start the pre-main. You got a lot of work to do.
A lot of work to go from the back of the grid. And, you see on the screen there, the left front tire is obviously off the car. So, like you mentioned, Robbie, the broken left front spindle, broken left front tire. The packs have spaced out a little bit now here. We're watching this group led by a Scorpione. We saw him not only with involved in that crash in turn number 1, but just as much as you worry about actual damage, the pushback bumpers can get you a penalty here in qualifying, and his definitely took it right on the nose, so hopefully he's okay as there's more shuffling going on. There is the bright yellow and blue Lando Norris kart of Cameron Brinkman in that Mike Doty Racing, Brandon Jarczyk Racing entry. And we'll shuffle around to find the first drivers across the line. Here he is, Stephen Miller, in that Chad Dawkin Racing Kart Republic. We talked about Vidmontien. It seemed like him and Miller were 2 of the best back at rounds 1 and 2. Miller goes to second, and he'll quickly jump up on lap number 2. So a good second lap for Stephen Miller with potentially 2 more to go.
Yeah, not surprising to see Ernesto Rivera, the Ralston Performance Group driver, up in there as well. Of course, he was a winner in the X30 Jr category back in January. Stephen Miller knows this racetrack, and that's a good view of what pace we have here on lap number 2. He goes just over a 10th and a half behind Vidmontien. 50.545 for Vid Montien, a 50.708 for Stephen Miller, Naomi Garcia, Ernesto Rivera, and Carson Weinberg rounding out the top 5. The only other drivers, enter into the top 10 on lap 2, Alex Mercado, the speed driver back in the number 887 P9.
Yeah, so only a few quick on lap 2. We expect more on lap number 3, but we got problems here for the 868. Another one of the Speed Concepts racing entries that has an issue, and it also,
Turner
again,
Brown,
looks,
I think.
Yeah, oh yeah, Turner Brown, and his steering wheel completely cockeyed as well. Looks like also maybe another front-end assembly damage here. So yeah, that kart, you can see that he's definitely broken something on it. Maybe the left front, maybe the right front as the official tries to move it off to the side of the racetrack to the infield of the hairpin. He is all the way down in 41st.
Ouch. Alexander, you do a lot of racing, man. That's gutting. You know you've got speed. Get out there. Your mind says, like, all I need to do is put a couple of laps and get that fast lap. Now you've really changed the complexion of your entire day.
Yeah, I mean, this just goes back to what I was saying, though. You know, first lap or two in qualifying, it's not going to be your pole lap, right? So there's no need to be super aggressive, right? I mean, yeah, you want to slot in and find the guy you want to be behind. But, I mean, those first lap incidents we saw, I kind of saw it happening. You know, they were going 2 and 3 wide into turn 1. Cold tires, you're going to understeer into somebody, right? And that's what we saw in turn 1 and turn 4. I'll be curious to see what happened under the 868. But, I mean, probably another situation where maybe just a little bit over-ambitious, a little over-eager to get behind that guy. And it ends up biting him. And now, you know, 45th for Ty and 41st there for the Car Republic kart. So it was just, it's not what we want to see in qualifying. Obviously really gutting, especially for guys who showed really good pace yesterday and this morning. So, I mean, just not what we want to happen. But, again, it goes back to that mental, like you said, you know, maybe moving up from mini to junior, just it's a different mindset, you know.
There's some anxiety there, too, right?
Yeah.
You're young.
Nerves coming
Exactly.
in. I mean, you're looking up to big kids, and then the next year you're racing up against them. So
Big weekend, national race. I mean, it's a lot.
A lot of action, folks, in the final lap. As you saw, Stephen Miller, actually it was a Scorpione on lap number 3. He went to P1. Then, of course, Stephen Miller, Ernesto Rivera stepping things up as well. Ends up being just 37 thousandths of a second between first, second, and third. Stephen Miller, P1. Ernesto Rivera in second. And Leonardo Scorpione ends up in the third spot. Great run late in the run for both those drivers, all three of those drivers, rather. Alex Mercado, who's back in 9th, he improves his way up to 4th. Pretty solid run. And Xander, before we go to break, Enzo Vidmontien, that's exactly what he would have wanted. He was first in the second group, the slow group. He ends up going P5. That's a big run there for Enzo.
Yeah, big run there. Big sigh of relief, I'm sure, from the Motaz Sport camp to say, all right, you know what, we were able to come out of the slow group and put ourselves 5th overall at a 45. That's a smooth and solid start to the day. He'll have to do it again tomorrow here. Hopefully, again, a little bit more of a built-up racetrack so there's not as much of a delta session to session. But to only be a 10th and a half off, that's some good confidence on those brand-new parallel tubes for him. Brinkman, Emma Kate Scarborough, Hudson Schwartz, Naomi Garcia as well from the slow group, and then Christian Cameron on that PSL Karting Bureau Art rounds off your top 10 with a 4/10 spread for the Fast 10 drivers here in qualifying. More notables through the field here to find as everyone looks down the order here. A second for the top 30 as the tightly packed KA100 Jr class is now set for their pre-final. 4 classes will run before the lunch break, 4 will run after, but as a whole, we're 2 in and plenty more to come. Stick with us live on Kart Chaser. You're watching the SuperKarts USA Winter Series from AMR Homestead-Miami Motorplex, presented by MG Tires.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
Well, welcome back to live coverage from AMR Homestead-Miami Motorplex of the third round of the SuperKarts USA Winter Series here on Kart Chaser. My name is Rob Howden, joined by Alexander Searle in the booth. Xander Clemens stepping out very briefly. Qualifying underway. We're getting things rolling here. A couple of classes in the books. Our lunch break scheduled to go a little later on here as we continue to rock and roll through the schedule. Qualifying our lunch break will not be through to the middle of our pre-finals. All the way through qualifying, 4 pre-finals will go in the books. 12:05 lunch break set to go. Micro Swift KA100 Jr have gone into the books. KA100 Sr drivers getting ready to go. This category brought to you by Aspen Sport, and those drivers getting ready to roll out here. Again, a good field of KA100 Sr. Not quite as big, Alexander, as we had back in January, but we talked about that. Number of drivers, they'll come down for one race. They want to kind of shake out the cobwebs after what happened. The amount of gap between the Supernats or whatever race they ran. We know that the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour getting going at the end of March anyway. So a lot of these drivers, even USPKS coming in before that, maybe a one and done in the winter for some of these drivers.
Yeah, it's pretty common. Like you said, a lot of guys, big gap between Supernats and the next race. Guys want to get out of the cold, come to Florida.
100%.
And then a lot of it is, you come down maybe January, have a bad race or two. It's like, I'm not in the championship. Maybe there isn't a point in coming to rounds 3 and 4. That's why if you look down the list of KA Senior, maybe a smaller field, but obviously the guys that are here are the championship contenders. Aiden Levy, Colin Lloyd, guys like that who are in the fight. They are back, and looking forward to this race coming up here.
And still 25 drivers. We're not talking about a handful, a dozen. There's still 25, which is a solid field for the drivers here in KA100 Senior. And as Alexander mentioned, there are a number of drivers who showed very well, kind of stepped things up, put themselves in the fight, right? Some guys that you'd like to see their name maybe jump to the spotlight here in the national program, like a Colin Lloyd, like an Aiden Levy, as you had said. We do have an opportunity, though, folks, as we get ready to roll. Let's head down to pit lane. Our first pit lane interview of the weekend. Zoe Edenholm standing by right now with Stephen Miller.
I'm here with Stephen Miller. He is the pole sitter in the KA Junior category. How are you feeling this weekend?
Pretty good. Qualifying went really smoothly for me. So.
You are the championship leader. Do you think you can hold that off this weekend?
I think I can. I just have to have a smooth weekend.
Well, I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Zoe. Always a driver to watch for, especially here in Homestead. Stephen Miller will be a driver that I think will go for the race win. Of course, kind of rolled onto the scene last year as a top junior here in this Winter Series last year. Did extremely well running for Chad Dawkins Racing. It was his opportunity to kind of jump into the spotlight.
Yeah, he's been really, really quick. Like you said, jumped in the spotlight from last year to this year. Just a really, really aggressive driver, but also has just such raw speed. He's was really quick last month, really quick at Rock. He's got a good crew, like you said, in Chad Dawkins. I know, I believe Colin Warren's actually coaching him this weekend.
There you go.
A little shout out to Colin Warren. He's obviously a really, really quick driver. So he's got some good help, and obviously him being just a talented driver in general is really good.
You've got this. You mentioned the raw speed, right? You talk about the aggression. You got the talent, and as that all comes together, and you as a young driver, Alexander, you had this when you started coming through the ranks. The minute you start then to add the confidence to it, then you feel like you can make passes. You feel like when you're in that lead group, you're going for race wins, right? You're not there kind of scrapping away, oh, what can I get? Every time you roll out, you're like, I'm going to go for this race win. I'm going to qualify pole, right? You have that mindset, and I think that other little ingredient is having that confidence.
Oh, that's the biggest thing that I see when I watch drivers go through the ranks and they start becoming race winners. They begin to grow that confidence. There's obviously a balance. I talk to a lot of parents, a lot of kids, and I'm like, you need to find a balance between maybe just a little bit of arrogance, cockiness, but also staying humble. You can get beat at any point in time, but you need to believe in yourself, and obviously getting those race wins helps in building confidence. I think Stephen Miller has found that confidence, and he knows he's quick. and he's dialed it in. He's been really smooth, really consistent. And when I talk to him, and he's not content unless he's winning, and that's it's a really good characteristic to see in somebody so young.
Yeah, and that confidence also works when you're trying to talk and communicate with your mechanic, right, your tuner, because you need to be able to. If you're unsure of the input you're trying to give them, it kind of muddies the waters. If you're really confident and believe in what you're saying, this is what I'm feeling, I know what I'm feeling right now, that goes along to the tuner, and I think that plays definitely into it as well. Finally getting things dialed in here with a couple of laps. As we know, we're looking at about 4 laps here. They split this category, even with 25 drivers. They did split this category 12 and 13 as well. So Gregory Paglia now on top right with a 50.789, about a tenth and a bit quicker than Anthony Rivera. That's your top 2 right now. We know times are going to keep coming. Xander Clements joining us back here again, working away outside the booth. But Xander, getting things underway with our third classification, third category in qualifying.
Yeah, third category for qualifying here. Again, we've got a big off there for ZCD. Zach Claymon-DeMello aboard that TB cart just jumped over the curbing coming out of what is turn number 9 going this direction, I believe. And so little bobble for him, but across the line there is going to be Anthony Rivera on the energy cart here, one of the independents running this weekend, the privateer operation out of the Northeast and Pennsylvania-based area. The 921 is quickest so far at a 50.565. A tenth and a half off the up on William Botillier in the HMP Motorsport Kart Republic, who trails him. So good start to the day for Anthony Rivera as he embarks on what will be hopefully a full national calendar in the KA100 Sr class, which again, we love this class because we get to see veterans like Claymon-DeMello and some of the younger rookies doing double duty in X30 Sr, but also it's just as much a real opportunity for drivers to kind of start to put their name up into the spotlight, especially for some that maybe get their start a little bit later in the sport in the junior ranks to jump here before they get ready for X30 Sr or Pro Shifter.
Yeah, I really like that jump, especially for some of the younger drivers or that want to jump early, or maybe some of the drivers are a bit smaller as well, right? Maybe you don't want to jump right into the X30 Sr class. I like the KA100 Sr as a place to make that first jump into senior racing. And Anthony Rivera, the privateer, as Xander had mentioned, does go quick here on lap number 4 at 50.361. Finds a couple more tenths of a second and almost 2 tenths ahead of William Botillier, as you said. Nazareno Lopez Cesarato ends up in P3. Gregory Paglia, who was P1 early in the run, holding on to P4, so stays in the top 5. And that top 5, the Fast 5, capped by Brett Rivetta, a 50.844. Xavier Diaz, the last driver in the 50s. Everybody else on the 51-second bracket or higher, including Brian Garcia, Zachary Clayman, Charlotte Trainer, and Leopold Seuss. So a number of drivers finding speed, and again, we saw with Enzo Vidmontien, 2 tenths of a second clear was enough to keep him in the top 5 in KA100 Jr. I'm not sure that's going to translate into KA100 Sr. There's a lot of big guns here. We'll see where Anthony Rivera goes. But again, 12 drivers in this group, 13 in the last. If he slots into the top 10 for Rivera, I'd call that a win.
Yeah, definitely a win for him there. You can see the rest there down through the order. And now we get to look at the heavy hitters for KA100 Sr. Winner from last month, Colin Lloyd on that T1D Racers Magic Kart. And then the rest of the pack headed out through turns 2 and 3 here. Big grouping. There was Josh Holtz and Aiden Levy in the mix of it as well. So quickly back-to-back as no drivers off the circuit. There's a look at the bright white and blue machine of Colin Lloyd leading this pack here. He's got Joey Botting on that PK Sport North America Gillard chassis, and then he'll get passed by Nick Terlecki. Here's Josh Hose. That'll go 3 wide to the inside and quickly get by him as Levy gets clear, and all this shuffling. And on the opening lap, it just kind of, at some point here, you start maybe a little bit nervous, and you put the power down right, Alex, and the nerves go away. But then you get out on the racetrack, and everyone's just kind of going around you on all sides, and you kind of get frazzled sometimes, especially for the newer drivers.
Yeah, I mean, that's just kind of the name of the game, though, for KA Senior. It's not too high of a horsepower class. So I think you're seeing guys trying to slot in and maybe try to find a toe. I think it'll benefit certain guys. I mean, you're seeing guys like Cameron Weinberg and Colin Lloyd out there who are just kind of on their own. They feel like they're fast enough to just go out there and maybe not need a toe. But, I mean, right here, you're seeing Aiden Levy try to go on the outside of turn 4 there. So clearly they still want to race. But I think you're going to see guys try to find a bit more of a toe in a class like KA Sr.
Alexander, here's a question for you. When you roll out for qualifying, is there somebody you want to be with? Like, obviously, these guys are rolling out. Everybody's kind of diving around. Do you work harder for the first couple of laps? Like, I really want to be with Terlecki. I really want to be with Levy. Is that, like, again, we're watching guys kind of make some moves, some more aggressive moves early on. Is that to try to get back to a guy you think you want to be with?
Yeah, I mean, like for SKUSA, they slot you up based on, how you practice, right? So it's a little different. Obviously, you wish you could just grid next to the guy you want to be with.
Right.
But you have an idea, let's say the guy that you want to be with, for example, let's say it's Terlecki. Let's say he's 5 karts ahead of you. First lap, that's your goal.
You get aggressive, yeah.
You get aggressive. But after lap 1, you need to slot in and be like, I'm not going to get to him. I need to find a guy, right? So it's good to have backup plans. But, yeah, of course, you go out there and try to you want to find that guy, maybe who's a tenth or two faster than you even. And you could just
over 4 laps, you get to think on the fly too, right?
Exactly, yeah. I mean, because it goes for, race starts. It's great asking, drivers before the race, like, oh, what's your plan at the start? The plan never goes. It never works out.
Don't have one.
There's a plan, but it never happens. Second that green flag waves, somebody's going to cut in front of you, and all of a sudden the plan's out the window. So, I mean, that's kind of one of the 100 things you got to do as a driver. So, it's always fun.
Speaking of Nicholas Terlecki, he is the P1 right now on the Merlin, a 50.080. Goes a bit quicker right now than Peyton Phillips. It's Anthony Rivera holding on to P5 right now, as Terlecki, Phillips, Colin Lloyd, and Noah Rosser have gone into the top 4. Rivera holding on to 5th, Aiden Levy 6th, Joseph Botting in 7th, Austin Jers, Josh Hote, and William Boutillier, who was 2nd in the first group, holding on to P10. Not too bad for Rivera right now. Still a couple of fast laps to come, and the laps we expect to be the quickest of everybody in this group.
Yeah, I mean, we're still expecting lap 3 to be the money lap there. Peyton Phillips, the first driver out, did not improve on lap number 3, so we'll see where the rest of the group goes.
Nobody is. Rosser didn't either.
Terlecki will, though. Colin Lloyd will as well. A few more. Josh Hotes puts a good lap together. That's to be expected, though. We've seen Hotes and Levy kind of carving through the pack, and they're right there. Josh Hotes tucking out a line to give himself set up a little better if they can get 5 laps in, which is a bit of a gamble for him. So he's hit 3 laps, has a good one down. Now we'll try to trail Levy. Here's a look at the GWR red speed of Noah Rosser and Austin Jers headed back to the back hairpin. Cameron Weinberg leads the train there back behind them. So a little bit of shuffling all around. Here's Weinberg on that Tesoro Raceworks CRG. And then here's Hotes. So he's now fallen behind Joey Botting, so probably not the way he wanted to go. And that's the risk you take when you kind of pull out a line, get on the dirty side of the racetrack, and drop back in front of someone. Your tires are going to be a little bit dirty, and they're not going to want to wait behind you for you to clean them off. So across the line, checkered will wave anyway. It'll burn the lap for Hotes, and it'll burn the lap for Botting as they try to put the names together. Aiden Levy got a good one in, though, thanks to Hotes towing him down turn 1 and to turn number 2 and then getting out of the way. So he jumps to 3rd. And then by themselves for Nick Terlecki and Colin Lloyd, enough to stay on top.
Yeah, impressive for Nick Terlecki. Went quicker again, 49.662, just over a tenth of a second between Terlecki and one of our January winners, Colin Lloyd. In fact, the January winners end up going 2nd and 3rd, Lloyd and Levy. Cameron Weinberg late in that run. He goes up to P4. Top 4 drivers all quickest on that final lap. Josh Hotes did not go any quicker. In fact, was about a half a second off. We were following him over the final circuit. Lap 3, his best with a 50.162. Austin Jers faster on lap 4, 50.187. And how about Peyton Phillips? Lap number 2, the best for he and Rosser. Neither of those drivers, they end up 7th and 8th. But Alexander, they're not able to go any quicker on lap 3 and lap 4. You have to wonder whether they were caught in some traffic or something there.
That's what I was thinking. I mean, I think lap 3, I saw Peyton Phillips actually was about half second off his normal lap, so I think he was probably in the middle of a battle. Lap 4, though, was pretty similar to what he did in lap 2, so I wonder if maybe just dirt on the tires from passing somebody. It's a little curious that those two guys were the only ones to not improve on laps 3 and 4. But looking back up front, I mean, obviously Terlecki and Lloyd, P1, P2, with a pretty solid gap to 3rd and 4th. They timed it right. I mean, it seems to me, we were talking about it before when the show started, we were wondering whether or not the toe would be that valuable, but I think it is. I mean, Lloyd had the toe off of Weinberg, and Terlecki had the toe off of Lloyd and Weinberg. Yeah. So it seems to me that getting a draft is still the way to go. You don't want to be maybe bumper to bumper with somebody, but if you can just time it right, and obviously easier said than done, right?
Well, 2 long straightaways here, right? Out of the final corner down to 1, you're rolling a lot of speed through 1, then the longest part of the racetrack down into turn 2. So the draft will definitely play into it. We saw that, as Alexander said, here in qualifying. Excellent job there for Nick Terlecki as we are now into our qualifying runs. 3 down, 5 to go. A mini Swift driver sitting on the grid and getting set to go. Folks, we'll be back here after a quick break here on Kart Chaser. More to come. Round 3 of the Superkarts USA Winter Series live from Homestead.
International Motorsport has you covered on every level of karting, and starting here in 2023 in cars as well. For your very first step into an F4 race car, try out the Formula Inter Arrive and Drive F4 Championship, hosted here at the Homestead-Miami Speedway. Along with that, of course, the International Motorsport team covers every base of the karting pyramid, from the local to the national and international level. For more information, follow International Motorsport or Formula Inter on social media.
Welcome back here to AMR Homestead-Miami Motorplex, presented by MG Tires. The engines have fired here for the mini split division presented by D&J Intermodal Services, and well, it looks like they were all listening to you, Alex. A slow release from the grid here for the mini drivers, and a big gaggle for group number 1 of 2 to go, the bottom half from final practice. So we'll keep an eye on where everybody slots in, but I think there's going to be a lot of shuffling here. You talked about the toe, of course, being crucial in that one. It's just different from last month, right? It's no different than when we go to Newcastle Motorsports Park, which also has 2 very long straightaways and a handful of short shoots that are quick as well. When we run the normal direction that we go for the national circuit, we've run more than anything else, it's at the end of the lap. So you can start the lap a little further back, get that toe right at the end. In this case here at AMR Motorplex, you don't want to be that close if the driver's much slower than you, because you might get that great toe down the front stretch, great slipstream down from turn 1 to turn 2, but the rest of the lap, you're bottlenecked behind them or have to pass them. So that's the one kind of trade-off here. The good part, again, with the drivers being lined up by final practice, in theory, they're all within 1/10 to 2/10 of each other. However, a good toe in final practice or a little bit of an issue is what we're seeing more of that shuffling in the opening few laps. And we talked about, again, also, Rob, the drivers maybe having a game plan or not of who they want to be around. I know for myself, going back, you kind of almost take a look at through the whole practice day and see if there's any drivers that maybe got, I don't want to say a fluke out of disrespect, but a fluke lap in final practice where they were not a 5th place, 3rd place, 10th place car. They were more of a 15th or 20th. Got a good lap, and you know, okay, that guy, I'm going to need to get around him in qualifying because I do not believe he's got good pace. Whereas on the flip side, if you got a guy you're lined up right behind that you know has been right around speed-wise the entire Friday where they've lined up for qualifying, you can feel confident to follow them. So that's the kind of game plan, less so much the buddy system and more so how good are you studying your competitors.
And that's about knowing the drivers you're racing around. Exactly that. You have to know when you're on the grid before you roll out. Is this driver going to be quick? Can I stay with this driver? One thing you mentioned, I think that kind of plays, that the draft plays when you're close on speed with somebody. The way you said, coming out of turn number 1 here, it's the second corner, which is the where you're going to leverage the draft. If that driver's significantly slower for the rest of the circuit, you're struggling. But if you're with somebody who's quick, like if you were with Terlecki there, the fastest driver in KA100 Sr, if you got the toe on him, you know you're not going to get caught up to the remainder of the lap. That's key. So this really, maybe the draft doesn't play so well for everybody on here, but only when you're with somebody of more like speed.
Yeah, I mean, that's really the only way I could see it really being a benefit. Now, that, of course, as we mentioned, it matters more so in the slower divisions, in the lower horsepower classes, like your mini slips, like your KA100 Seniors here. And speaking of KA100 Senior, well, we do have our top qualifier from this morning. Nick Terlecki is down with Zoe Edenholm. Zoe?
I'm here with Nick. He is the pole sitter in the KA100 Sr. You were pole in the last round. How are you feeling this weekend?
Feeling pretty quick.
You know, there's not as many drivers here this weekend, but it's definitely going to be a battle for the championship winning, but just doing my best to stay at the front and just go as fast as I can.
So you've been pole at both rounds this weekend. So, where do you think that you're going to gain this weekend, and what are your goals?
There's more. It's obviously slower going this way. There's more passing opportunities, I feel like, going this way, but they're definitely faster passing opportunities going into slower speed corners, so I think it's definitely going to be more of a challenge to work your way to the front if you don't have the speed. So
this weekend.
Thank you.
Back to you.
See, that's interesting to me. Obviously, we talked already about the fact that I've talked to guys that don't think there are as many passing opportunities here. He thinks there are more passing opportunities, does Nick Terlecki. Different passing opportunities, though, as he said, right? Some of the corners where you're rolling into a slower corner where you got to make a move. I love getting the different input. It's obviously different for different categories as well, but apparently Nick Terlecki thinks there's lots of opportunities to overtake at this track.
I mean, yeah, it's interesting to hear, right? I mean, obviously, he clearly is excited for this layout. He was probably looking forward to it. He's one of the more aggressive drivers, right? I think this layout falls perfectly into the hands of guys who are more aggressive. You know, you got the right, left, chicane into the tight hairpin. You see a lot of guys throwing it in there really late. It's not really a common passing area, but you can make it stick if you're aggressive. And obviously, you got turn 4, you got turn 1 and 2 if you're brave enough, right? So it plays into the hands of guys who are, brave.
Yeah. So Kai Mars, folks, right now quickest here in the first group. Edward Kennedy rolling out here as well. We do have the engines firing on pit lane as the checker flag flying for the first group here in Mini Swift. Before we roll out that second group, let's go back to pit lane again. Zoe Edenholm standing by with Colin Lloyd. Zoe?
I'm here with Colin. You are second in the first round this weekend, and you are second in the championship. How are you going to handle the outside row in the pre-final?
I think I'm going to try to get to the inside line as quick as possible and then just go from there.
What are your goals this weekend?
Top first. Just be first the whole time.
Well, I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
I like that. I'm going to win. I'm here to win. That's
Quick
my
and
goal.
short to it.
That's it, right? He wants to be P1. Jaime Garcia was the fastest driver in the first group for the Mini Swift category of 52.927, significantly quicker than Bristol Bournemouth, over 0.2 of a second back to Bristol of 53.150. Edward Kennedy on the Energy for Nash Motorsports in third, Royce Vega on the Benek in fourth, and Mateus Ramalho rounding out the top 5. Kai Mars, who I had mentioned, goes back to 6th position. Cole Medeiros in 7th, Samuel Martinez 8th, Lucas Carriaga in 9th, and Keith Lewis Jr. rounding out the top 10. Second group has rolled on track for Mini Swift qualifying. Again, to the provisional pole for Jaime Garcia, a 52.927. Tips holding on about 78 degrees trackside right now. But Alexander looking out there right now, just from what we can see and based on what I saw when I walked out on track at the end of warm-up, this track is starting to get better and better.
Yeah, I mean, every session I expected it to get better. I mean, even into the pre-finals, I think the track's going to continue to get more and more grip. I mean, we're still watching guys out there for the first lap or two. I mean, I've seen guys lap 2 start scrubbing their tires in the straightaway, so clearly they're struggling for grip. The good thing about that, though, on a green track, is once you get tire grip, usually it lasts for the whole session. Tires can stay a little bit cooler. We have a little bit of it's cloudy out, right? So I think tires will last longer the pre-final. You're going to see maybe a bit lower tire pressures, I believe, because once they come in, I think they will stay up to temperature. But back to qualifying, I mean, last session there, we just saw Royce Vega and Kai Mars work really, really well together. They were 4th and 6th. They were bump drafting really, really well. And I mean, I was watching Royce that whole session, actually. He seemed really quick throughout the infield. He was kind of one of those drivers that was a little unlucky, maybe a little bit too quick. He'd pull away in the infield and wouldn't really get any benefit of the draft himself. And I think that's why he wasn't able to go first, which is where I expected him to go. But you're going to see guys like what we're watching right now, groups of 5 and 6, I think start going quicker.
DJ Intermodal Services is a sponsor of our Mini Swift category. We're expecting lap 2, lap 3 to see drivers jumping their way up into the top 10. A big field in this category. 42 drivers in total running here in this Mini Swift class of 52.927. Fast time for Jaime Garcia. That'll be your provisional pole. But we expect drivers from this quicker group to immediately work their way up into the top 10. We'll see where Garcia ends up. 0.2 quicker than Bournemouth could be an opportunity to be somewhere within the top 15. We'll see how it plays out for Garcia. But again, as these drivers start putting laps down, we're continuing to see these drivers go fastest on the last lap. And Alexander reiterated it again. This track's only going to get better and better and better throughout the entire day. And again, especially when we go wheel-to-wheel racing, all of a sudden we'll have those two wide drivers normally. And for qualifying here, the drivers staying in one racing lane. So the wider they get through the opening couple of laps, the more attacking we get, the more this track will grip up, and we'll see more speed. Not surprising, Lucas Palacio, who swept the main events back in January from deep in the field in both of those races. Impressive performances for Palacio. He goes to P1 on lap number 2, a 52.822, a full tenth of a second ahead of Alessandro Truchot, last year's Micro Swift dominant driver, scored the title and then moved up to the mini category, did a bunch of racing over in Europe in 2022. We expect more of that for Alessandro here this season. Jaime Garcia still holding on to third. Fionn Chi now has worked his way into the fourth spot. Bristol Boardman holding on to fifth. Travis Pettit now up into sixth as well. So what we got? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 drivers from Group 2 already into the top 10.
Yeah, I mean, this is impressive stuff here from Lucas Palacio, as he actually gets beat by Alessandro Truchot there on lap 3. But Palacio is the only driver that I can see out there who isn't getting any sort of tow at all. He's out all alone by 15 kart lengths over anybody else right now. So those laps that he's doing are all alone, where I think everybody else's laps are with some sort of tow. As I think we have a little bit of a caution being waved here in corner 2. It's the 153.
Fionn Chi, the 153 of Fionn Chi having some trouble, bit of a spin there. We saw a bit there with the group, including the number 139 of Max Christia. He currently sits in the P5 spot. 54.460 to a 52.460 to a 52.502. The gap between Truchot and Palacio on lap number 3, just 42 thousandths of a second. Checker flag flying, and Palacio goes back to P1. Can Truchot answer? Christia goes up. He does. Truchot, 52.206. Devin Waltz right in there as well. Alessandro Truchot on the final circuit. 52.206, last year's micro champion in the Winter Series, 2 tenths faster than Lucas Palacio. 52.414 for Palacio, 52.424 for Waltz, only a hundredth of a second back. Michael McGoy, a big jump there on the final circuit. He'll go into fourth. Max Christia in fifth. Kai Johnson, another one of the stars from January, in sixth. Travis Pettit in seventh. Eighth was Tristan Murphy. Ninth, Marco Romero. 10th, Ethan Tobo. You got to go down. How far down? Jaime Garcia ends up in 22nd. So the driver was quickest in the opening group. Looked good for a bit there, but lap 4 came and dropped the hammer. And Alessandro Truchot and Lucas Palacio going back and forth at the top time. Truchot kind of took things over in the second half of that run. And as Alexander had said, Palacio was kind of by himself on the racetrack, unsure whether Truchot had positioned himself to get some sort of a draft. But the bottom line is he is P1. He will take the pole and the points that go along with it. And we'll start on the inside of the front row for the pre-final, which is set to go at about 11:50, right before the lunch break for the Mini Swift categories. 11:50 local time, scheduled start time for the pre-final for the drivers in Mini Swift. Truchot, Palacio, Waltz, McGoy, and Christia. Top 5, don't go anywhere. More qualifying from round 3 of the SuperKart USA Winter Series to come here on Kart Chaser.
Someone to save. I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night, and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think about it before the test? If I crack my stomach, you sooner than this. Don't you think about it before the test? If I crack my stomach, you sooner than this. Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna feel your death without making a mess. style.
If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at revperformancematerials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
Welcome back, folks, to live coverage of Round 3 of the SuperKarts USA Winter Series here from Homestead, Florida. My name is Rob Howden, joined by Alexander Searle and, of course, Xander Clemens as well. It's going to be a busy weekend of racing, not only here on the kart track in Homestead, but also the big track as well. The Academy Winter Series is underway over there as well. Drivers in the USF Juniors and F4 programs are getting some early seat time in before the seasons get underway. Gustavo Yakiman, of course, a driver that I had a chance to watch follow through his karting career back in the mid-2000s, early 2000s. Running the Chica category before moving into a successful pro career. Gorgeous day here right now. We're looking at around 79 degrees trackside. It was pretty humid when we first rolled in, but it always is that way earlier in the morning. We expect it to cool out, or rather at least get less humid throughout the day. You can see our Kart Chaser booth right there as we are located just alongside race control here on the front straightaway. Alexander, how you like the transition? I know you're still doing a bunch of racing. You're going to do some car racing this year, but you've jumped into the broadcast side of it. You enjoy yourself so far?
Yeah, no, I've always had a huge passion for the broadcasting booth. I mean, obviously, I grew up not with Kart Chaser, but with EKN, with you guys, right?
Yeah.
So I became a really big fan pretty quickly of just the whole announcing gig. I mean, I do some driver coaching as well, so I just enjoy being at the racetrack. I mean, obviously, just kind of just have my face seen at all times.
That's it, right?
Stay known, right? If I can't be in the car, I'd rather just be around cars. And announcing is a lot of fun. You get to talk about what you love, right? So, I mean, what's not to like about it?
Yeah, I've been doing it for 25 years. I always say it's like active spectating. You're at the racetrack watching the races, but you get to talk about it the whole time. And for you and for any young drivers, again, that's why when we're doing the interviews with this show, we do the same thing with podcasts with EKN. Get a chance to, obviously, as a driver, the more time you have on the microphone, in the booth, with a mic in your face, it just makes things a lot easier when you're trying to become a pro driver.
No, exactly. I mean, it certainly the last few years that I've transitioned to car racing, I mean, I've just gotten better and better at being in front of a camera. I used to be a shy kid, in karts. I used to be really nervous. I was sweating before interviews. It wasn't a good time, but I mean, I've gotten used to it now. It's part of the deal, in racing. I mean, more and more, actually, it's not even about mainly how quick you are maybe in a car, but how good you can present yourself. Besides being quick, it's your off track. It's how well you promote yourself, right? And part of it is just being in front of a camera. I mean,
that's it. You
want to be presentable. The sponsors want to know that you can represent their brand very well, and it's important that you can talk very well and be in front of a camera, not be awkward, not be shy, and it's part of it. I mean, it's maybe more than 50% of it.
Yeah, you know what? You need to be the complete driver nowadays. It's not just the racing, like you said. It's all the stuff outside of the track as well. We've seen so many great, talented young drivers work their way up into the car ranks and eventually just find no funding, right? They just couldn't find the money. And being able to find sponsorship and partnership, getting those investors to back you, it's not just about what you do in the car. It's what you can bring to them outside of the car as well. So many of the sponsorship packages, the deliverables that are included for marketing are not what happens behind the wheel. Sometimes it doesn't even what happens at the racetrack. Yeah, there's hospitality, whatever it may be, but a lot of the stuff is what you can do for a sponsor or a partner away from the racetrack as well. Speaking of away from the racetrack, let's get back to it because we got a little gamesmanship going on here right now. A number of drivers trying to line up, and I believe that's AJ Myers, and I think that might be Giorgio Carrera hanging with him there in the International Motorsports Lenzo kart. There's qualifying underway for the 7 drivers we have who have entered here to run shifter karts. We have 2 drivers in Masters. That'll be Skitchy Barnes and Daniel DeBoss. And in our pro category, we have, of course, AJ Myers, Alan Isambard, Pedro Piquet, Amy Rule, and Giorgio Carrera. So 5 drivers in the pro shifter class, 2 in our master shifter class here this weekend. And that will wrap things up. Although one thing I'm looking forward to, because we did not get this in January, and that was the head-to-head battle between Alan Isambard and AJ Myers. AJ, of course, one of the top drivers in the sport. He gets off the throttle, does not want a Carrera behind him. He wants open racetrack. We didn't get a battle between the two. Oh, then Carrera slows up going into turn number 4. So we're just going back and forth between these 2 drivers. But we didn't get the battle between Isambard and Myers. This is a track, this is Alan Isambard's home racetrack. He runs for AMR Motorsports on the Formula K. And what he's looking for is a good lap by himself, because right now these guys are just messing around here on lap number 1, going to slow down on lap number 2 as well.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, I don't see Alan Isambard actually out there on the racetrack, so I'll be curious to see why.
I'd like to find out. He is entered into the day, but we have not seen, indeed, Alan Isambard onto the racetrack, whether or not he's going to run. That would be a shame because, like I said, they didn't go head-to-head in January because each one had an issue in the pre-final, so one driver would start from pole, the other from last in the main event. They swapped that on Sunday, and we never had them starting on the front row in the same race, so not quite sure what's going on here with Isambard as of yet.
I just got word, actually. He's not running. He broke his ribs, so it's going to be...
Rib injury for Isambard puts him on the sidelines, and this is robbing us from what could have been a good battle.
Yeah, it's a shame. I mean, obviously... Would have loved to see an actual AJ Myers-Isambard battle, last month. They were both super, super quick. I mean, Isambard actually entered the weekend as your championship leader in the pro shifter class. So obviously, he's probably super gutted. I'm sure he's here at the racetrack. I'd love to just get a word with him maybe if we could. But right now, AJ Myers back to qualifying. He's on top by 3/10 over Giorgio Carrara. Let's see if anybody's going to have anything for AJ Myers to make this pro race interesting.
That's right. Yeah, we'll spend some time at lunch to see if we can't get a hold of Alan Isambard. Trouble there for the number, looks to be 284 potentially, or 2.
Is that Andy Rule? It's
that
Andy Rule.
Might be Andy Rule. It's a 204. Andy Rule on the Magic Kart machine out of the off the track in the final corner, the outside of that corner. The track official is going to try to get that cart up and over top. That'll be the heaviest cart they lift all year. I'll tell you that right now. Andy, of course, is the diminutive young shifter car driver. She's currently sitting in the 4th spot with a 46.979, but not able to get any more laps. And A.J. Myers now almost 4/10 quicker than Carrera. 46.065 for Myers, 46.457 for Carrera, and a 46.602 for Pedro Piquet, who's a half a second back. Skitchy Barnes, a 47.440 that's his fastest lap. But a 47.311 would put, I believe, Daniel Dubois quicker.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be curious to see what happened to the Andy Rule. I mean, this is a pretty violent racetrack, and obviously the shifter karts are the most violent go-karts you can be a part of. I mean, just direction change, is much quicker, the grip's higher, right? So, I mean, it happened right there in the last corner. The rumble strips are pretty aggressive there. I wonder if maybe just a chain was lost.
Possibility,
yeah. Something just maybe shifted in the motor because, like I said, a violent track with a violent kart, it's not a fun combo to be a part of, probably.
So checker flag is flying. Indeed, A.J. Myers will walk away with the fast time, a 56.065. Giorgio Carrera in second, 46.457. 46.6 for Piquet, 46.9 for Rule, and then a 47.311, I believe, the fast time here for Daniel Dubois. And then it's a 47.440 for Skitchy Barnes. That's probably going to be our best battle we could see potentially on the racetrack. We may get a fight for second unless somebody steps up to battle Myers, but we could have ourselves a weekend-long battle for the top time in the master shifter category. So, again, into the second half of our qualifying lineup here right now. We've got our drivers in X30 Jr up next. Don't go anywhere, folks, when we get back. Again, our final 3 categories, X30 Jr, KA100 Master, and X30 Sr to wrap things up from qualifying.
International Motorsport has you covered on every level of karting, and starting here in 2023 in cars as well. For your very first step into an F4 race car, try out the Formula Inter Arrive and Drive F4 Championship hosted here at the Homestead-Miami Speedway. Along with that, of course, the International Motorsport team covers every base of the karting pyramid from the local to the national and international level. For more information, follow International Motorsport or Formula Inter on social media.
Welcome back here to Homestead, Miami, Florida. We get set for a few more sessions here now. X30 Jr on deck with KA Master and and then X30 Pro Senior to cap us off. We chatted with a number of the quickest drivers from X30 Sr yesterday. Here's what they had to say after 2 full days of testing here down at AMR Motorplex.
We're pretty confident. Our new run pace, like new tire pace, is probably our weakest, honestly. So, to be honest, I'm not so concerned with that. Our long run pace, like we've been able to do the same times as a lot of the guys on new tires, on like 2 or 3 session old tires. So, yeah, hopefully we can keep that up. The track's changing a little bit, but we're still pretty confident with the kart. Like I said, our new tire run pace is what we're still working on. But after that, we're pretty confident with the go-kart.
We were fast all the way up until happy hour. I just got caught in bad track positioning, and instead of staying out, I decided to pull in early, which probably wasn't the best call, but it is what it is. I think we got pace for tomorrow. We're making small changes with everything, and I think we should be good. So
it was a good day overall. We tested many things. I'm happy with the speed overall. I'm happy because we made a few practice in front, so I know we have the speed for tomorrow. Last practice, I go new set of tires. I'm pretty sure we got a bad set of tires. I lost too much to myself, so I'm confident for tomorrow, and I'll give my best as always.
You know, we weren't too fast at all day today. You know, till the very last session, we were struggling with the go-kart. We kept changing. We were fine-tuning it a little bit, and we found a little bit of time, and then next session wasn't so good. The track got greasy, but overall, we think that we had a tire issue. So once we put on a new set of tires for the final round, and then we did a little front end chassis adjustment, we didn't steer too far away from what we had from yesterday. We just fine-tuned it a little bit because we kind of knew that the tires were bad, but weren't 100% sure. So the final session, we ended up finishing up in the 4th. So we're pretty confident going in tomorrow.
Yeah, I feel a lot better. I came back from Europe, from WSK in Lonado, and I'm feeling great. More confident to win, and
Yeah, I mean we were pretty good. Ryan looked strong as well out there. All day he was up at the front, so speed looks good for tomorrow. It's tough to go alone around here, so I think we're going to work on that as well.
It's been pretty awful, I'll be honest. We're 20th after happy hour. We've struggled for pace all day. I'd say we found speed in happy hour, but we really didn't. We're still half a second off, so hopefully tomorrow's better, but I don't know what's going to happen.
Friday was not like a perfect day for me. We are trying find something in the chassis, in the engine, and also in me, in the track. But I mean, for sure we're gonna be there tomorrow. Just set up everything good, and then tomorrow we see.
Yeah, Friday practice went pretty solid, I think. We swapped the kart last night, and definitely picked up some speed. Definitely improved my driving throughout the day. Definitely need to work on it a little bit more, but I feel like we're going in the right direction and should be good.
Yeah, kind of an up and down day. We've been testing stuff on the chassis, it's practice, so it's meant to test and to try different things. We tried some things worked, some things didn't. I feel like we're still missing a good 10th to Norberg and Turney, and we'll just keep on working hard and try to find that 10th.
We're still live here from AMR Motorplex, and now the X30 Juniors are onto the racetrack for qualifying. The first lap just getting underway here as the field works its way through the carousel. A full group of X30 Juniors getting set to go over through turn number 7, 8, and 9. And as the field works its way down the backstretch here, this time you're watching, again, just the first lap at full song now, headed over towards turn number 9 on the racetrack, that hairpin, and then coming out. It's got Stephen Miller on that Chad Dawkin Racing Alonso kart, leading Ernesto Rivera, and a handful more, including Leo Scorpioni all the way at the end. So across the, or actually Rivera just up the road, that'll be one of Teddy Musella, right behind him. And then you go back to find what looks to be maybe Jackson Wolney in the 796. But 2 laps in, Scorpioni, the quickest, trailing this big group right here. He's in that bright yellow and black Tony Kart colors for Team Zanella Racing. So Scorpioni by only 0.03 over later Stephen Miller. This class, of course, seeing some of the best we've seen from KA Jr running double duty, and a handful of X30 Jr specialists. And no surprise at all, Rob, to see 18,000 separating the top 3.
Yeah, not surprised at all. We got some fantastic drivers in this category, as we know. We've watched them work their way up through the mini ranks, through the KA100 Juniors, and as you said, a number of drivers focusing just on that X30 Junior class. This class brought to you by Rollinson Performance Group, and the machine of Scorpioni pops nicely on the racetrack. Easy to pick up that Zanella Racing livery. A number of drivers, of course, in those colors of the Rollinson Performance Group. There's the Alonso kart colors as well of Stephen Miller, who goes P1. 48.708 for Miller on top, 18 thousandths of a second as Xander set over Teddy Musella, Diego Ardiles, and Ernesto Rivera. So the Rollinson Performance Group drivers 2, 3, 4. Miller up top, Scorpioni 5th. Brinkman, Weldon in your top 7 drivers. Just getting ready to go. Everybody essentially going quicker there in the top 7 on lap number 3. I expect to see more coming here on lap 4.
Yeah, we expect the tires to just keep coming on in here. So let's see it. 4th lap coming to the line. The checkered flag will fly for this grouping as they exit turn number 12 and head down the front straightaway. Rivera by himself, 48.60. He'll get bested by Diego Ardiles, but he beats that group behind him. So Ardiles on the 793, Rollinson Performance Group Cosmic to the top by half a tenth. Miller only 200ths back from Rivera, and then about a half tenth or so to Leonardo Scorpioni. So seeing Rivera by himself, Ardiles in the tow, where does that kind of set you, Alex? Where do you pick up here from what we've seen so far with kind of a mixed bag of drivers running together and running alone?
It's interesting. I mean, it's scary for the rest of the field that Rivera is that far ahead and putting a lap down that he did, only a few hundredths off of pole position by himself. One of the only guys that I saw out there who was on his own. So, again, it's scary for the guys out there, for how quick he was. Stephen Miller was actually alone as well, so it's another really, really quick competitor there, 48.624, only, again, a few hundredths off of pole position. I still like the, playing for the tow. I think it's not as important, I think, in these X30 classes. I'm noticing as, KA, Mini, Micro, I think it's a little bit more important in the lower horsepower class. I think once you get to X30 Junior and X30 Senior, guys who are quicker tend to find that lap time on their own. They don't really need that tow. So guys like Ernesto obviously felt comfortable enough to just go out there on his own and put the lap down, and it works for him. So it's different mindsets, and we'll see how it plays out in the races coming up.
Yeah, you mentioned it earlier, Alexander, that sometimes if you're out front, you're just not going to get caught up, and that's what Rivera was able to do. No tow, as you said. Ardiles was able to use that to go 48.557. The thing that stands out to me is the gap between 5th and 6th. Top 5 drivers within just over a tenth and a half. Well, you got to go almost 0.3 of a second back for Cameron Brinkman in the 6th spot, and then Oliver Weldon 7th, Enzo Vinmontian 8th, Emma Kate Scarborough, good qualifying run to 9th, and Shun Sikaguchi in that 10th spot. But top 5 drivers got a big gap on the rest, and does that play out when we go racing? Are they able to stretch away? Are we going to see that front-running quintet kind of settle out quickly with Ardiles, Rivera, Miller, Scorpioni, or Musella? Or does Brinkman, Weldon, Vidmontian, do they find some more speed going into the pre-final?
I think they find more speed. I mean, like I was saying earlier, this track, I mean, we had guys like Terlecki saying that, he loves passing track like this because, there's a lot of passing spots. And we had drivers say there's not a lot of passing spots. So it plays in the hands of the aggressive drivers, the top 5 being so close. I expect the race to be super close. And if somebody, makes a move and bunches the field up, all of a sudden that brings Brinkman, Weldon, Vidmontien right back into play. And I expect to see, you know, a 10-plus cart train, obviously, because the second you make a move in a tight corner, it's going to bunch the whole field up.
That's because that's such a Homestead thing, isn't this particular racetrack? The minute someone goes on the defense into turn 4 and then maybe coming into the other corners, all of a sudden when that happens, everybody's back on top of each other.
Yeah, it bottlenecks quite a bit around this racetrack going this direction, especially with that infield hairpin, but even turn number 4 as well keeps it really tight here. For a little bit of a preview of what the drivers think of it, well, we got to talk to them in the studio before this weekend here. Here's what some of those X30 drivers you saw on your screen talking about their Friday practice. This is what their thoughts are on going this direction here at AMR Motorplex.
Homestead going clockwise is quite a bit different from counterclockwise. I think I'd say there's less passing opportunities just because you don't have you have the first hairpin is now like a right and then a left, so it's harder to pass there. So you really have just the back hairpin and then turn 1 to pass and turn 2. As this way we have both hairpins and we have just more spots in general to pass, so I think the racing going counterclockwise is better.
Bumpy. Homestead backwards, definitely running it that way. I think it's more fun.
I feel like it looks easy, but it's really not. I feel like it's a little bit easier than what it used to be without the curbs. But with the curbs now, you don't have to, you know, potentially hurt your ribs.
A lot of 90s. It's really fast, especially when you get to the back section. Really bumpy.
Flows a lot better than this way. This way's a lot choppier. The opposite direction flows a lot better. It's a lot wider the other direction. So it does have a little easier drive than the other one.
It takes a toll on you, I feel like, if you're not prepared. It's very hard on the body, I feel like. Just going back and forth through those 90s, and you know, it's pretty fast track besides the two hairpins.
The cities, I mean, I live here in Miami, so I'm kind of bored of it. I don't have much to say. But I guess if you go to Miami Beach, especially for new people that come to visit, come to race, and if they have some time, they could go visit Miami Beach. And you know, around there, it's pretty nice.
Welcome back here to AMR Homestead-Miami Motorplex as we are live trackside with a little bit of trackside repairs. But again, that's the thoughts of many drivers here. A lot of them echoing that they feel like the flow is a little bit better going this direction than the other direction. But as we mentioned, though, there's a lot of different overall, you know, feelings to this racetrack. Kind of a fast opening sector and then a little bit more of a spread out back sector. But in any case here, we are down trackside with some of our top qualifiers. And from X30 Jr, Zoe Edenholm has our pole award winners and a few more down with her. Zoe?
I'm here with Diego. You are the pole sitter in the X30 Jr category. How did you manage to run the perfect lap?
At the start, I stayed behind Zeddy and Steven and try to do like a perfect lap, and at the end, I think on the last one, it was really good, and I won the pole.
Do you think that there's any changes or major differences from the backwards way last weekend or last month and this month?
Yeah, we've improved a lot of practice. Now I'm in X30. Last month I was in KA, and I'm really happy on the results. I'm really thankful with the team. And yeah, I'll do my best in the races.
Best of luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Zoe, there. Diego Ardiles, obviously a driver again. We've seen Rawlson Performance Group, I think, do this probably more successfully than some of the other teams that really utilize, like we've talked about in the 100cc classes, is a lights version of the 125 divisions where, you know, you see you can look to where they've done with their driver progression, and in my eyes, they've done probably some of the best work of taking a driver through there, succeeding there, and then jumping to 125, where some others maybe kind of jump around a little bit with Mike Rawlison. And again, you're able to kind of have that command when you are the dominant team, when you have proven results. It's easy to say, we did it because we did it this way. You need to run this division this month, then do some testing, then move up. And so, like from Diego Ardiles, you know, again, he's done a lot of testing, but last month, 100cc, confidence boost, he comes out of the gate swinging here.
Yeah, a realistic progression, right? This is our plan. This is what we're going to do with you. We're not going to throw you into the deep end of the pool. Let you wait for a little bit, kind of get comfortable, and then when you've had, like you said, that confidence after a good run back in January, let's roll you into X30 Jr right now and see how you do. And obviously, it's paying off right now with Diego Ardiles going P1.
Yeah, I mean, no, like you said, I mean that's the way to do it to me. Most kids that actually end up, you know, progressing and being really, really quick, moving up the ranks, are the ones that do it, you know, right. You know, you don't want to just hop into X30 Jr. immediately. I mean, it's a pretty competitive class, pretty quick kart. And, yeah, so I mean, like, it seems to work for Diego. Obviously going from KA last month, now he's in X30. I mean, like you said, starting out swinging, P1 there. So, I mean, pretty quick for him.
Yeah, there's no better boost of confidence when you kind of move back up into a division and you're firing on all cylinders. And again, he's done that right here, qualifying on the pole. We've got KA100 Master on deck here. Number of storylines for this class. Rob, you were a part of the inception on the SuperKarts USA National stage with it at the Super Nationals. Started off with a pretty solid turnout here, and actually it's one of the only classes, I believe, this month that's either held even or gone up in entries, and a few notable ones here this week.
Yeah, we just talked about Rawlson Performance Group. Of course, one of the cool factors is they're bringing in, number one, their team principal and team owner, Mike Rawlson. He's going to be able to run. He likes to go out and have a good time. He does a lot of dogfighting, a lot of battling with his drivers at Pat's Acres when they're doing testing. He likes to get out there and drive with his racers, but also just likes to get out and have a good time. And I think one of the motivating factors was the fact that Mario Barrios has been one of the top drivers in Masters racing over the last couple of years, running with Rawlson Performance Group. He's jumping into the KA100 category here this weekend as well. So a couple of RPG drivers battling there, so I think they're going to have a lot of fun, but cool to see Mike Rawlson putting that helmet back on.
Yeah, always cool to see it. And, you know, we get to see it a little bit more outside of the broadcast realm, because a lot of times we'll show up to the national races and Mike Rawlson will just buy the entry fee and just run practice. Yeah. He'll just be the data point if they don't exactly have one or feel like they need that little bit of extra speed. And, of course, that's something, you know, that both keeps him sharp and is a huge asset to his team, to knowing that when it comes to the Masters divisions, he's able to just go out there and be that data point. They don't need to go out and find someone. They don't need to hire a driver like with Ryan Norberg or like we've seen with Cedric Lupian last year for the senior divisions. Mike can be that guy here for Masters divisions when, of course, he's not too busy wearing enough hats. So with Mike Rawlson on the grid along with the rest of the KA100 Masters, we'll get to them in a moment here. We'll go trackside here. We've got some more interviews. Zoe, let's take it away.
I'm here with Matthias Morgado. You were outside the top 10 in the warm-up. How are you feeling going into the qualifying session?
Well, it's hard, but I'm really confident. I think we have the speed. Warm-up was a mess, too much traffic. So we see, I give my best and see what I can do.
Do you like this way better, or do you like the weekend before better, or the month before?
Well, I think this way is easier, but I like more this way, so yeah.
Do you think there's more passing opportunities this way?
I don't really know, to be honest. I mean, I think to the other way you can overtake better, but to this side, the racing, I think, is more close. So yeah.
Well, best of luck in qualifying.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
One big note out of that, Rob, that he mentioned, he feels like the field tightens up going this direction. And we saw that, I feel like, a little bit last year as well, where, you know, we were maybe spread out more so going one way, then we tighten up when we go this way. And I think a big reason for that is everyone's got less laps here, especially the locals as a whole as well. You know, the national drivers, you would be surprised if any of them can't find pace within a day or two. Yeah. But for everybody, whether it's chassis setup, you know, dialing an engine and gearing, which of course is really only able to really get gearing-wise properly on a rubbered-in racetrack, you only get this environment once, 2 times, 3 times a year. They don't run this direction often. I'd say probably about a 20% to 80% split locally for practice days when you come down to randomly test at Homestead, to the regional racing always goes the other way with the Sunshine State Karting Challenge, and the Club Series, again, only uses this layout a handful of times. So it's more of a blank slate for everybody, and that maybe could be a contributing factor to things tightening up.
A little more of a level playing field then. Of course, then we talked about the long straightaway too, the big run down from the final corner into 1 all the way down to 2. It does allow a driver to potentially pull up a bit on the draft, then try to hold with the driver in front of them. So we've heard a lot of differing opinions on this racetrack, whether or not it's easier to pass on or there's more passing opportunities. Of course, Mateus just saying there that it is a little bit tighter. Rolling out on the track right now, our drivers in, I believe, the KA100 Masters class that we discussed before. This class brought to you by Kart Racing Solutions. And again, we're going to see 15 drivers in total. We mentioned the fact that Mike Rawlson joining the crew, as is Mario Barrios. Another driver from who's been a racer all his life, Nicky Coelho, coming in to run as well for Franklin Motorsports on the Merlin. A guy we used to see run in the Formula A categories back in the day. Not surprising. One driver potentially up. That's the 427. That is Germano Franza, already out of this one here in qualifying. That's not even 1 lap in the books. You're going to start at the tail of the field for that pre-main. That's That's just not what you want to have happen to start the day.
No, at least here in KA100 Master, it's not a 45 car grid at 16, so it's not a total death sentence, but it does put you on the back foot to get yourself into a decent starting spot. You know, you want to start really in the top 10 in any division to have a shot at the win in the main, so he'll have to pick up a handful of spots to get there. Meanwhile, who are those drivers that he'd have to get by? We're going to find out here in a moment as we also watch the outlaps get underway for KA Master. Let's go down trackside for more. Zoe?
I'm here with Alessandro DiTullio, and what is your game plan going into qualifying?
Track position is going to be really important. We finished happy hour in P3, so maybe there's going to be a couple games on the outlap to try to get a draft. Everyone, I'm sure, is going to do it. So, yeah, draft is big, but it's not super important either. But track position will be. So I think it's going to be about getting a good track position, no traffic, and then setting a good lap.
What do you think about the track conditions? Have they already been changing today?
Yeah, in the morning it was a bit wet at the beginning, but it dried up really quick. So the time has improved really fast. I think the track is really good now. I mean, it keeps improving. There's a lot of grip. We're trying to change the chassis to the way the track is evolving. That's the way we're going. So yeah, for sure the track is changing a lot day to day.
Good luck in qualifying.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
It's interesting, Xander. We get everybody just with different opinions, right? The draft plays a role, but it doesn't play a role. That was literally kind of his line there. There's lots of overtaking. There's not a lot of overtaking. Everybody's got a different feel. And I think anybody you talk to, they're going to tell you that you like one track over another. I like the feel of this track. I like the flow of this track. You know, Alexander Ryan Norberg said in his interview there a little while back that this way just doesn't flow quite as well as the other direction. And everybody, I think, depending on what kind of corner you like, maybe what you like more than another, one track's going to kind of suit you better than maybe the other layout. So I think, honestly, going in this direction, there are some drivers that are going to love it and some drivers that are going to hate it. Simple as that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the name of the game, right? It's a racetrack. You have to drive it. You know, it's the same track for everybody else, right? I mean, I've driven both layouts many times. I happen to prefer this layout, weirdly enough. But I mean, I don't know if it's just because it maybe is a little bit more technical. Maybe it requires a little bit more physical demanding from the body and from, you know, just your driving skills as a whole. But I think both ways, you know, provide different aspects. Like a few drivers have said, you know, it tends to bottleneck. You know, you got the first, you know, long straightaway to one, long straightaway to two. And then all of a sudden, you can kind of, if you're not as fast as the guys behind you, you can defend for most of this racetrack pretty easily. Yeah, okay. And that's where you start getting, you know, the bottleneck, you know, the 10, 15 kart fields that you or packs, should I say, that you are notorious for seeing in these pre-final and finals coming up shortly. So, I mean, I'm just excited to see what's going to happen. You know, like you said, differing opinions, but same racetrack for everybody, right?
Let's have a look at how things are right now. Lap 3 in the books, and Mike Rawlson's gone to P1. Moved to lap 4. Rawlson steals it back as Michel Garrido had gone to P1 for Alessandro's Racing, but Rawlson goes to the top with a 50.920. Rawlson about 600ths quicker than Garrido. Luis Schiavo still to put his fourth lap in. Can he go quicker? Luis Schiavo was the dominant driver back in January, had a brake issue in round number 2, was not able to get to the finish. That opened the door for Michel Garrido to take the win and the point lead. Waiting for Schiavo. Will he even get a lap in? Maybe he will not. So as they run, and it looks like we're done. We're not going to see a fourth lap from Luis Schiavo. Mike Rawlson goes P1, the RPG team owner, 600ths quicker than Michel Garrido from Alessandro's Racing. Luis Schiavo not that far back, either 3/10 the top 3. Nicky Coelho on the Merlin for Franklin Motorsports in the 4th spot, and Takaharu Nakamori ends up 5th. Just under a half a second separate the top 6 drivers. You throw Mario Barrios in there as well. And then Miguel Mir, a driver who we saw on the podium back in January. We've dialed things up in terms of excitement, and the competition here in KA100 Master should be a solid race when they go pre-final racing this afternoon. That's set to go at about 1:05. Just one more qualifying run set to go. The big field and X30 Sr all getting ready to roll. Helmets are on. They're going to get suited and booted. We'll go racing. It'll be qualifying for X30 Sr after this break.
welcome back here to AMR Homestead-Miami Motorplex. Qualifying is about to get underway here with X30 Pro Senior. As we get set for action here, let's send it down trackside to Zoe Edenholm. She's caught up with Diego Contacher, who had an up-and-down run through rounds 1 and 2, but is looking for a little bit more in his RPG Cosmic. Zoe?
I'm here with Diego Cortecha, and how have you been running this weekend so far?
Yeah, it's good. You know, we changed many things. It's the second race with RPG, so I'm very happy and doing many changes in the car, and now in the practice was okay. Fourth is good, better than 16th.
What is your game plan going into qualifying?
I don't know, just having fun, race, do what I like to do, and hope to be first, but I don't care the position, just having fun, that stuff.
Best of luck in qualifying.
What?
Best of luck in qualifying.
Thank you, thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Zoe. Again, Diego Contacha, like he said, just looking for fun, and it's a bonding moment for him to try and get used to that new Rawlson Performance Group camp. He's been a long-time driver for Orsilon Racing, so it's new colors and a new team environment, and that's always a little bit tricky to get used to. You know, you kind of start off with maybe a bit of nerves and a bit of, awkwardness, and eventually you start to develop that bond with everyone that works around you.
Yeah, I mean, switching teams is always pretty difficult in racing, or for any sport for that matter. Different personalities under the tent, different maybe way of handling things, different organization, just everything changes, right? Maybe a little bit more pressure, right? RPG, they're kind of like the team right now to beat, so it's just maybe pressure to join into a team like that. But Diego, obviously a really, really quick driver, P4 this morning, so he's looking to try to go for pole position. So obviously the nerves aren't getting the better of him. He's been pretty quick, making changes like he said, and, adapting really well to this new team.
Well, you go from Diego Contacha here this morning to his teammate who got a breakthrough first career major pro national win back in January. Donovan Mania pulled off a stunner on Sunday afternoon a month ago. He's had an up and down run through through the practice sessions, but overall it's been pretty solid. Let's hear from the kid who just got his first win and is looking for win number 2. Zoe?
Here with Donovan, you won in January. How are you going to do that again this weekend?
Well, hopefully we can find some more speed to qualify up front and hopefully win the final again.
What is your plans and goals for the entire weekend?
So yeah, it's repeat what we did on Sunday last round. So
how are you feeling for this direction?
A bit not so good like in the other one. I don't like it as much, but we will try to find some speed and win again.
Best of luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
All right, there you heard it from Donovan Mania. A little bit less confident here going this way than maybe the primary direction on the racetrack. So hopefully he can continue to find a little more pace throughout the weekend here. Again, he's had a couple top 5 runs in the practice sessions, but as a whole he's been, again, solid. He's in the fast group here, getting set to go green for qualifying. So they'll be the second group to go on the racetrack, and they'll get the best circuit we'd imagine out of what everybody else has so far. When you look at where the field stacked up after warm-up, well, it was a bit of a shake-up. We heard, of course, through the grid and through everybody, and we've talked about it a little bit, that warm-up was a big change compared to what everybody was used to Friday afternoon with the rain that came in overnight. Noel Leon on the Alessandro's Racing CRG ended up being the quickest driver in the session over Ryan Norberg. Thomas Nevo was third. Contacha was fourth, as he jokingly mentioned there. Much better than 16th for him. Then you go back, Joe Turney, who was quickest in final practice and will roll off top of the order in the 3:05 in 5th, and Blake Nash 6th. Austin Garrison, Alessandro D'Atulio, Bonilla down in 9th, and Diego Ramos rounded the top 10, only a less than 3/10 of a spread for the entire grouping. And here, we've got Diego Ramos with us. We heard from him yesterday at the end of the day on Friday, saying he was trying to find a little more speed in the car, a little more in himself as well in that PSL Karting Bureau Art. Where does he stack up, and where's his attitude here for qualifying? Let's find out. Zoe?
I'm here with Diego. Walk us through how your weekend's been going and what your plan is to run up front in qualifying.
My weekend is going not perfect, but for sure we're going to be there in the qualify. We did some changes for now, and for sure we're going to come back with the speed we had before.
Do you think there's going to be more passing this weekend?
I think for this way it's less pass than the other way, but for sure the race will be good.
Best of luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Diego Ramos here with a lot of cheers coming from the team, getting a lot of cheers all around. But Diego Ramos, again, we forget, right, but not only did Donovan Bonilla get that big-time win, but he and Ramos collided when Ramos was fighting for the lead. I mean, him and Mateus Morgado super fast on Sunday. They rolled that speed the next week into St. Petersburg. They were really quick there. Morgado with the win. Ramos crossed the line third, unfortunately lost it off a bumper penalty. But Diego Ramos and Mateus Morgado and the PSL karting camp, they seemed like they really were, as you like to call it, Rob, dialed in by the time Sunday rolled around. And Morgado's been pretty quick. Like Diego said, decently quick here, top 10 pace, but not where he'd like to be at the top step.
And again, let's see what happens when we roll up for qualifying, right? I use that term dialing in because you're always doing it, man. You're always trying to get that kart better and better. And some drivers roll off real quick, right? You come out of the trailer, everything's good, the baseline's set up, and you're right there. Other drivers have to work hard and continue to evolve the setup with all that feedback. And again, there's a reason why Mateus Morgado is with PSL Karting, as well as Diego Ramos. He's the reigning world champion. Let's bring him in. Let's make sure that we get this thing exactly where we need to be. So all that information we're getting can then go down to Burrell Art customers around North America. And that's why he's here, and that's why they keep getting better. You said it. They were quicker and quicker throughout the weekend in January. We're really good by the time we went main event racing on Sunday. This will be kind of a feel for where they're going to launch from when we go qualifying here right now. We'll see whether Morgado, Diego Ramos, can they get themselves into the top 5? Do they run potentially for a pole position? That's what will be interesting about how this team's going to start out for this February round.
Yeah, I mean, momentum also it plays a major role in racing, right? I mean, if they were quick, like you said, the Sunday race, round 2 last month, they were quick at Rock. Momentum's huge, right? So they're going to this weekend feeling like they're the team that's, they
got it.
The most on fire right now, Maybe RPG, obviously Bonilla had a breakout weekend, but, Norberg didn't have a great round 2. So you kind of feel like it's up for grabs, A lot of teams are kind of fighting back, and PSL right now, Burrell Art in general, they feel like they might be one of the teams to beat. And I think you could see, we talked to Morgado earlier, he seems really confident. Maybe it didn't go the way he wanted in a warm-up, but you can't really go off a warm-up this morning because the track wasn't very good. So I think a lot of guys maybe didn't bring out their best stuff for this morning. Diego wasn't that quick either this morning, so it was just one of those things where you can't really base it off of a warm-up. But I think right now in qualifying, we're going to see where they actually stand.
While you're watching on track here as well, you'll see a little bit different livery there on the kart of Joe Turney. We brought this up at the EK and Paddock Insider yesterday that they are running the DAP colors here this weekend, so which is a little different look. Of course, the Kart Republic manufacturing both the Kart Republic, the Alonso kart, and the DAP kart as well. So new colors for Turney this particular weekend, so you'll pick up those DAP colors as you'll get used to those. Your first opportunity to see him on the racetrack here this weekend with the coverage here on Kart Chaser. X30 Sr onto the grid. Speed Concepts, the sponsor of the category, and indeed watching the first of 2 groups roll out here for this qualifying run. And we'll see who ends up P1. But all we're talking about is who's going to be quick, right? Does Norberg find more speed this weekend? Does Turney pick up where he left off? Or do Morgado and Ramos in that PSL camp continue that run of momentum to start the season?
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to momentum, right, you think it'd be in the hands of the drivers as well here this weekend that were quickest in Friday happy hour. Noel Leon got himself momentum by going quickest in warm-up today. He was the first driver below the cut line. The 2 behind him that we're following here, Blake Nash and Louis Westover. Seth Nash was definitely not pleased with the way they performed in Friday happy hour, especially in the case of Blake. He said just did not pick the right place in traffic and then pulled in early about halfway through the session after 7 laps complete, whereas Joe Turney was quickest on lap number 12. So we saw a lot of drivers go out for long run sessions, and that's kind of put them on the back foot here. We heard from Louis Westover and his thoughts at the end of the day. He said, you know what, I'd like to say we found some pace, but we really didn't, so we're looking for more. He's at least lined up behind Blake, so hopefully it'll be good on the opening lap. They will punch their tickets to 3rd and 4th overall as Leon sets the benchmark.
Well, Tyler McIntyre was one of the quick drivers as well when we were here in January. So Leon, McIntyre, and Nash, 1, 2, 3. Camilo Trappa's gone to P4, but Westover in 5th. You grab those 4 drivers, and Leon, McIntyre, Nash, and Westover are drivers you could be talking about for a race win.
Yeah.
In any major 125cc liquid-cooled event. So, again, here you go. You got some big dogs coming up front here right now that with work to do because, yeah, you're in this, quote, slower group, but you get open racetrack, and it's just like running by yourself again, right? You're just there to lay the laps down. We saw it already happen for Enzo Vidmontian in one of his sessions where, although he was in the slow group, was able to go P5 still. Regardless of what group you're in, you still got to get the job done. And like you said, if those two Nash drivers can kind of work together and give themselves open room, maybe get a bit of a draft on each other, it's going to help Westover here. They may be able to salvage a starting spot for the pre-final.
Yeah, hopefully they can. That was a little bit better for Blake, a little better for Louis, but not too much overall. Tyler McIntyre did not improve on his third lap, so he'll be going for lap number 4 in that Motorsport Parallel, and he's 4th in line in this pack here, while Noel Leon remains out in front at a 47.84. So we're watching Louis Westover. Here's a look back to Tyler McIntyre. T-Mac, the Floridian here, entering what I believe is his third full season, if not fourth, I think third full season here of X30 Pro Senior competition. Ran 2021 and 2022 and had, again, some spurts of speed as Noel Leon crosses the line. But for McIntyre here, it's looking for a little more in qualifying on the 4th lap, as he did not get it on lap 3. He does get it on lap 4. 48.052. Westover improves as well to a 48.14. Blake Nash to a 48 flat even. And he matched what Noel Leon did on his final lap. Leon's third lap, the money lap, at a 47.844. So we'll keep an eye on where Leon lines up, but let's take a look down trackside to the grid. Here's a look at that bright red and yellow DAP kart of Joe Turney. Quickest in final practice, will be the first one to lead them off onto the grid here, or onto the racetrack for qualifying. He's lined up and joined on the outside by the driver who was the other Titan that really went with him, Ryan Norberg. Then you find Alessandro Natulio, third in final practice. To his outside there, Austin Garrison, and the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed was quick. Here's a look at Carol Pashwick. We didn't talk about Carol too much back at rounds 1 and 2. It was the Lenzo kart drivers' first weekend here in the States, and they struggled a bit for pace in the International Motorsport entry, but 5th in final practice, a little better run. I didn't mention he went off the racetrack not once but twice, so he feels confident and could be a new player in the mix here today, Rob.
Yeah, indeed. Let's have a look at the guys they're going to be chasing right now. Noel Leon in the number 319, dropping down to 47.844. Blake Nash ended up second. Tyler McIntyre, who was in the top 6 in qualifying for both races back in January, he's third right now. Louis Westover 4th, and Riley Ramroop rounding out your Fast 5. I'm really interested in seeing how many of the guys in that top 5 are able to find their way maybe into the top 10, top 15. All told, we're going to see 31 drivers here roll out. We did 14 in the first group, so 17 set to roll here in group number 2. Noel Leon's 47.844 provisional pole time, a 10th.5 quicker than Blake Nash. And we've got ourselves 4 laps to find out where those drivers are going to slot in.
And a few of them are going to burn their first one. Ryan Norberg, we saw on screen there, pulling off to the side. He's got his teammates lined behind him, along with along with Diego Ramos and Mateus Morgado. Here's a look at the Chad Dawkin Racing Kart Republic North America driver, Thomas Neveau. I talked with Thomas when he was headed up to the grid for warm-up here, where he went up top 5. He was outside the top 5 in Friday practice yesterday, but decent. And I said, how do you feel? He said, well, it's really tough for me. I'm not in the seat of a kart nearly as much as I was in the last few years. So coming back against full-time drivers that are getting a lot more testing time than I am, I'm shaking the rust off throughout Thursday and Friday. But he said, at the end of the day, Turney's fast. There's no excuse for me not to be there. We know that the material is good enough to roll, as he's trailed closely there by the SCR Red Speed of Austin Garrison to complete lap number 1.
That's a really good point. Obviously, being able to sit down with Joe and go over the data. The karts are the same, the DAP and the Kart Republic. Just an opportunity to see the data, see what you need to do, the setups, they can go back and forth. And, of course, Joe Turney, as we know, factory Kart Republic driver, but you've also got Thomas Neveau. This kid's been racing top-level karts for 10 years. Like, this is the guy that knows how to get the job done as well. He's always focused, always ends up being in top 5, top 10. So just a little bit more coming from Turney Alexander could give him the opportunity to find himself running for a race win here this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, being lucky enough to have, a teammate like Joe Turney, it's pretty cool. I mean, obviously, like you said, Thomas, not new to the karting scene whatsoever, right? But obviously not being in a kart maybe as much as he'd like these past few years. It's a different discipline than cars, right? I haven't done karting in 2 years. I know I couldn't get in a kart right now and compete with any of these guys, really, probably. It just wouldn't be fair to myself. I haven't been in the car, it's a different discipline. You got to drive them differently, right? But, like you said, there is no excuse because he is one of the top talents in the country, and you have a teammate in Joe who clearly he's been quick. He was quick yesterday in happy hour, right? So I think he will find the pace. And, There's no excuse, really, right?
Drivers jumping in here on lap number 2. Ryan Norberg goes into 4th. Donovan Bonilla into 6th. Austin Garrison 7th. Diego Tonpeca in 8th. Mateus Morgado in 9th. And just outside the top 10 in 11th, Karel Paschewitz. So the Lenzo Kart driver not that far back. Make it less than a half a second separating your top 11 drivers. And still a long way to go. We got more laps to come. 2 more coming from the big dogs. Leon still holding on top. 47.844. But I got to expect we'll see a couple drivers work their way into the top 5 this next time by.
I would think so here with the 3rd lap coming to be completed. Ryan Norberg will go to the top, 47.801. Joe Turney's 3rd lap, not a good one, 48.147. Norberg, though, he's going to be in traffic. That's Luis Colomodio and the T1D Racers Cosmic up the road from him. So I think lap number 4, he's going to hit traffic. He'll have to pass him into turn 5. It'll burn Colomodio's time. It'll also hurt Norberg a little bit. So that 47.801, that's not a big gap. Noel Leon's only 400ths back. The field is inching closer, though. Ramos, the next quickest in this second group here, where Tyler McIntyre, Blake Nash, and Noel Leon have all held on nicely inside the top 5. So where does everybody go in the final lap? Turney, lap 4, 47.96. Not enough for the pole. Austin Garrison will find some speed, though. 47.707.
That lap car, Colomodio, the slower car, really hurting Norberg. He was not able to go quicker. He needed that because Austin Garrison rolled it down in the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed, 94 thousandths of a second, separating first and second. Aiden Ingrata and Donovan Bonilla very strong there as well in the final lap. They go to 4th and 5th, respectively. Both drivers turning 47.85. There's your unofficial results. A 47.707 for Austin Garrison, rolling it out. The driver who almost didn't make it to the grid, but was able to find the sponsorship needed to go racing here this weekend. 94 thousandths of a second for Garrison over Norberg. Noel Leon holding on for 3rd. Even further back, you got guys like Blake Nash in the 10th spot. Naveau just outside the top 10 in 12th. So it's Garrison, Norberg, Leon, Ingrata, and Bonilla, your top 5. Fernandez 6th, Massimino 7th. Morgado ends up 8th. Joe Turney in 9th, and Blake Nash rounding out the top 10. And scroll down to 15th for Alessandro Di Tullio in the Parolin, all the way back in 15th position inside row 8 for the start of that pre-final.
Not an ideal qualifying session at all for the drivers. 2nd in championship points coming into today, but a heck of a run for Austin Garrison. His first pole award here of the Winter Series so far. We've had 3 different pole winners, I believe, to this point. Turney, Norberg, and now Austin Garrison will lead the field to the green for the pre-final here today, and we'll get a word with him in a moment. First up, though, a word from our partners. Stick with us. You're watching Kart Chaser's coverage from the SuperKarts USA Winter Series. We've got our top qualifiers to talk to from X30 Sr, and then it's time to get to the pre-finals here this morning. Welcome back here to AMR Homestead-Miami Motorplex outside the Homestead-Miami Speedway. Champions Club beyond turns 1 and 2. So lots of storylines to pull from qualifying. We have an expected number of big names inside the top 5. Garrison, Norberg, Leon. Good run, an impressive run from rookie Aiden Ingrata. He was one of the highest picked rookies in the KC Fantasy League by a big margin than last month's winner, Donovan Bonilla, 5th. How about Santiago Fernandez, one of the smaller teams here in the paddock? The AJF Racing Cosmic goes 6th, the Miami, Florida-based driver. His best career pro national qualifying effort thus far. Then Paulie Massimino, Mateus Morgado, Turney, and Nash. Again, Nash along with Noel Leon out of the slow group again. How about that? Noel Leon 3rd from the B group.
Yeah, I think that's impressive. And I'm sure a sigh of relief for Noel as well, right, to have a good lap there and realize that he's not going to be stuck mired deep in the field. He ends up being on the outside, or the inside rather, of row number 2. That's a big start. And maybe the big story is Joe Turney back in 9th. He's going to work his way forward. We got a championship battle up for grabs. We know that Ryan Norberg wants to bounce back from not being able to do what he wanted to do in January, although Joe Turney's got to keep fighting here.
Yeah, Joe Turney's got to, obviously go back to the drawing board a little bit. He was in the top 5 in warm-up. He was quickest in final practice there. Definitely missed the mark in qualifying, Alex. We'll hopefully get to figure out a little bit what was the deal with that one. But, you talk about taking the wind out of your sails. 9th is not bad for 90% of this grid. 9th is bad for where Joe Turney's been running so far.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, 9th is not probably where you're expected to be after yesterday's happy hour and this morning's warm-up. I mean, especially for a world champion, P9. But, I mean, looking a little further down, Thomas Naveau, right, he found some pace. He's only a few hundredths off of Joe Turney now. So, I mean, it's positives, right, but it's still P12. It just shows how competitive this field is, 3/10, the top 12. But, again, for the championship's sake, the Tulio down at 15th, Joe Turney in 9th. I mean, it's not great, right? You got guys like Louis Westover in 18th. And honestly, if you spoke to Louis right now, he'd probably be pretty happy with that, to be honest with you, considering how bad his weekend's been so far, according to him. Only 4/10 off now instead of, half second. So he's slowly finding pace. Maybe by Sunday he will hope to be there. So we'll see.
Let's look at the pre-final right now when we get set. That's later on today. It's not going to be till 1:20. But look at this scrap outside the top 10. You got Ramos, Naveau, McIntyre, DeTulio, Brandon Carr, Kanteka, Westover, Pasowitz. You just keep going. That's going to be a scrap outside the top 10. The guys up front are going to want to settle in. All those guys there are going to be super aggressive on the opening couple laps.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking factory-level guys, right? Karol Pasowicz, Lenzo Kart factory driver here in the States, back and forth between the SKUSA Winter Series, the WSK Winter promotions they've got going on in Europe. He said they're back over here for this week. I mean, they've got him all over on that brand-new chassis brand. 19th. I mean, these are all top-level guys through the entire top 20.
And I can't wait to see what happens there at the start of that race. I said the top guys are probably going to settle into where they need to be, but I'm telling you, the guys at the back are going to be super aggressive. Speaking about aggressive, folks, it's time to go wheel-to-wheel racing. It's Microswift, brought to you by Arisa Racing, Maxwell Macha, and Valentino Santillan in the front row. Antonio Pizzogno-Nito, the driver who dominated the action in January, starting inside of row 2. Paulo Bonatman on the outside, and Sandy, we're green, and racing for the first time here in February in Homestead.
Yeah, great start there for Pizzogno-Nito. Here's a good look at the whole field coming down to turn number 2. Can we get everybody through? It looks like we will. So a smooth and clean start for the nearly 30-driver grid of the Micro Swifts to kick us off here this afternoon. Maxwell Macha, Antonio Pizzogno-Nito with a couple car length gap back to Valentino Santillan as they head into the infield hairpin. And at this point, this is all you can ask for as a driver starting anywhere towards the front of the field. You made it through the first half of the lap here, Alex, and then you can start to actually game plan a little bit. It's survived the first corner and then maybe a little bit of adjusted strategy, right?
Yeah, I mean, it goes back to what I said earlier, right? If you ask any driver, what's your plan before the start, they'll tell you, well, there isn't really a plan, right? It's just survive. Especially a track like Homestead, you got such a quick turn 1, right? It can be pretty sketchy, right? And this is good info for a lot of the drivers, right? I mean, Macha there got a good start. Inside row seemed to have got a better jump than the outside row there, right? P1 and P3 immediately became P1 and P2, right? So it's kind of how I expect it to go for most of the races, right? I mean, very rarely you're going to see guys try to hang on the outside. I mean, you can make it work, but obviously now the curbing immediately turns into grass, not where you want to be. So you'll see a lot of guys maybe back out of it. So the inside lane is probably where you want to start. So I still expect maybe some gamesmanship being played in the pre-finals, right? Maybe guys wanted to start 3rd instead of 2nd, 5th instead of 4th. So, I mean, I'll be interesting to see how that goes down. But like you said, I mean, you couldn't ask for a better start there for Maxwell.
Alex, that's a great point. The adjustment to the outside of the racetrack in turn number 1, that used to be nothing but pavement. They've got that strip of grass now. We see guys just barrel in there knowing that they can just roll into the outside of the track and bring it back on. Now going over that grass, you know you're going to struggle a little bit. So that could change the mindset of some of the drivers coming into turn number 1, hanging on the outside. But I think that P1, P3 is going to be really the lineup you're going to get coming out of the opening corners. They work down to turn number 2. For me in this particular race, it'll be Antonio Pizzognanito. Remember what he did back in January. He dominated the action. How is he going to have the mental fortitude to kind of settle in and go, I'm okay for second right now, or will he want to go into the lead? We have a couple laps in. He's sticking behind Macha. But when you dominate a weekend like he did back in January, you have to believe that you can pull away again. But what I'm seeing now is some patience, some poise, a little maturity. Sit there in second, get on the rear bumper, pull away, make it a 2-driver battle.
Yeah, making a 2-driver battle. Smart stuff from Antonio Pizzognanito. Talk about another driver that's going to be in a good position here. Austin Garrison, pole award winner at X30 Sr, is down trackside here with Zoe.
I'm here with Austin Garrison. You qualified pole in the X30 Sr category. How are you feeling for the weekend?
You know, I feel really good. We got points from qualifying. We're a little bit closer in the hunt for the championship. Yesterday we weren't so fast. We kept working on the go-kart more and more, and then eventually, we're going to be pretty quick on new tires for qualifying, so ended up coming out on top.
What's your game plan for the pre-final?
Definitely, obviously, try to stay up front and salvage, the best spot to start for the final, because that's, where you gain a lot of points from. I don't know how the racing is going to be, but I would assume it's going to be how it was last time. It's going to be a little bit crazy, so we'll see how it goes.
Best of luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
I like that. I like Garrison up front. That guy's a hardcore racer, man. To put him in the middle of the mix here right now, like you said, comes in with a championship opportunity still, a little further back. But, man, you get a sweep of the weekend. If he ends up winning the pre-final and the final, all of a sudden things change up front.
Yeah, what a point swing, right? There's only points for pole in qualifying, so he keeps that 10-point out of Joe Turney's grasp, out of Ryan Norberg's grasp, out of DeTulio's grasp. He gets the 10 points, like he said. He's well within striking distance if he has a good day here today.
I like that point, and I use this all the time. Not only did you get the point, you made sure nobody else got those 10 points. That's a big thing. You steal it away from somebody else, especially when you're in a fight. That 10 points, it's really a 20-point swing when you think about it if the other driver would have got it. So the key for him to start on the pole position, and like Alex said, P1, P3, he's probably going to lead coming out of turn number 1. And Garrison, as I said, hardcore racer, could fight his way fighting for the win in that pre-final. And Alex, if he's able to do that, starts on pole for the main, I just think it changes the mindset for a lot of guys.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you look at the championship points right now, right now Garrison's in the Catbird League a little bit there, right? I mean, obviously Norberg's second, but I can predict first and third, kind of, getting that lead. And if Norberg falls back to fourth and fifth, you start falling to the clutches of guys like the Joe Turneys, and they start racing hard. We saw what happened.
The Sunday main. Norberg got mired back, Turney got mired back, and they were out of contention as soon as, again, and the wins were big last month. We're expecting big wins tomorrow, Rob, as well. So for the feedback from a lot of the drivers here across the board was that how dirty the track got every single lap. All the new grass patches that have been put in, they've done a great job at keeping the track limits, and we're seeing that here again. No drivers are up really against the barriers besides here at turns, the final 2 turns, and no drivers are really hitting the curbs nearly as hard as they were. But these grass patches right here, including this one coming out of turn number 1 going in to the braking zone at every place, they do have a little bit of dirt in them, a little bit of rocks. They get run over, they get loosened up, and then a big gust of wind blows it onto the racetrack into the braking zone, and you just go way wide and miss your marks.
Yeah, and the level of intensity we have in this class, and again, you get drivers having some issues and falling back into the field. We saw that, of course, back in January. As soon as you fall back in the field, the intensity's up, the quality's up, and you find yourself battling for a position. On this particular race, Antonio Pizzognanito ended up grabbing the lead on that last lap, a lap and a half ago, as he's able to go to P1 ahead of Maxwell Macha.
Yeah, great lap there for Antonio Pizzognanito. We'll come to 3 laps to go here, and then right after this race, we'll go down trackside as Zoe will have our other half of the front row, Ryan Norberg. So 3 to go here this time by as they come across the line. It's a 3-driver fight. We've been focusing on everything else with qualifying. This has been a battle stirring up. As you mentioned, Pizzognanito to the lead, Macha second, and Yao Paulo Bonataman has the fastest lap of the race so far. He's tracked down the top two, and it's Orsilon Racing making a sandwich around the SLA Kart Racing Paralyn. Alex?
Yeah, I mean, something to point out there. 2 laps ago when Pizzonia Nito got the lead, it cost him about 8 tenths. I mean, making a pass on this track, if it's not in turn 1 or turn 2, you're going to lose a lot of ground. I mean, Bonadaman was about a second behind those 2 leaders, and in that 1 lap, he went 6 tenths quicker just because the 2 ahead of him were fighting. So, I mean, clearly, it kind of shows us how this weekend's going to go in terms of, racing. The second you pull out to make a pass, it'll cost you a few tenths easily around this racetrack.
Yeah, and Bonadaman's most definitely closed up. Actually, Pizzonia Nito made that pass coming down into 1, but checked up a little bit on the exit. That's what allowed Bonadaman to catch back up. And here comes Macha back to the inside. Book it. Maxwell, Macha goes back to the inside. Here comes Bonadaman as well. The 2 Orsilon Racing drivers side by side. Bonadaman thinking to the inside. No, can't quite get it done as Pizzonia Nito holding on to the spot. 3-driver battle here. 10-lapper for the drivers in micro and mini. 12-lap pre-finals for the remainder of the categories. We got 3 more races up for you before we go into the lunch break here. Then, of course, we'll come back at 12:35 local time for 4 more pre-finals and all of the main events. All 8 main events for you here live on Kart Chaser. Rob Howden, Xander Clements, and Alex Searle joining us in the booth. Of course, got our team out on pit lane as well. And this battle lining up nicely for the end. This is, again, our kind of first time seeing the wheel-to-wheel action here. Where are the passes going to come? White flag flying this time by. Do we try it in turn number 1? Here comes Pizzonia Nito. Back to the inside. He'll take it. Another big run for the back and a little move to the side. Down the inside, we're trying to get defensive. Look at Bonadaman wondering where to go. Not quite there. But, Alex, that was a pretty aggressive defense coming out of 1 for Pizzonia Nito.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to get a better look at it. I mean, it looked like Pizzonia Nito kind of went really, really defensive there and went back towards the racing line. I wonder if Bonadaman had to back out of it just a little bit going into 2. I mean, just good driving from all 3 of these guys, to be honest with you. I was thinking there might be a little bit of contact there entering 2 of how much Pizzonia Nito chopped Macho's nose, I think.
Wow, back to the hairpin here for the final time. Checker flag will fly this time by. Antonio Pizzonia Nito in the number 73, aggressive on his defense on the final circuit here in the pre-final for the drivers in the Micro Swift category. He'll work his way out of the final corner on the racetrack. Little look over to see the gap that he was able to build over the final circuit, and he does win that gap almost 0.3 of a second, 2:47. Although Bonadaman with the fastest lap on lap number 8. Bonadaman able to get by Maxwell Macha as well. So Pizzonia Nito P1, Bonadaman in second, Macha in third. They had essentially about a 2.5-second gap over Valentino Santian. So a 3-driver breakaway there in Micro Swift. Parker Ives in 5th. Santiago Diaz de la Vega Torres ends up in 6th. Josh Bergman 7th, up 2 spots for Bergman. Good job for him from 9th to 7th. Colton Schniegenberg in 8th. Pasha Ali did not get the luck there, started 5th. Fell back into 9th, so it'll be an inside row 5 starting spot for Pasha Ali in the main event alongside Juan Garcias Davilas. But again, the battle up front, Nito, Masha, Bonadaman, they threw it all on the line to wrap things up on the final circuit with Nito being aggressive on his defense from Macha. We're going to see more of this when we go main event racing this afternoon. 1:35 scheduled start time for the main event for Micro. We got more to come, folks. 3 additional pre-finals before we go into the lunch break. Stay tuned after this break here on Kart Chaser. It'll be KA100 Jr.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
So call our first wheel-to-wheel action in the books. A really good scrap there for the drivers in the Micro Swift category. Antonio Pizzagna-Nito coming through, although he didn't make it easy for those behind him trying to find a way back by. We've got 3 more races for you before we head into the lunch break. And just so you're on it, 12:35 is the scheduled restart time for our afternoon broadcast here on Kart Chaser, as we'll have our remaining 4 pre-finals then roll into all 8 of the main events on round 3 of this year's SuperKart USA Winter Series. KA100 Jr rolling out on the track right now, brought to you by Motaz Sport and Stephen Miller, who has been always quick here at Homestead, starting on the pole alongside Ernesto Rivera. It'll be Leonardo Scorpioni and Enzo Vidmontian on row 2. Row 3 has Cameron Brinkman and Emma Kate Scarborough. Row 4, Naomi Garcia and Oliver Weldon. Row 5, Eder Herrera and Alex Mercado. Row 6, Christian Cameron and Sarah Bradley. Row 7 will have Chase Basaglia on the inside, Jackson Wolney on the outside, Carson Weinberg and Anthony Martella on row 8. Row 9, Jake Giordano and David Martinez, and on row number 10, Ethan Sky, Manjensik and Cade Yeager. There's your top 20 of the drivers getting set to go here in KA100 Jr. They'll get themselves dialed in. A couple drivers trying to find themselves into their grid spots here. That's Martella in the 831. Get himself into position.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to this race. We got a good introduction there with the Micro Swift kids. I mean, they kind of showed us what this weekend's going to be like with the racing, and that was just really the top 3 kind of battling it out. I expect this class we're going to have 5, maybe 10 go-karts in a train here, so this should be pretty interesting.
The big question is to go what you said. How does Rivera hold on from the outside of row 1? P2 position. We saw it in Micro. Alex, what happens here? Like, where does he hold on to, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be about carrying speed, right? He's going to have to time it. Look, you can see him. He's looking at the leader. He's looking at his throttle pedal right now. He's going to try to time this perfectly to see if he can get it. So let's see what happens.
So this will be a good look for us to see what happens at the start of this race here. It looks like he's trying to get to P3. P1 and P2 getting the best jump. And looks like a P3 run. One driver way off to the outside of the racetrack, as you can see. A Scorpioni looking to the inside of Miller early, but they'll slot back in. This is where it's going to get a little bit hectic, I think. Alex, turn 2, 3, 4 into the carousel for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, we got mess here. We got one kart off. I can't see which number that is, but he went off, actually exited 3 and just went right through turn 4. So luckily, he didn't collect anybody there. But
did it look like a Parolin?
It looked like a Parolin.
It might have been Vidmontian.
I don't think so. I think Vidmontien's in P4 right now.
All right, let's see.
Maybe.
It was one of the guys in the top 10 potentially had some trouble there. We'll see when they come back around.
Enzo just made the move there for P3, so good start to him for Enzo.
So if you're an Enzo fan, Alex giving you the news you wanted to hear. That Parolin that went off the track was not Enzo Vidmontian. We'll give you an update as they come back across the line here and line everything up. Here they are. It's Miller, a Scorpioni, Vidmontian to 3rd, Rivera in 4th. Watch the driver fall down. I think that might have been Chase Basaglia who went off. He had started inside the top 12, so Basaglia falling deeper in the field. Miller, a Scorpioni, Vidmontian, Rivera, and Brinkman top 5. There's another driver off. That is the number 876 who has gone off the racetrack as well. I think that, as we go to the bottom of the field, trying to figure out who that might have been who went off. So again, just getting things underway here as we're rolling up front here. Miller, as we said, off to a good start. There's a good move there as well for Scorpioni as he's gone to P1.
And Enzo followed him through. I mean, look, this is exactly what I expected from this race, right? The second you make a move, the field bunches up together. I was waiting for that move from Leonardo. He seemed really, really eager to get to that lead. Lap 1, he made a late attempt in the turn 2, didn't make a stick. That last lap, he tried to go down turn 2 again, didn't make a stick. This time in the hairpin, makes it work. You see the Lando Norris kart now on the inside of Stephen Miller. Ernesto Rivera is actually going to follow him through. So now puts Stephen Miller from 1st to 5th now in about half a lap.
Yeah, Cameron Brinkman in that Lando Norris 879 getting aggressive, working his way through, just working on the opening couple of laps. Pretty solid racing right now. We do have an interview standing by on pit lane. Let's do that right now real quickly. We'll send it back down to Zoe Edenholm.
I'm here with Christian Weinberg. Walk us through how your qualifying session went.
It was pretty good. I ended up P4. I got a penalty, so I'm starting 11th, but I think I have the pace to work my way back up through the field, so we'll see how it goes, but I just got to keep the nose clean. You know, KA seniors usually in a pretty aggressive class, so we'll see how it goes.
What's your game plan going into the pre-final and the final?
If everybody's fighting, try to get in the lead and stay out in front, but maybe try to get away with somebody that's relatively quick, and stay clean and use the last couple of laps to fight for the win.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Zoe. And again, Weinberg obviously very quick here in January. Look for more out of him coming here when we go pre-final racing. And look at this racing. These guys are really starting to dice it out. That was a strong move to the inside by Stephen Miller. I don't think he liked the fact that he got pushed back a little bit. Made a good move, and I want to see more of that pass. That's my favorite pass at this racetrack, coming into the first hairpin in that right-left corner.
It's a great pass. It's fun to watch, and also, I mean, it just bunches the field up so much because you have to slow down so much to make that move stick. So it bottlenecks the entire field. I mean, while that interview was going on, though, a bunch happened. Enzo Vidmontien went to the lead, and now he has a pretty decently sized gap, 6/10. Looking a little further down, though, Leonardo Scorpioni down in what I believe is 13th in one lap from 2nd to 13th. I believe I saw him get pushed wide in turn 1, but I think that happened all the way in the last corner. He just got pushed back, got pushed around a lot by these guys. You can see how aggressive they're racing right now. This is part of X30 Jr Racing right here, or KA Juniors Racing, sorry.
Well, and it's a couple of tough corners here, right? The inside of turn number 4, then over there into turn number 7. We talked about the 6-7 combination. There are great passing opportunities here, but when you do it, you bunch everybody up. A little contact there coming through turn number 8 as well. There's a lot of racing going on. This is kind of allowed Vidmontien to stretch away by a full second as racing further back is letting him get a bit of a gap here right now. Here's that group coming across the line. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4 going across the line right now. It's Stephen Miller now giving chase, trying to reel in Enzo Vidmontien. Brinkman, Weldon. Good run up for Weldon and Mercado. They both started just at the tail end of the top 10. Weldon has moved up to 4th position. Mercado up to 5th. And Scorpioni trying to scrap his way back forward. You said he was a leader at one point, fell all the way back to 13th.
Yeah, but I mean, we're witnessing the importance of working together here. I mean, from one lap to another, Enzo had a 1-second lead, and now it's 4/10 and closing really quickly. I mean, Brinkman and Miller working really well together. I mean, they're on Enzo's bumper right now. So in about a lap and a half, they've closed a 1-second gap all the way to 0.
And they've built the gap behind them too, Alex. You can see the gap a little further back to Oliver Weldon and Alex Mercado. So there's Weldon there, then Mercado's in that next group. So they're trying to reel back in here. Here's a move to the inside. Book it. Miller back to P1 with a good slider in through turn number 1. Miller goes to the spot. Back to the inside. Oh, the parallel driver of Vidmontien taking it right back.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows confidence, right? He clearly feels comfortable with his car. Stephen Miller back down the inside of turn 4, not going to make that move stick. That's a really aggressive move there. But Weldon now going to take advantage of all of the mess going on ahead of him. He's going to go into P3.
As soon as he got there, he made the move to the inside of Brinkman. Weldon pulling the trigger in turn number 4. This feels like a main event to me. This does not feel like a pre-final where drivers are kind of getting a field, maybe trying to pull away a little bit. Vidmontien. Was that Vidmontien back? Oh, that was Miller. Miller goes back to the lead again. Weldon now works his way into the second spot. Oliver Weldon, remember, was the champion last year in the Mini Swift category here in the Winter Series. He is stepping things up here in the second event of this 2-event, 4-round package. He's now got to second. One driver way off. Who was that? Was that Brinkman?
Brinkman, yeah.
Brinkman got sent way off the racetrack. Rivera through as well.
Yep, there it is. It's a classic. You're on the outside. They're never going to let you back in, right? So
yeah, who got by? Rivera, Mercado, Weldon, maybe even Sarah Bradley.
I think Sarah Bradley did too. I think from 3rd down to 8th, maybe even 9th there for Brinkman. I mean, I saw Brinkman actually on the front straightaway. Oh, as another late move there, I believe, by Rivera. I mean, this is just classic KA racing, and I love it.
They're throwing turn 7 haymakers at each other right now in a pre-final.
Yeah.
This is where you're trying to get into a good position, hold spots. We're 2 wide, 3 deep coming out of turn number 8. So a lot of action in this pre-final. Could be a precursor of things to come here throughout the weekend. across the line right now. This is going to put lap 8 in the books, 4 to go. Remember, 12-lap main events for everybody but our cadet class. And you can see them going at each other 2 wide. Another driver off the outside of turn number 1. 3 wide potentially down into turn 2. Man, another dive bomb move there to the inside.
Yeah, I mean, Brinkman learned his lesson there. Brinkman chose the inside now for turn 2, right? That's where you want to be, as I believe the Speeds Concepts car is now in the grass there entering turn 4.
Mercado probably.
Yep. I mean, this is every lap, people are up and down, up and down. I mean, looking down the field, I mean, I can't even see a Scorpione anymore. P16, you got guys like Hudson Schwartz, though, up 25 spots, up to 14th.
Yeah, let's do that. We got some time. Let's look at some of the big movers. Hudson Schwartz started 39th. He goes up 25 spots. Sebastian Garzon as well from 42nd up to 17th. Those are big moves for those drivers to change their day's outcome. Miller, Weldon, Vidmontien separated by a half a second across the line. Alex and I are looking at each other and kind of in bewilderment. Like, these guys are literally throwing it all out here in a pre-final. Finally, some separation up front. Miller and Weldon trying to stretch away, and they got a bit of a gap back. You can see Vidmontien maybe 3 or 4 cart lengths back. There's more gap behind them, but wow, that got pretty hectic up front.
I mean, I couldn't even keep track with where everybody was at once on the racetrack. I mean, every time I try to say somebody's in 5th, they're in 10th. You know, it's I couldn't keep track of it there. I think we got a little bit of a, lull right now in the racing. For about half a lap. I expect it to kick back up here with 2 to go when they see the 2 sticks in the air, right?
They're all just taking a deep breath of air, for God's sake. They're just laying it out there.
Yeah, I mean, looking further down, though, Jackson Wolney goes purple last time by. He's up 9 spots, so good run for him.
Yeah, podium in January was a big podium for Jackson Wolney for Rollison Performance Group, and that from the momentum and confidence coming into this weekend, right?
Yeah, we talked about it. I mean, once you get that podium, you get that win, right? And the national level is Weldon down the inside. What a move there into turn 4, and I think Enzo's going to follow through. He is. Good move for him. Stephen Miller from 1st to 3rd. I think you're seeing smart racing, though, from Stephen, right? He knows there's no point in trying to hang it on the outside, because last thing you want to do is end up, DNFing, right? And then you're starting 45th for the feature race. He knows right now, and Enzo down the inside of the hairpin. What a move. Stephen's going to follow him through, so back to 2nd there for Stephen Miller. This is incredible. I got to catch my breath more than these guys do.
This is hectic racing over the last couple of laps here in KA100 Jr. We've had 3 different leaders. Miller's going to go back to the point right now. Watch him go to the inside of Vidmontien. He'll take the spot. Weldon tries to get a run through as well. This is going to allow Rivera and Jackson Wolney, the 2 Rollison drivers, to come up. We're on the white flag lap. Big move to the bottom of the racetrack. Some contact. Little bit of contact there.
Unbelievable there. Weldon from 3rd to 1st. He did the over-under move. And where did Ernesto Rivera come from?
This is it.
Back to P2. I didn't think he was even in the top 10 at one point.
Rivera gets a big run when they were battling through turn number 1. He's going to leverage it. He'll cover off the bottom of the inside. This is a good recovery for Rivera. But Weldon, we said 3rd to P1. He has gone to the top, and now it's a complete run there to the inside for Miller. He's on the defense mode here. He's trying to see if he can't hold off the 895 of Vidmontien. He was 1st and is now 5th. Some crazy action at the end of the pre-final here for the drivers at KA100 Jr. The checker flag will fly, and it is a run from 8th to P1 for Oliver Weldon. What a drive for the young Floridian as he goes P1. Rivera recovers to finish 2nd. Another outside front row starting spot for Rivera. He may have wanted P3. Miller goes to 3rd. Jackson Wolney from 14th to 4th. What a drive for Jackson Wolney. Best drive to get inside the top 10. Vidmontien in 5th. Sarah Bradley up 6 spots. She goes from 12th to 6th. Great drive for Sarah Bradley as well. Cameron Brinkman loses a couple positions, having been inside the top 3. Emma Kate Scarborough ends up in 8th. Naomi Garcia 9th, and Alex Mercado in 10th. And you scroll just outside the top 10. And here's a couple of big runs. Sebastian Garzon goes 42nd to 13th. What a drive for Garzon. His fast lap, his best. He goes up to the 13th spot. And Hudson Schwartz starting back in the 39th position. He drives up into the top 16 as well. Schwartz, another driver who tasted the podium back in January. Good recovery for him that could put him in the lead group. Because if we have racing like we had in the main, 100%. Like we just had in the pre-final, we are lined up for a great afternoon.
No, I mean, Garzon starting 13th. I mean, inside for one. That might put him P11 entering the back straight, the start of the final there.
And even more important, his fast lap was faster than Weldon's lap.
Second best lap of the entire race, right?
Yep.
So, and he was having to make passes the entire time. So that lap probably came in traffic. So who knows the pace that he actually has And I think with the racing we saw, he's easily going to be in the front group.
That's not what I was expecting out of a pre-final for the drivers at KA100 Jr, but they put a show on for us before the lunch for sure. 2 more races to come. Let's see if the X30 or the KA100 Sr drivers can do the same and fire this excitement up a little bit more. Folks, don't go anywhere. We'll have a quick break and come back here on Kart Chaser.
International Motorsport has you covered on every level of karting, and starting here in 2023, in cars as well. For your very first step into an F4 race car, try out the Formula Inter Arrive and Drive F4 Championship, hosted here at the Homestead-Miami Speedway. Along with that, of course, the International Motorsport team covers every base of the karting pyramid, from the local to the national and international level. For more information, follow International Motorsport or Formula Inter on social media.
Welcome back to Homestead, Florida for the third round of the SuperKarts USA Winners Series. Xander Clements, you stepped away for a bit there, but we just saw what was essentially a main event, but it was a pre-final for KA100 Jr. This was not one of those races where the front 2 or 3 drivers line up and try to pull away. They literally were going at it for the entire 12 laps. Great run for Oliver Weldon, coming from 8th to get the win.
Yeah, I mean, we touched on it a little bit throughout qualifying as we've been prepping everybody for the day, but this track, that tight final sector, it just really seems to stack up the pack a lot more even than the other direction. I mean, so many, such a high-speed racetrack that gets down to such low speeds at the middle of the hairpins really is natural to kind of build the packs up. And Oliver Weldon, like you mentioned, from 8th on the grid, masters it, gets the win. He's down trackside here with Zoe.
I'm here with Oliver Weldon. You managed to pull off the win after a chaotic race. How did you hold them off?
I started 7th. I got a pretty good start, and I was just trying to keep pace through the race. I saw that they were battling through the first few laps, and I just stayed calm and drove good, and I just made passes to get to the front. So.
You know there's going to be a lot of passing in the final as well. How are you going to manage to keep them behind you?
I don't know. A lot of the guys don't really like to work with me, but it's fine because I'll just try to. I don't really know.
You'll have the pace, I think.
Yeah.
Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
That was interesting. Obviously, that doesn't feel like a lot of guys want to team up with him there right now. I would tell you this. If I were a driver on that racetrack right now, I'd think about teaming up with Oliver Weldon because he looked very good.
Oh, man, talk about driver on the racetrack here. To switch gears really quickly, your pole man, Nick Terlecki, has a mechanical problem here at the outside of turn number 3, and the Hotstd OTK will not lead the field to the green. It'll be one of the winners from rounds 1 and 2, Aiden Levy on the outside. The other winner, Colin Lloyd, on the outside of him as we go down to turn number 1. We're green. Levy from 3rd gets the pole, gets the lead, and gets the jump through turn 1. They'll rocket down the back straightaway for the first time in KA Senior, and look at that, defending to turn 2.
What a shake-up here early for the driver who qualified on pole, Nick Terlecki. Off this racetrack, he'll have to come from the tail of the field, and we're definitely going full defensive up front. Aiden Levy, who was scheduled to start 3rd, ends up starting on the pole. He moves his way up a spot. Colin Lloyd on the outside going to try to get himself back into position. But again, early on, a lot of defensive action here. We probably saw a bit of that as well in KA100 Jr. We'll see whether or not the front runners try to pull away. We did not see that with the junior drivers, they were really going at it throughout the opening couple laps, which kept everything very close. But otherwise, drivers settling in over the opening couple laps. A number of them hammering the curbs coming through this final complex of corners. Xander will bring them across the line and give you the top 10 rundown.
Yeah, Vinny Mascala's definitely gotten a little bit too hot trying to get a move done into turn number 10, but unfortunately could not complete it. They're single file up front, and the two winners from rounds 1 and 2 working together over Austin Jers. Terlecki, again, will not get scored here. He'll have to suffer a DNF and go to the tail of the field. What a way to take the wind out of your sails, as here comes Austin Jers on the Franklin Motorsports Merlin. He said last month it felt like a homecoming to get reunited with that Franklin Motorsports Jamie Saraki-based team, and now he'll lose the second spot. Peyton Phillips up to P2. A little bit of note on him when we get a moment, but they are battling. No time for storylines. It's all-out war right now, Rob.
So this is, again, what we saw in the junior category. This dive bomb move to the inside of turn, through 6 and 7, stacks everybody back up. It was a good pass by Jers coming into the carousel. He took the position away, went to the third spot, but Phillips came right back at it again. This is a very similar run that we saw earlier. There's a move to the inside there as well. It's Colin Lloyd fighting for another spot. He'll go back on the defense of the inside coming up to turn 2.
Nice move there by Noah Rosser, and now he's just trying to fend off from Miskelas. Here comes Cameron Weinberg, who's already up 3 spots, make it 4 for the Tesoro Raceworks CRG, but that aggressive move by Peyton Phillips in the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart. He dominated practice throughout Thursday and Friday, was the driver to beat, and then a rough qualifying run there with some issues for them. They were suspecting maybe a rough set of tires. He's in contention for the championship. At this point, all he can do is hang on. He's got the set that he's got to work with as we got contact in the back. Talk about championship contenders. Colin Lloyd trying to go on the inside of Cameron Weinberg and hopped over the rear bumper. And our winner from January has found himself in the middle of a swarm, a hornet's nest outside the top 5.
Yeah, that's 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th right there for you. Here comes the move back down to the inside. Colin Lloyd gets the job done this time as he's trying to work his way forward. A good scrap there. Was that Miskelas that actually? I think it was. I said it was Miskelas actually.
Oh, big contact right there. Joey Botting gets driven over outside of turn number 2. And I think, Rob, I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth, but that might have been a little bit of a warning shot back from Colin Lloyd to Cameron Weinberg for chopping the nose off, Alex.
Yeah, no, I mean, I saw that happening. Super late lunge there from Colin Lloyd. I think it looked like front bumper to rear tire there. Like you said, I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth. I maybe didn't get a good look at it, but it looked like a little bit of contact between those two, and it caused, a bottleneck in the group, and that's where the contact happened. Really unfortunate for those guys.
SKUSA official getting a chance to get over to Joseph Boding. He's getting out of the cart right now, which is good, because you saw the driver actually drove right over top of him, and hopefully the wrists, the arms are going to be okay there, maybe even the feet as well, but he was able to get out of the cart, which was great. Back up front, we're watching this lead here with Peyton Phillips, who has gone to the front, and Xander looked to be early on like he wanted to go to the front. He was getting super aggressive, taking big moves into turn 6 and 7, and eventually gets to where he needs to be. P1 now by a half a second.
Yeah, tires are not here. Peyton Phillips doing a fine job as he leads the way. Here's the battle further back, but up front, Phillips over Austin Jers in the FMS Merlin, Aiden Levy in the Privateer Alonso Kart, then Josh Holtz, and then you go back to the end of the train, Noah Rosser and that team GWR Red Speed. Let's go side by side here with a few laps in, and things should be settled out for KA Senior. A quick word from Leo Scorpioni. We're trying to get info on what happened to him. Zoe?
I'm here with Leo from the KA Junior class, and you went from 3rd to around 18th. Walk us through how your race went.
I got to first because Steven was making a lot of mistakes, and then I stopped putting the wall in the last turn. And then I just kept falling back with the bent axle.
So starting in the back, what is your plan for the final?
Get some payback on the people that put me in the wall and just go forward.
Well, best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Well, there it is. Scorpioni not happy at all with what happened in that race at the end, getting put in the wall. So looking for some retribution when we go racing this afternoon. Leonardo Scorpioni not pleased. Up front here, let's get back to the race at hand. Peyton Phillips still leading the way, still at half a second. You can see the gap of the drivers kind of settling back in as they come across the line, crossed halfway flags. That half second shrinking up though. Austin Jers and Aiden Levy stepping things up. Jers last time by was quicker by over 1/10 of a second. Austin seems to be, Alex, the driver on the move right now.
Yeah, he's flying. I mean, he's kind of in Phillips' toe right now. He has a little bit of help maybe from Levy, right? I mean, you can see already he's closed the gap even more than what it is right now. It says 3/10 on the timing and scoring, but it's less than 1/10 now, right? He's got the toe. Clearly the kart's coming into play, and he's just feeling really confident, right? I mean, already up 3 spots. He's about to make it 4 here.
Problems for ZCD there in the TB card. He just got the nose cone knocked off of the front the front fairing knocked off the bumper of the 935. Claiming DeMello's day goes from bad to worse after a rough qualifying. Meanwhile, at the front, as we've talked about there, for the lead, Austin Jers on the charge forward here to Peyton Phillips with Levy in tow, and Noah Rosser in fourth, a little further back with the best lap honors. 7 down here, Rob.
Yeah, Josh Hotes, you'll see him coming to the tail as well. Hotes and the Merlin trying to close up here on Rosser, but it is a 3-driver breakaway up front with Phillips, Jers, and Levy. The question is, will they run like this for a couple of laps? Still 5 laps remaining, and we have not seen that in any of the races yet today. They've been really anxious. Not much patience being shown here in the pre-finals for round number 3. And again, maybe you have that in your mindset. Again, if you're trying to race for a championship, you don't think about that in the opening race, I think. There's a lot of points up for grabs in these pre-mains, and you know you got to get everything you possibly can. We talked about how getting the pole is 10 points that you get and your competition doesn't get. These guys have been racing unbelievably hard. This is for the lead.
That was Phillips. So Phillips lost the lead in turn number 10. Jers went by. Rosser's getting into it now here for third. But aggressive move from Peyton Phillips to take the lead back into turn number 10 after losing it in 9. And he shuffled Austin Jers all the way back to fourth out of the lead group. And he has decimated the top 3 to give himself a major lead. 7/10 back to Aiden Levy as Rosser drops a wheel in turn 3. That'll stack up Jers more. So one decisive move, one aggressive pass that you really kind of screw over the driver you're passing, and Austin Jers has gone from passing for the lead 1 lap later to over a second back and has to worry. Look at Josh Hotes. He got a run on him going to turn 9. I thought he might have been able to make a move on him as Jers gets a little bit sideways, and we got problems at the other end of the racetrack down by turn 1. That's one of the CRGs. I don't know if that was Cameron Weinberg or not, but that was further back.
Yeah, yellow flags were flying at start finish. They pulled them back, so we are still racing here with 4 to go. Big lead, as you guys said, for Peyton Phillips. You make a big move here, and everybody gets aggressive, and you'll find them working their way through. That's what happens. You get hung out to dry on the outside. We saw that with Austin Jers. He fell back quite a ways, and indeed, drivers falling down right now looks to be Cameron Weinberg. He's on his way down the order. So Cameron, you had some trouble. And
yeah, confirming there, Cameron Weinberg was the driver that we saw getting that Tesoro Raceworks CRG off onto the outside wall.
Yeah, tough one for him over there in turn number 1. It's almost a full second lead now for Peyton Phillips up front.
Yeah, I mean, that was a good move there for Peyton on last lap. I mean, Jers made the right decision, right? He went for the move in the hairpin. He got P1. Peyton Phillips, opportunistic move there with 3 corners to go, made it stick. And obviously, like Xander said, kind of just screwed over Jers a little bit. Jers had to back out of it and ended up costing him position to Levy and Rosser, right? So it's just obviously Levy the beneficiary there of that move. And yeah, Peyton Phillips looking to be, 2 laps away from the pre-final victory here.
Well, and that's it, right? Because Rosser's kind of holding them back right now. Rosser running in the 3rd spot is holding back both Jers and Hotes. And indeed,
here comes Jers. He had to answer that really quickly there in turn number 5. And also coming into frame here, Rob, check out the bright blue and white machine as Rosser goes back. Here comes Colin Lloyd. Where did he come from? We thought he was nowhere to be found after the opening lap. He's back to 6th, and he's caught this group as hard as they fought.
And we've seen this pass a couple of times. You make the move in turn number 4 or 5 to get back to the inside, and then the driver comes right back and gets you over in the 6-7 combination. Those passes have brought Colin Lloyd back into the fight. White flag flying this time by. There's the gap between 1st and 2nd. Phillips, Levy. Then back to Rosser. It's about 1.5 back to Rosser as well. But that's the battle here as they come out. Rosser's going to try to go to the bottom. To the outside comes, I believe, Hotes. Hotes has been able to come through. He'll take the position. That's a big block down the inside.
Oh, 3 wide.
Here comes Colin Lloyd. 3 wide through turn 3. Lloyd will pitch to the inside as well. So some aggression here in the final circuit.
Vinny Miskelis is even getting into it in the RPM Tony Kart. His teammate Peyton Phillips long gone out front. And the battle now goes to 3rd as Lloyd blocks lower. 4th, with Hotes up the road in 3rd. This will go all the way to the wire as we go to turn 10. Single file on the bottom side. Rosser trying to make up ground. Little bump and run there, not going to happen. And as they fight over to 12, I think it should be single file. Your winner for the pre-final, Peyton Phillips overcomes a rough qualifying. He wins. Levy 2nd. And what a move around the outside for Josh Hotes to 3rd. Lloyd rebounds to 4th.
Wow, that final lap got pretty crazy behind the front 3 drivers. In fact, over the last 4 or 5 laps, allowed Josh Hotes to work his way forward.
Yeah.
Not sure what happened there. One of the drivers coming off the racetrack early. A little contact coming into that corner as the checker flag flies further back in the pack. So Phillips, Levy, Holtz, and then Lloyd able to work his way back to fourth. Oshinger's holding on to fifth. Vinny Mescal's up a couple of spots. He goes P6 ahead of Noah Rosser, who is third with 2 laps to go. All that action shoveling him back into the 7th spot. Brian Garcia up 12 positions, started 20th. He goes to 8th. Gregory Palea started 15th. He goes to 6th. And Jordan Hernandez started 14th, and he works his way up to 10th. Charlotte Trainer up 11 spots. Leopold Seuss up 11 spots. Number of drivers going back, though. Some quick ones. Nicholas Terlecki started on pole, did not start. Joseph Bonding was a top 10 starter. He ends up 24th. Same goes with Cameron Weinberg. Started 11th. He goes back to the tail of the field, as did Anthony Rivera. So a bunch of drivers not having the runs they wanted in this pre-final. Folks, one more race to go here to cap things off for the morning show on Kart Chaser. We just wrapped things up with KA100 Sr. Brought to you by Aspen Sport. Peyton Phillips with a big win by 1.3 seconds. We'll cap things off with Mini Swift. One more race before the lunch break after this.
I wait for someone to save. I want to tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night, and I contemplate for a while. I wish you all the best I can, and I stop myself for a while. I'm saying things I don't believe. The panic rising up in me. Won't you tell me something new? Don't you think for the people that pass me by, drive past, don't believe sooner than this. Don't you think for the people that pass me by, drive past, don't believe sooner than this. Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I want to feel your gap without making a mess at you. Won't you tell me something new? I want to tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night, and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think for the people that pass me by, drive past, don't believe sooner than this. Don't you think for the people that pass me by, drive past, don't believe sooner than this. Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I want to feel your gap without making a mess at you. Won't you tell me something new? Wish you all the best I can, then I stop myself for a while.
If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and RK chains. Available online now at RevPerformanceMaterials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
Welcome back to live coverage of round 3 of the SuperKarts USA Winter Series here from AMR Homestead-Miami Motorplex, presented by MG Tires. Well, if what we've seen so far for the first three pre-finals is any indication, this one should be pretty good here for the drivers in the Mini Swift category. They'll roll out here for 10 laps. Alessandro Truchot, last year's Micro Swift Winter Series champion, starting on the pole after a strong run in qualifying. He'll have Lucas Palacio on the outside, your point leader, having did a tremendous job in the first two rounds, big wins in both those races in January. Devin Waltz and Michael McGoy will start on row number 2. Max Christia and Kai Johnson on row 3. We'll have Travis Peddle alongside Tristan Murphy on row 4 and Marco Romero. And Ethan Tovo will cap off the top 10. Row 6 will be Julian Rivera on the inside, Marco Samad on the outside. Row 7, Santiago Namnam and Ashton Woon. On row number 8, it'll be Rocco Simone and Cameron Marsha. Row 9, Drew Waltz alongside William Kim and Fionn Chi and Alexander Procuna rounding out the top 20. Field set, they'll work their way into the staging lanes. Green, 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 and the front runners getting rolling. The outside row did not get rolling well at all. They were quite a ways back at the start. They'll work their way down now into turn number 2 for the first time. Single file for the first couple of laps. Couple of corners, 3-4 wide mid-corner. The driver on the inside got up and over the curb a little bit. Otherwise, clean and green. Surprising they were able to get through as wide as they were coming through turn number 2. But by the time they get into the carousel, we'll make them all 2 wide, a little bit, 1 wide rather, into the single file. But again, a couple of drivers making big moves to the inside at turn number 6 and 7. We'll see a lot of that throughout the weekend, Alex.
Yeah, as we see a move there for P2. One cart is off. I believe it's a 115. See if we can get who that is, 115.
So drivers working their way outside of the carousel through the hairpins and working their way again through here, back onto the front straightaway, into position. Truchot, Christia, Waltz, Palacio, and Romero, top 5. Palacio, the driver from the outside of the front row. We're kind of gauging where they're going to end up in the first run through 2, 3, and 4. Yeah. And the outside front row starter, Palacio, back to 4th, actually. Yeah, as we see Palacio actually make a move into P3 there. Turn 4, looking like a pretty good passing spot, actually. I've seen a lot of moves be made there. It's a pretty slow corner with a wide exit. A lot of drivers are liking making a move. As we have a move for the lead there. Max Christie on Truchot, and Palacio followed through. And I think also maybe Romero even is following through. No, Romero's still in 5th, but Truchot is trying to fight back. Truchot from 1st to 3rd there. And Palacio back to the lead here now. Palacio's got into P1, I believe, somehow. Yeah, a couple of big moves to the inside. Carter Barkas was the driver involved in the stoppage there early, the driver who was off the racetrack in the 115. I'm not sure whether or not he was able to get back onto the racetrack at this point. But here's another lap in the books. And from 4th to 1st on the opening lap, Lucas Palacio won both main events on January. Goes back to the lead with Devin Waltz right behind him. Now, when are we going to see one of these drivers up front just start to work together? Is the front-running duo maybe able to get it done? Does Truchot join them as well? Or do Palacio and Waltz finally run 1-2 to try to pull away? It's interesting, right? Because, I mean, Palacio last month was the quickest guy on track, right? Again, I think this weekend he's proved to be the quickest guy in the class. I mean, right now he's already pulling a bit of a gap. So it's like, do you want to work together or do you not, right? Because Palacio already pulling a bit of a gap. I think if there's anybody on track right now that you don't want leading, it's Palacio. I mean, right? He's going to pull away from you. He seems to just have that extra 10th or 2 in the bag whenever he needs it, and he's starting to already pull away. Now the real game here is if Walls and Truchot work together, because that'll be 2 against 1 here. So we'll see what happens there. As I think we have an interview ready with Zoe, so we're going to send it down there with Zoe for an interview.
I'm here with Peyton Phillips. You finished 1st in the KA Senior category. Walk us through how your race went.
Obviously in the one we were quite fast, so we thought, yeah, in the qualifying we could just go out P1 and get a good lap, but that didn't work. So yeah, we're gonna have to work for it probably through the final even more. But yeah, the heat race was kind of good. Kind of just got a good start. Don't really know what happened to Telecki, but didn't start. Feel bad for him because he put in a great effort in quali, and yeah, just worked my way to the front. Then with like 2 laps to go, I noticed I had a gap, and then yeah, pretty much good from there.
Well, best of luck to you in the final.
Thank you, baby.
Back to you guys.
Solid run for sure from Peyton Phillips, and he needed that. It's going to start in the pole position for the main event this afternoon. This race itself here in this Mini Swift category settled in, at least for the top 3 drivers. Lucas Palacio has been able to pull out a full second advantage, and Alessandro Truchot and Devin Waltz are running strongly in second and third. They've lined up. They're trying to pull away, and they've got themselves a decent gap. It's over a second and a half back to the next group. When they came by the stripe, it was Kai Johnson running there in the 4th spot, and I believe he does have that spot. 5th is pretty good, too. 6th, 7th, 8th on back. That's when it starts to get a little more exciting.
Yeah, I mean, you could put a blanket on, 5th through 15th, really. These guys are all within, a second and a half, 2 seconds between 10 go-karts. It's incredible. I mean, look at this. I don't even know what position they're battling for right now, but I think that might be, as we have a guy around there in, I believe, turn 7. That's the 160.
You find the 160. I'll pick up the deal. They'll work their way out of turn number on the front straightaway right now. Once again, the leaders are trying to settle in nice, and they've got the job done. We didn't see this in any of the other races here. That's Santiago Namnam, who is number 160. Good pickup there by Alex. Scrolling through the order to find out which these drivers are. And again, there is some aggressive racing all the way through the field right now. The shadows making it tough to pick up the numbers. Look at this scrap. I think that's Kai Johnson right in there as well. This is like just outside the top 3.
Yeah, with Marco Romero.
Yeah.
Marco, good defending, though, in a turn 4, as Kai Johnson really late lunge there in a turn 7 makes that move stick. That seems to be the prime pass spot, really, right? It catches people off guard, because if you defend it, your exit's really bad. If you don't defend it, they're going to pass you. So what do you do, right?
And if you've made the pass in the carousel where you've kind of given up some of the exit speed, guys are getting a better run out and diving in there. So there's a lot of give and take coming through the carousel, through 4, through the carousel, and then, of course, into the 6 and 7 combination. And even when you make that pass in 7, both of you are losing all that exit speed because you got a shallow entry and a wider exit.
Yeah, no, it's the game, right? I mean, clearly there's more passing spots than we think, though. As Marco Romero back down the inside, he's going to retake that 4th position. As I actually – hold on. Is that Marco Romero? I think it is Marco Romero, but no, he's down in P7 now. I think that is actually Ethan Tovo.
Ethan Tovo working his way forward, started 10th. We've got about 4 laps remaining here, but before we do that, let's head it back to pit lane for a chance to talk to Josh Holtz.
Standing here with Josh Holtz, driver, founder, whatever you want to call it, Holtz Driver Development. Josh, it's been a good weekend for you guys. You started in 4th position, made it to 3rd in the pre-final with some good moves. Walk me through your race.
Yeah, we definitely lacked a little bit of pace for the top couple guys, but I was able to just kind of hold station and keep it close. And when all the battling ensued, I just made a couple moves at the end and was able to walk away with 3rd.
Yeah, and talking about you and Nick Terlecki, your teammate as well, both of you guys have had a lot of pace on this alternate layout. Is there anything in particular about this track that's allowed you guys to succeed?
I think it just kind of suits both of our styles a little bit better. You can attack the entry a little bit better than you can on the other layout, so I think that's definitely helped. But we're just going to try and keep up the pace and get some good finishes.
All right, well, Josh Holtz, he'll roll off for the final in 3rd position. Great start to the weekend for him. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Emery, and a great starting spot for Josh inside of the second row. We know P3 he'll likely be P2 coming out of turn 1. The battle we're watching right now on the track, as you can see, folks, 5th on back. That's about 2.5 seconds from Kai Johnson back to that next group. The leader, Palacio, out front here with the 2-to-go sign, 2.1 seconds up the road. But that battle further back, Max Christie leads it right now, Alex. Then it's Julian Rivera, then Michael McGoy, Ethan Tovo, Marco Romero, Mark Samet right there is Marco Samet, as well as Rocco Simoni. These guys are all in the scrap. That's 5th on back.
Yeah, no, we're seeing some good racing here. Looking back up front, though, this is a good sign for the final, I think. Because, I mean, Palacio got a pretty good gap pretty quickly, right? 1.2 seconds. But it's maintained. And, in fact, last time by a few thousandths, Truchot was actually quicker than Palacio. So maybe for the final, I think we're going to have a bit of a closer race. Obviously, Truchot was actually on pole position, right? So I think if they can just figure out maybe that early race pace, right? Just maybe it's tire pressure. Maybe it's kart setup, right? Because clearly now the kart's coming in for Truchot and Walls, but it's obviously a little bit too late.
Yeah, and again, as it comes in now, that's going to be a better feel for the main event. Obviously, we're going to go the 22 laps in the main, so you want that kart to keep coming in. But right now, Palacio just looks so good. Remember, he's got 2 wins already, so an opportunity for him to win the championship here today.
Exactly, yeah.
You can get the championship lock with the drop if you've had good runs in January. White flag flying this time by, and again, the battle we're seeing is not so much for 1st, 2nd, or 3rd. It's a little further back, actually. 5th, 6th, 7th are on top of each other to try to see who's going to be on road number 3, road number 4. Up front, though, Palacio, 1.3 seconds into the lead.
I find it interesting, though. You mentioned championship, right? I wonder, obviously, Palacio, really aggressive driver, really quick driver, smart driver. It's a bit of a pressure, right? I mean, knowing that you can win the championship, in this feature race, do you play it cautious, right?
True enough.
Maybe the drivers behind you know that you might back out of a move, as we see Palacio cross the line here to win the pre-final pretty dominantly, actually. Good performance there from him. 2.3 seconds it ended up being over Devin Walls there, who actually on the last lap got by Truchot. So good run for Devin. Truchot loses 2 spots. Kai Johnson in 4th, up 2 spots. Michael Magoe in 5th, and Julia Rivera actually up 5 spots from 11th to 6th, so good run for Julia.
It's interesting how that battle 5th on back kind of separated, Alex. Palacio was up front the whole time. He was stretching away. It's Devin Waltz and Alessandro Truchot. Those 2 drivers were working together. Kai Johnson was kind of by himself. He was closing up as in P4. But then 5th on back, we had that massive gap for the longest, massive group for the longest time. It ended up being McGoy and Rivera working together. Then kind of some issues pushed back Max Christia about a second and a half back to Marco Romero, Ethan Tobo, and Marco Samet. So there was a lot of action outside the top 4, but indeed it ended up being Palacio, Waltz, Truchot, and Johnson who were able to hold those spots back. A 2.3 second win for Palacio, and maybe even more important, fast lap of the race coming on lap number 7 as well. He didn't get the job done in qualifying, but did step up in the race. They obviously dialed something in on that kart, Kart Republic, to make it even better. And we know with Lucas, you give him the lead, he's a kid that can pull away pretty easily if he's got the kart to do it.
Yeah, he's just a really smart driver. I mean, I've watched him, last year, this year, and he's quick. He's got such raw speed, and once, like you said, once you give him the lead, he seems to just put his head down, not look back, and just put consistently quick laps, and it's hard to beat. That's why I was saying, I mean, if there's one guy that I wouldn't want leading the race, it's probably him.
You did say that early.
Everybody else, I'm okay pushing, but I don't know if you can actually push Palacio. I think he kind of pull away a little bit, which he proved. So we'll see if those guys can dial in the go-karts a little bit. Walls and Truchot, they showed decent pace for about a few laps there, but Palacio just consistently about a few times faster.
Well, 20 laps, the main event this afternoon. That race set to go for the minis, likely around 250. We are done for the morning show, though, here, folks, on Kart Chaser. We'll be back here at 12:35. We got 4 more pre-finals we have to wrap up. Pro and Master Shifter, X30 Jr, KA100 Master, and X30 Sr. Then we'll resack them and go main event racing. 1:35 scheduled start time for Micro Swift. A full run through the order to cap off the day. A 4:30 start time for X30 Sr. It is gorgeous here right now in Homestead. We got blue skies. We got some clouds. 82 degrees. This is what the winter programs are all about. Get away from the cold from the north. Get down here to Florida and enjoy some racing before we kick off the national season. A great start to the day, folks. Make sure to come back and join us once again at 12:35 local time. On behalf of Alex Searle, Xander Clemens, my name's Rob Howden. Bye for now. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to live coverage here from Homestead-Miami Motorplex, presented by MG Tires. We are about set to go with the afternoon sessions here on Kart Chaser. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for hanging around while we grab the lunch break here. All the corner workers and officials getting a chance to grab some lunch. Kart Chaser crew as well. It's been a long morning trackside here. Gorgeous day right now as we get set to roll back into the SuperKarts USA Winter Series Round 3. 84 degrees trackside. Very warm day. Looking forward to getting into the final four pre-finals of the day. My name is Rob Howden, joined by Alex Searle here in the booth. We'll have Xander Clements back in here with us here throughout the afternoon. Getting set to go, as we said, with the drivers in the Pro and Master Shifter category. A short grid here this weekend. We did not get the numbers that we had even in the January round. Of course, expecting more shifter drivers for the SKUSA Pro Tour. The Winter Nationals getting underway at the end of March at Orlando Kart Center. But back at it once here again at AMR Homestead-Miami Motorplex. Essentially 12 races for you. We've got 4 pre-finals and 8 main events still to come. Drivers getting set to go. AJ Myers and Giorgio Carrera starting on the pole. Lights out. We're racing here in a pre-final for shifter. Drivers in the pro category. AJ Myers, Giorgio Carrera, Pedro Piquet, and I believe Andy Rule. Yeah, and then we've got Daniel DeBose and Sketchy Barnes, the 2 drivers in the master category. Alan Isambard, who we expected to battle it out, the point leader coming in after a tremendous run earlier in January, injuring his ribs on Thursday, so will not be taking to the racetrack. So essentially handing over the championship to AJ Myers. We'll see what transpires here, whether or not we get a battle between AJ Myers and Giorgio Carrera at all. And of course, Pedro Piquet and Amy Rule looking to battle it out as well. Underway, as I said, folks, Pro and Master shifter to get things rolling. X30 Jr will follow, KA100 Master and X30 Sr. That will wrap up our pre-finals. All these races just 12 laps in length. We'll go 22 laps, a full distance for the main events this afternoon. Alex Searle joining me here in the booth, as I had said. Gorgeous day, 84 degrees. We had a chance, really a half an hour during lunch break, to get some food, but also to talk about and kind of relax after what were some pretty crazy pre-finals before we went to lunch break.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I stopped talking about, you know, especially the KA Jr pre-final. Yeah. That was chaotic. I mean, I was talking about that with some of the Kart Chaser guys the entire time. Just, I mean, how crazy it was. They didn't know where to look, the camera guys. I mean, everywhere you looked, there was action. I mean, it's been crazy. Obviously, the shifter class right now, we only got 6 guys out there, unfortunately. Like we said, Isambard couldn't make it out there, which is pretty unfortunate because I was looking forward to a battle with him and AJ this weekend. Obviously, Isambard entered this weekend as your points leader, so really gutting for him. Like you said, essentially handing it over to AJ Myers, barring some interesting turn of events. So far, though, Giorgio Carrera's, you know, staying close enough to AJ to maybe see if AJ makes a mistake, you know, even though he's a robot, right? Doesn't make mistakes.
True enough, right?
We'll see what happens. What transpires in this race.
Yeah, last time by about a 1/10 of a second separating Myers from Carrera. The gap just over a half a second right now. Daniel DeBose in the number 604 and Sketchy Barnes separated by just 3/10 of a second as well. DeBose did not run the opening round in January. Sketchy Barnes did, so he'll lock that championship down. But again, he'll have to battle it out here. We'll see a couple of kart versus kart battles for sure. Pedro Piquet about 1.8 back from the leader. Actually, at 1.8 back from Carrera. It's Piquet versus Rule. That's the next group, to be honest. We'll see whether or not we get any of the battles here rolling up. But Andy Rule trying to see if she can't reel in Pedro Piquet. She was about a 1/10 of a second back last time by. In fact, Myers just went purple. 46.500, stretching his lead out to almost a second.
Yeah, that's a quick lap there from AJ. I mean, he's just going to take his time, right? He knows so far this weekend he's at the pace over these guys. He's going to buy his time, right? Maybe save his tires a bit for the race. I mean, this is a pretty abrasive track, right? It's really hot. Tires are going to wear pretty quickly, so he's just going to try to buy his time. He knows he has the pace to beat these guys, right? Giorgio's putting up a good fight, though. Only 2/10 off of AJ so far last time by. Looking for a little further down. Andy Rule keeping Pedro Piquet honest, right? Making sure if he makes a mistake, she'll be right there to pick up the pieces because that's for a podium position, right? I mean, obviously there's only 4 pro shifter karts, so there's only one guy who's not going to be at the podium, right? So people want a trophy. So,
well, listen, they're all getting quicker too. We'll see whether or not. And what we'll see now that is who ends up getting faster to the end of this race. It's a 12-lap pre-final. Everybody's quick out of the gate. They're all building heat into these MG tires right now. Let's see what happens when we get into laps 7, 8, and 9. Who's got the pace there? Does anybody get more speed coming up through the final laps of this pre-final? As we said. Looking at the Masters category as well, a 47.3 last time for Daniel DeBose. and a 47.5 for Skitchy Barnes. So Skitchy's going to find a little more pace as well. Lead, though, up to 1.1 seconds. Myers did a 46.4 last time by, 46.3 this time by, so a little bit more there in the Magic Kart USA driver. Carrera got down to a 46.5,
Yeah.
46.8 for PK, 47 flat for Rule. So all 4 of the drivers in the pro category all turning their best laps on lap number 4.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say Giorgio Carrera's, but it's been impressive so far. I mean, he's keeping AJ within, 2/10 a lap, which, I mean, for, maybe one of the 2 best shifter drivers in the country, it's not too bad to be 2/10 off of him, right? So keeping him honest, right? I mean, maybe AJ, I'm not going to commentate or curse him, right? But you never know.
Well, in the ECAN driver rankings, he's number 2 right now. He's been number 1 for many years. Obviously, Marian Kremers just nipped him for the final rankings at the end of 2022. So, indeed, one of the best drivers, the top 2 drivers in shifter kart racing right now alongside Marian Kremers. They've got themselves a great little rivalry going on, getting together at St. Petersburg. They've had times that they've battled each other. So, a good rivalry in shifter kart racing. Nothing wrong with some mono-a-mono battles, and we'll see more of that throughout the 2022 season in Supercarts USA Pro Tour competition. But right now, Myers is really out to an opportunity to knock out some wins again, go quick for Magic Kart USA, show the power of the product, and get it out front and get another race under the books. So.
Yeah, I mean, he's running this race, right? I mean, it's practice. It's practice for him. I mean, he's been preparing for the Pro Tour, right? It's gonna be the same deal there. More entries obviously for the Pro Tour, but he's just getting laps in that those guys aren't getting.
He's in the seat, man.
Exactly.
He's in the seat, getting challenged, getting pushed, and running over certain race distances, right? That's one of the different things, too. Yeah, you can, when you test like that, too, do you go out and say, we're going to run 12 laps, let's set the chassis to be the best we can in lap number 10? This gets, every time you're out here running race laps and actual, competition events, you're getting a feel for what you need for the chassis. How do we set this up? Okay, even your tuner's getting experience. Okay, we're doing a 12 lapper. What do we need to do tire pressure-wise to make sure we're good on lap 9, 10, 11? It's going to be different when you go main event racing with a 22 lapper. We want the thing to extend a bit more. So, again, seat time is seat time. Myers out to now 1.2 seconds. 7 laps down, 5 to go.
Yeah, I mean, last time by, Carrara was actually 3/10 quicker. This time by, though, AJ puts down the purple lap. Again, only 2/10 quicker than Carrara. Giorgio keeping him honest. AJ, it wouldn't surprise me. I'd like to talk to him at some point this weekend, just asking, what his kind of game plan is for the weekend, knowing that the championship's kind of his now. I want to know, maybe he's going to be, like you said, he might try things. It wouldn't surprise me if he wanted to try things before, the Pro Tour race is coming up. See what tire pressures, how the kart handles, certain track temps, certain air temps, even wind. I mean, just everything could play a factor into how the kart's going to handle. And it's just when you have a winning go-kart under you at all times, it would benefit him to try some things, right?
Why not? Yeah.
When you have really nobody down your neck to try to take the lead from you, it would be to his benefit, I think.
Yeah, you can make this a full-on testing weekend for sure. Obviously, with him, Isambard not coming onto the racetrack, the championship essentially locked already, especially after he's won this pre-final, gets it done. Giorgio Carrara on that Lenzo kart, running for International Motorsports. Haven't seen the Lenzo over here before. We have a couple of drivers running the Lenzo who have come over. Of course, Giorgio Carrera running in the USF Juniors program last year as well. I'm not sure whether Giorgio's going to do any car racing this year, but he's driven as high as FIA Formula F3, so a lot of experience there for Carrera. Ran, of course, with International Motorsports last year, that USF Juniors program on a Ligier chassis. He's still turning good laps, 46.4 last time by, so his fastest lap really less than a tenth off that of Myers. So the speed is there for Carrera. Just have to find a little bit more and then dial it all in consistency. In fact, as they come across the line, the gap 1.8 seconds. Carrera right there around the 47.1. He lost about a second off his fast lap. I'll tell you this, though. Both of our Masters drivers are done saving tires because Skitchy Barnes pulled off on lap number 5. DeBose was out there by himself. He pulls off on lap number 7 as well. So I'm sure he was told to come on in. Let's save our tires.
Exactly.
So it'll be a battle for the main between DeBose and Barnes for the Masters race win. Otherwise, it's Myers, Carrera, PK, and Rule. 2 laps to go here in the shifter kart category. We've got X30 Jr, KA100 Master, and X30 Sr up next. That'll be the next group to roll out here. But indeed, looking at the fast lap times, of 46.2 for Myers, 46.3 for Carrera, 46.7 for PK, and a 47 flat for Annie Rule. She's about 0.8 of a second. Annie is off of AJ.
Yeah, but AJ showing why he's, number 2 ranked shifter driver right now. Just his consistency is incredible. I mean, Giorgio, he was keeping AJ, you know, within a tenth or two, maybe 3/10 here and there. But the last 2 laps, he's been 8/10 off, you know, every lap. Maybe tires. Maybe Giorgio's trying to save tires, right?
Yeah.
He could be cruising around. But AJ, I also think AJ's cruising. I think AJ has a bit left in the tank. He looks like, I mean, the kart looks so stable out there. He looks so smooth. It looks like he's not even trying, really. But, I mean, that's why, you know, guys that are that good make it look easy, right? But obviously, being in the cockpit, it's not that easy.
Checker flag will fly this time by Aaron Likens, dropping the black and white to A.J. Myers. An uneventful run to the pre-final win. It'll put him on the pole alongside Carrera for the main event. Pedro Piquet turns his fastest lap in the last lap. There's a good setup for the chassis, about half a second off of the fast lap posted by Myers. 47.2 for Myers, 47.7 for Pedro Piquet. And then it's Andy Rule in the 4th spot. DeVos and Barnes out early in the Masters class. Both those drivers elected to finish early. Barnes after 5 laps, DeVos after 7 circuits. And again, as we said, 3 laps still to go. We're back out of here, folks, for our afternoon run on Kart Chaser here for round number 3 of the SuperKarts USA Winter Series here at AMR Homestead-Miami Motorplex. My name's Rob Howden, joined by Alex Searle. Engines firing. Don't go anywhere, folks. When we get back after this quick break, X30 Jr will take to the track for their 12-lap pre-final. Live with the drivers rolling out on the track here for the X30 Jr pre-final. Rawlson Performance Group, the sponsor of the category, and Diego Ardiles and Ernesto Rivera, both those RPG drivers, on the front row to get things rolling here. Stephen Miller and Leo Escorpioni will be on row number 2. Teddy Musella and Cameron Brinkman on row 3. Oliver Weldon already with a win in KA100 Jr. He'll start on the inside of row 4 alongside Enzo Vidmontien. And Emma Kate Scarborough and Shun Sikaguchi are rounding out the top 10. Those drivers now out of the final corner and into the staging lanes here, the tram lines to get things underway for a 12-lapper to set the grid for the main. Outside row of Rivera just trying to spool things up, and he gets a good run. Will he be able to hold the spot? Will he be able to take the lead? He does. First time we've seen a driver come out of turn number 1 early. He was able to get rolling, and will he hold it? He does. Rivera goes to
contact.
P1. Yeah, a little bit of contact there. I think Diego Ardiles had to check up a little bit. One driver way off the racetrack trying to get back out there and rolls back in to turn number 4. One driver around as well. One of the drivers from up front, looks like one of the RPG drivers. We'll try to figure out who that is. That's the 725. Might have been Hudson Schwartz around, but we'll try to figure out exactly who that is.
No, it was Teddy Musella.
Musella around coming through turn number 4.
P5 starter.
And we saw a couple of drivers have issues with that in the start of the pre-finals here. Otherwise, hectic on the opening lap. Drivers getting into position, but a really good start there for Rivera as he's able to get more speed rolling into turn number 1, takes the lead, comes across the bow, and moves Ardiles back. He ends up in 3rd. Rivera, Miller, Ardiles, Brinkman, and the Scorpioni. Alex, the top 5, first time by the stripe.
Yeah, that was super, super impressive there from Ernesto Rivera. I mean, just to be able to hold around the outside of turn 1 and turn 2. I mean, he held off tremendous pressure there. And from P2 to P1 is the first guy all weekend to do that. First guy, I think, to even maintain second, to be honest with you.
I was going to say, not just take the lead, but hold on to their position, because normally we've seen the driver on the outside of the front row get muscled out as a driver starting P3 has followed right through on the bumper, right?
What that shows me is that there's grip being put down on the track. I mean, I saw he turned in and the kart responded.
Yeah.
So it's proven to me that the rubber's getting laid down. You know, there might start being maybe 2 lanes as we see a move here. Last corner, that's not a move you usually see a place there. That's kind of unorthodox there, so good move from that driver. But back to Ernesto, I mean, it just shows that there might be more grip than we think out there. You might see a few more guys try that outside move, or at least try it in the pre-final. You don't want to find out in the final it doesn't work.
Rawls Performance Group for Rivera. Chad Dawkins Racing for Steve Miller. That's 1-2. They're trying to see if they can't put a bit of a gap here on Ordiles. But he does have his own little gap, probably about a half a second back to Cameron Brinkman in that LN kart, the Mike Doty Racing entry. Front of the pack, way less dramatic than we saw before the lunch break when we saw KA100 Jr and KA100 Sr kind of throw down, let's put it that way.
Yeah.
They felt like they were main events and they were pre-finals. A lot of aggressive action. This is kind of a lot calmer. We're seeing the front 3 drivers pull away a little bit here. Then you've got a Scorpione getting by Brinkman for 4th. Weldon still in there. Vidmontien, Wolney, Hudson Schwartz, and Alex Mercado. So really a much more relaxed and less chaotic opening couple of laps here as they've got 3 down, 9 to go.
I mean, it's interesting, right? Because you said it's a much more relaxing and maybe calm opening few laps for these guys. But a lot of that's a really big, a lot of curb taken there by Ernesto. I don't know if that's going to do a lot of good for the go-kart there. But going back to what I was saying, a lot of these guys ran the KA Junior pre-final, an hour and a half ago. So they kind of got a taste for what the racing's like, and they may not want to relive that, right?
Or did their coaches sit down with them and say, what was that?
What are we doing? Yeah, what are we doing? Maybe for the guys that ended up doing well for them, keep doing it.
Yeah.
But for the guys that went from 1st to 10th, let's dial it back a notch,
What
right?
happened? Exactly.
And I think that's what we're seeing right now.
Now we're also seeing the front drivers, the front 3 kind of close back in. Stephen Miller has got right up there on Rivera, and indeed making it a top 3 battle as Ardiles is there as well. So it's 1, 2, 3, and then the big run back to Scorpione, who turned his fastest lap on lap 4. But the front trio trying to pull away. Scorpione's all by himself. He's got over a second back to Oliver Weldon. So again, we've been wondering why these front-running breakaway packs haven't worked together. Maybe Stephen Miller, I don't want to say learning his lesson, but getting a better feel like, man, maybe I was a bit anxious in the opening run, the KA100. I'm going to settle in here right now. I'm going to go for the lead in the final lap. I just watched Ernesto go from the outside of the front row and still hold on to the lead, so maybe I just need to pull away. And I'm hoping we're going to see that.
Here we go.
Here's the first pass to the inside of turn number 2. Book it. Down the inside, and
Ardiles is going to follow through,
Ardiles right with him, but gave his teammate a little more room, right?
Yep.
Didn't want to rough him up a bit. But indeed, Rivera goes from 1st back to 3rd in the matter of a couple of corners. Turn 2 and 3 moves Stephen Miller back up front in the Alonso.
Yeah, Rivera thought better of it. Rivera's actually tried to go the outside, hold the outside of turn 2 with Miller. Backed out of it last minute. I think it was a better decision. They would have probably hooked bumpers. And then obviously gave Diego just a really good run and was able to get a pretty easy move into 3.
And if you fight it too much, you allow Miller to pull away and you allow a Scorpione to get closer, right? If you're
He's already kind of there.
If you're going to lose the spot, put your head back down. And indeed, there's a Scorpione. You can see visually how much closer he has got over the last couple of laps. And not surprising, went purple on the last time by, too.
Yeah.
So not only is he closer because of the battle behind him, he's also the fastest driver on the racetrack. The Zanella Racing number 750 of a Scorpione. All fired up after some issues in KA100 Jr. He is P4 with 1.7 seconds back to Weldon. So a 4-driver front-running breakaway.
A Scorpione clearly driving angry for sure, right? I mean, he seems to be the quickest guy out there by himself. And these guys aren't even looking back because I'm sure they have the mechanics on the fence right now saying what the gap is, and they know the Scorpione is riding their tail at this point.
Yeah, Leonardo Scorpione trying to reel in. This is a battle further back in the pack right now. I think that's 5th on back, but potentially. That looks to me.
Vidmontien.
Yeah, is that Vidmontien getting the path? There's your lead
on
4.
Weldon, yeah.
Yeah. So Weldon, who was back there in the 5th spot, I think he's actually moved a couple positions back. We'll try to look when they come across. I was going to say Weldon back to 8th. That was the end of that group. So we saw, obviously, Brinkman got by, then Wolney. We didn't see that pass, but we did get to see the move to the inside of turn number 8 for Enzo Vidmontien onto Oliver Weldon. So Weldon back into the 8th spot, but the bottom line there, Cameron Brinkman back to the lead of the group. They're 2.8 seconds back, but he's ahead of Wolney, Vidmontien, and Weldon 5 back to 8th.
I find it funny because we were talking about it earlier today where we were like, oh, as we see a move here, Diego to the inside of Stephen Miller. Ernesto Rivera is going to try to follow both them through. I doubt he's going to try to go on the outside of his teammate here. Not going to make it stick, but make an RPG 1-2. Miller to the inside of the last corner. Miller's going to make a late lunge there and make that move stick. Scorpione's not going to try to follow through. He's not going to have it stick, though. And Rivera back to the inside of turn 1. Crossover move. Stephen Miller back to P2.
What is happening? And this is, again, Miller a little look over his shoulder. Another move to the inside there. And here comes a Scorpione. So these guys are going at it. And you see that? That was Stephen Miller looking back going, okay, what have we done to ourselves?
Yeah.
How close are the guys behind me? I'm okay right now. This has allowed Diego Ardiles to pull away, though.
I was going to say, look what just happened.
Yeah, exactly. They're battling. Ardiles has got probably, 6 or 7, well, maybe 10 cart lengths now. Yeah. It could be a full second as they were going at it. They went at it. It was a surprising move. You could see a Scorpione kind of being there ready to go. But as they were working their way down into the final complex of corners, it looked to me like Rivera was trying to potentially kind of pinch down on Ardiles, and Miller just took full advantage of it and got the move done over in turn number 11.
Yeah, these guys might have just handed the pre-final win here to Diego. Let's see if Ernesto can hold off Scorpione and Stephen Miller. Let's see if Stephen Miller can just push Scorpione. Nope. He's going to go to the inside here as we have the RPM driver, the number 711. Let's see if we can get who that is.
That's Anthony Martella. So Martella and the red speed for Speed Concepts going to the tail of the field. He's going to end up falling all the way back to, I believe, likely I think you see him coming across the line. Yeah, he's going to fall back deep. He's back to 20th right now. That's lap number 9 in the book. Still only a couple laps remaining here. 3 to go. And there's that battle. That's 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. All that racing that we saw from turn 11 all the way down into turn number 4 and 5 has allowed Ardiles to pull out to a 1.2 second advantage. Sometimes you can have the fastest cart on the racetrack, Alex. Sometimes you need a little bit of luck.
Yeah, I mean, but you create your own luck, right? I mean, I'm not a big believer in
that.
I'm not a big believer in luck. I mean, I think Diego made the opportunistic move in the hairpin, made it work. Had a bit of help from his teammate, fighting off Stephen Miller, right? But Diego put himself in the right position. He's kind of just
he created the chaos.
Created the chaos.
Yep.
And he's the beneficiary of all of it, right? And he's probably going to walk away with the pre-final victory. So it worked out for him.
I always like to say luck is when opportunity meets preparation.
Exactly.
Right? You have to be ready when the opportunity arises. And obviously it was a good move there for Ardiles. He went to the inside of Miller as we watched. And then, of course, Rivera trying to come with him. And he was able to come with him cleanly, just couldn't tuck right back in to make it a 1-2. Now, that's how they run regardless right now. They are 1-2. White flag flying this time by it. Here's your lineup here. Ardiles with the lead. The gap between first and second now 0.8 of a second over Rivera. Miller just went purple, though. Let's see if Miller can close up on the final lap. A Scorpione back too far. Then a big gap back 2.3 to Cameron Brinkman. But does Stephen Miller have anything potentially on the final lap here for Rivera? That would be for P2. Or does he hold where he is and start third?
Well, because that's the thing, right? If you asked me this question before the race, I would have said P3. But Ernesto Rivera proved that you can hold the outside in P2, so maybe P2 is the way to go. I mean, we're going to find out what Stephen Miller does. I don't think he's close enough right now to make a move anyways. No. It'll take, a heroic lunge into this corner, but...
Heroic? It could be bad.
It could be the opposite of heroic.
The evil hero, exactly that, the bad guy. Coming across the line, though, it all going to play out here for Diego Ardiles. Started on the pole, lost a spot to his teammate in turn number 1. As we said, Rivera kind of surprising us with that big run around the outside, although he did get a really good run up to the green. He ends up finishing second. Stephen Miller, his fast lap again, back-to-back purple laps for Stephen Miller. First on 11, then on lap number 12, a 48.848 for Stephen Miller. A Scorpione rolls across the line, P4, 2.5 seconds back to Cameron Brinkman, Jackson Wolney, then another second and a bit back to Enzo Vidmontian and Oliver Weldon. Those drivers really kind of holding station, although Jackson Wolney started 11th. Worked his way up into 6th. Finishing up the top 10, a 6th position improvement for Hudson Swartz. He's qualified 15th and brought himself up into 9th. So a driver was on the podium when we were here in January with a shot at it once again. Good speed there for Hudson Schwartz, and Christian Cameron up 4 spots as well. He and Caleb Campbell up positions to get into 10th and 11th respectively. So we are working our way through the final pre-finals of the day. We're going to have KA100 Master up next. The team owner who just watched his 2 drivers finish first and second, Mike Rawlson. He's rolling off for pole for KA100 Master. Stay tuned, folks. More to come here on Kart Chaser. Couldn't ask for a much better day here in Homestead, Florida. Light breeze, 84 degrees, trackside ambient, and of course, a fantastic facility here at AMR Homestead-Miami Motorplex. The humidity that made things pretty moist earlier on in the day has kind of calmed down a little bit. It's very comfortable here trackside. Of course, we're in the shade here as well of the Kart Chaser booth, so it's, you know, maybe we're not standing out in the sun like all the other SKUSA officials are right now. Getting set to go with another pre-final to set the grid for the main event. KA100 Master, our penultimate pre-final of the day. We'll wrap things up with X30 Sr, then of course roll into the main events, all free here on Kart Chaser this weekend, thanks to the good folks at Superkarts USA. Mike Rawlson, the team owner, as I said, watched his drivers finish first and second there in the X30 Jr pre-final. We'll start on the pole position. Every once in a while, Mike likes to get some driving. He likes to jump back behind the wheel, have a bit of fun. He's a karter at heart, of course, racing since a young child. Of course, one of the top teams in the sport right now. He'll start on the pole alongside Luis Schiavo, who is the dominant factor in the January weekend. He's going to try to go to the outside. He's going to get a run, too. For the second straight race, we've had drivers roll from the outside of turn number 1 to hold the position. So that kind of changes things in terms of strategy of where you want to finish a race. You're okay if you're P2, because we've seen 2 drivers roll around the outside. Grip levels have come up, so Schiavo has taken the lead. Rawlson slots into second. Right behind him, winner of round number 2 back in January, Michel Garrido for Alessandro's Racing. Now running, I believe, into the 3rd spot. Nicky Coelho is there as well on the Merlin, as well as Takaharu Nakamori. We got a good field of guys, and in fact, the battle further back. Rawlson under fire as Schiavo, able to get out to a pretty decent lead.
Yeah, Michel Garrido is all over Mike Rawlson there. I mean, make me question things that I know. You know, I thought I had it all planned. You know, you don't want to be P2. All of a sudden, now you want to be P2. It seems to be the last 2 races. P2 goes to P1. Clearly, there's a lot more grip on this racetrack now, and it's only going to get more and more as the weekend goes on. So far, though, Luis Schiavo out to a pretty handy lead, but I suspect this will close pretty quickly. I mean, this is a KA class, right? Michel Garrido working with Mike Rawlson. I've known Michel for quite some time. He's a really, really smart driver, really clean racer. So he knows he's going to want to work with Mike Rawlson, you know, get back up to Luis Schiavo, the KA class, you know, not a very high horsepower class. 2 is always faster than 1, right?
Yeah, the interesting thing here is the fact that Mike Rawlson battling it out. You know he's low on tire pressure, right? You know he's got it dialed in, and the fact that he's not good right now, you know that kart's going to keep coming in. This guy knows the chassis setup, and I like the fact that Garrido's working with him, because that thing's only going to get better, and we'll see purple lap times out of Rawlson pretty soon. Couple laps into this one, folks. We do have the opportunity, though, to chat with one of the drivers who's in the fight for that race win in X30 Jr. Let's send it down to pit lane with Zoe Edenholm.
I'm with Ernesto Rivera. Walk us through how your race went today.
I started second. I got to the lead in the first lap, and they catched me, and I finished second.
So you're in it for the championship this weekend. How do you think you're going to pull off the win today?
I have to be smart on the final, like stay calm, and just hope it goes well.
Well, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Zoe. And, of course, that's kind of the mindset for all these drivers, right? They've got to stay calm. They've got to understand how things play out. And that's the same thing that's going on here right now. I talked about the fact that Mike Rawlson may have been, had a handful of go-kart for the first couple of laps. But right now, he just went purple. Like I said, that kart I knew was going to come in. It wasn't going to be great out of the gate. But Rawlson, he's got Michel Garrido right behind him, pushing hard. That is second, and third. Back to fourth is Nakamori. Coelho runs in fifth. Mario Barrios now sixth spot. Miguel Mir, who's a podium finisher in round number 2 back in January. He's seventh, ahead of Diego Rodriguez, Alex Dalbon, and Lucas Iglesias. 15 drivers in total in the field. Up front, though, Schiavo, who dominated the action on Saturday, had a brake failure on Sunday, right at the start of the main event, leading the way here right now. But these are 3 drivers you expect are going to battle it out when we go main event racing this afternoon.
Yeah, these are the 3 that I really suspected would be the top 3 guys in this class, right? And they're all really smart drivers. Like if they're smart, they're going to work together, I think. I mean, with the pace Mike Rawlson has showed, he might go to the lead, which he is right here to the lead. Mike Rawlson to the lead, baby.
Boom, down to the inside goes Rawlson, a driver who cut his teeth on some very tough racetracks up in the Pacific Northwest. Pat's Acres, Puget Sound, and Tacoma, Wenatchee. those tracks like Tradex, those very, very tough racetracks. And again, has turned his life into that of being a team owner. A fantastic operation, and again, very impressive to see Mike come back out, put the helmet on, and have some fun. And pulling away right now as the leader, getting him inside in turn number 2 as he gets the pass done on Luis Schiavo. He was the top qualifier. We'll see whether or not Rollison can pull away. Another driver I expect to fight his way I think we may see him in the front, maybe not today, maybe tomorrow, but it's the driver he works with at Rollison Performance Group, Mario Barrios, one of the top drivers, a former national #1 in the X30 Sr class, the Pro Tour. We may see Barrios finally get his way up here. Here's the scrap here. These guys are going at it. That is Schiavo and Rodriguez, and this is going to allow Nakamori to get up there as well. It is Takaharu Nakamori in the 416 right up there trying to see if he can't get into the battle.
Yeah, I mean, Garrido got a good run on Schiavo there going to 2. Schiavo closed the door really quickly, and it gave Nakamori a really, really good run entering turn 3, and I thought he was going to go for it, but I think Garrido just had enough grip on the outside of turn 3 to hang on to that third-place spot.
Closing up to the halfway point now with our X30 Sr drivers getting ready to hit the track for their pre-final. Let's head down to Zoe Edenholm to talk to one of our top drivers.
I'm here with Aiden Ingrata. You qualified 4th, and you're starting there in the pre-final. What is your plan for the pre-final and the final?
Well, for the pre-final, just to survive the start. I mean, got a good quality position for the pre-final. Don't drop too back in the pre-final and make my way forward. And then for the final, just get a good starting position for the final.
Do you think it's going to be rough starting on the outside row?
It shouldn't be that bad. I mean, I've been on the outside plenty of times. It's not that bad, so just got to keep the nose clean, too. That's a big thing. The bumper penalties are huge here, so yeah, I mean, just survive the start and survive the bumper and should be good.
Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Zoe. Alex, as an outside row starter for Aiden Ingrata, I think the last couple of laps will make him feel just a little bit better rolling onto the track, knowing that P2 is taking the lead in the last 2 races.
Yeah, I mean, as much as he started on the outside in his career, right? I mean, I'm sure his answer was persuaded by what he's seen the last 2 races, right? I mean, like we've seen the last 2 races. The 2 races before, P2 goes to P1, and P2 goes to P1 again, right? And P4 tried to follow through. So it seems to me the outside isn't as bad anymore, right? I mean, but obviously, X30 Sr, a little bit more of an aggressive class, right? These guys are going to try to push you out because, like we were talking about, you know, now there's curbing that leads to grass. You don't want to be out there. So I'm curious to see how aggressive these guys get.
Well, listen, Austin Garrison starting on the pole position. You think he's going to give the outside line? No, he's going to roll that thing. He's going to go like about 4 feet past the apex of 1 and say, okay, you better check up because I'm pole. I'm the one that leads out of turn 1. We'll see how that plays out. But you're right. It's going to be more aggressive in X30 Sr than we've saw before.
Yeah, but I mean, we got a really good front row in our hands. You know, Garrison and Norberg on the front row. You can't ask for much better than that, right? So
that's American Motorsports right there. For
because Norberg's going to try to go on the outside. Garrison's not going to get on the outside. So I mean, look for fireworks. Back to the race, though. I mean, Mike Rollison is putting down just stormers of a lap these past few times. Just 0.3 faster consistently. He's opened the gap to about 1.2 seconds now. We got a really, really good battle, though, from 2nd down to, I believe, 7th.
And that's Barrios right there you're following now. Barrios and Miguel Mir, I believe, scrapping there. Those 2 drivers were actually teammates. They were my teammates at the Supernats, Miguel Mir and Mario Barrios. We sat down quite a bit and rolled over data. So interesting that Mir's now running with Orsilon Racing this weekend. Of course, Barrios back with Rollison. So very interesting to watch these guys kind of go at it, having been teammates back in November. Rollison put the fast lap down on lap number 7 of 51.1, but he's backed it off to a 51.4, about 3.5 to 4/10 of a second off his best lap. And maybe you can do that when you have a 1.5 second lead, right? Back it down to maybe, dial it down to 9. You don't need to be at 11 the entire race, so just dial it down a bit, take care of the tires. Rollison out there with that 1.5 second lead, time to maintain.
Yeah, late lunge there from Nakamori on Garrido. He makes a stick. Garrido's going to try to go on the outside, though. This is like what we talked about. You make a late lunge in the 7, the run out of it's going to be really, really bad as Nakamori skateboards on the exit curb. Hangs on, though, somehow. Garrido down to 4th now.
Wow, some great racing outside the top 2 because Schiavo's got things handled. Garrido 3rd, Nakamori 4th. And you got to go back about 0.8 of a second to Barrios and Mir. They're closing, though. Barrios just turned his fast lap. Like I said, watch for Barrios, though, when he gets really comfortable with this car. I believe that the Supernats was his first time running on this engine package, the KA100, and on the harder tires as well, right? And again, Supernats is not here. Supernats was 42 degrees in the morning, not 85 degrees. What is it? It's 84 degrees here trackside now. Look at these guys again. Oh, that's a pinch down. Oh, that's going to happen in turn number 7. Barrios made a move to the inside, climbed up. Was that Garrido, you think, climbed up?
No, that was
was it Nakamori?
I believe it was Miguel, I think, or maybe it was Garrido.
It was Garrido.
It was Garrido.
Garrido climbed up. It was not. It was Barrios who moved the position. Barrios may be to third right now here in the white flag. Ralston across the line, 1.4 seconds. No, it's Nakamaru in third. A second back to the next group. It's Barrios, Mir, Coelho, and Garrido. Both Mir and Coelho able to slide through as well. And there goes a move there. Miguel Mir into the inside of turn number 2. He'll take over P4. Man. So move Mir to 4th. Barrios back into 5th, but he's got Nicky Coelho on the Franklin Motorsports Merlin right there.
Yeah, Barrios not afraid to get his elbows out. I mean,
no.
A really unorthodox pass he went for in 6th, and he actually made it stick. I mean, yeah, there was some contact, right? But it was kind of inevitable. And at that point, he had kind of claimed the corner, and it was on Michelle, I think, to back out of it a little bit. And I think it was just an inevitable bit of contact as we see Barrios trying to defend here.
And that was a veteran move there for Nicky Coelho. Came out, really was on the outside, looked back, got right back inside, and got that position back. Did not want to leave a potential pass happen. They drag race to the line. So Rawlson gets the win. Schiavo in 2nd, Nakamori in 3rd, Mir 4th. Barrios holding off Nicky Coelho in 5th. That's 5th and 6th. Garrido ends up at 7th after some hectic stuff up front. Rodriguez is 8th spot, I believe. Scroll back here. Live timing messing up. I mean, nonetheless, for Mike Rawlson, a very impressive run for him to be able to go to that P1 position. Behind Garrido was Rodriguez in 8th, Iglesias 9th, and Alex Dalbon rounding out the top 10. And you think about the drivers and what they've done. Mike Rawlson, of course, multi-time champion throughout the years up at what was ICAP Region 6 back in the day, the Pacific Northwest. Luis Schiavo, a former winner, a champion of the Star Mazda Championship Series back, I believe it was 2001, one Star Mazda. And then you go Nicky Coelho. You think about karting with Nicky. You go back to like 1997, 98. He was a top-running Formula A driver in the WK Constructors Championship. This guy's a wheelman. Won a bunch of championships in SCCA and Formula 2000 competition in the runoffs as well. So a lot of talent, a lot of experience right now in the grid here for KA100 Masters. Kart Racing Solutions, sponsor of that class, and Mike Rawlson walking away with a 1.890 second win. So he takes the pole position, able to get back around Luis Schiavo, who led early. So the two storylines, Rawlson looks really good. Second storyline, we got, again, more proof that you can lead from the outside of the front row.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I can't stop thinking about how this X30 Sr main's going to go here. It's going to be chaotic. And yeah, I mean, like you said, last 2 races, outside row goes to P1. This is going to be interesting.
So we're setting things up right now, folks, as we're still a little ways away. We're scheduled to start in about a minute and a half time here. Potential to get a grid walk or some interviews with our drivers on pit lane before we fire things up here now. Otherwise, the drivers got seeing the 1 minute board being shown down here on pit lane. Engines coming to life. I think our pit walk coming a little too short there. The Masters drivers butting right up against the start time for X30 Sr 120. So this will be it, folks. It's the last pre-final of the day. We're going to go main event racing after this. Austin Garrison starting on the pole alongside Ryan Norberg. Good for Garrison. Norberg, of course, feeling a lot better than he might have this morning, starting from the outside, knowing that there is grip on the outside of turn number 1. Noel Leon starting on the inside alongside Aiden and Grod. That'll be road number 2. While winner from round number 2 in January, Donovan Bonilla starting 5th with Santiago Fernandez on the outside. Paulie Massimino and Mateus Morgado, your reigning world champion, in the 8th spot. And then starting on road number 5, this is interesting. Your point leader and factory kart driver for Kart Republic, Joe Turney, the British pilot, starting on the inside of road number 5. That's 9th position for Turney, running the DAP colors here this weekend. Blake Nash will be on the outside in the 364. Jacob Kolar and Thomas Deveau, road number 6. Diego Ramos and Alessandro DeTulio on road number 7. Row 8, Brandon Carr and Diego Conteca. Row 9, Tyler McIntyre and Louis Westover. Capping off your top 20, your top 10 rows, Carol Pasowitz in the Lenzo kart and Luis Calamodio on the outside. Riley Ramroop and Camilo Trappa on row 11. All right, folks, quickly right now, we're going to head it over for a quick pit lane interview before we go racing.
Here on the grid for this X30 Senior race, a lot of nervous drivers. I talked to Daniel Tate, who is the mechanic for Joe Turney. He felt like they missed it just a little bit of air pressure coming into qualifying, but still really confident about what he can do in the pre-final. Also, Noel Leon qualifying third after the slow group. Feels really confident going to the race. So it's going to be an exciting few laps here in the pre-finals. They get set to go. Back to you guys in the booth.
Amory, thank you so much. That was a quick one. We had a little bit of information to give you, but we're ready to go racing here right now. The drivers working their way up. Garrison on the inside, Norberg on the outside. Garrison goes a little wider through the corner. One driver backwards coming through turn number 1. Some carnage just outside the top 5 or 6. You can see the gap there. Otherwise, Garrison doing a good job to hold Norberg at bay. And I think Ryan knew what was happening there. He knew he wasn't going to get it that easy. Here's a move potentially to the inside, coming into the carousel for the first time. Drivers working their way forward. Yeah, pretty good start.
Joe Turney in P5 already.
Yeah, well, you're waiting for the chaos at the start, right? He's got to be able to jive his way to the inside. Started 9th, so the inside for Turney. Everybody else cruising to the outside. He gets through to P5, so a great start for the DAP driver for Kart Republic. Turney up to 5th, but I think, Alex, the best for me was Garrison getting aggressive and Norberg giving him enough room to get through turn number 1.
It was good racing from all of them, right? Like, we knew Norberg tried the outside. Garrison wasn't going to let it happen. Norberg backed out of it before it became, fireworks. And it's just clean racing from all of them, right? And Grata now to 3rd. And Grata's going to try to get up to Norberg as soon as possible, right? Because he's got his teammate up there in P1. He wants to work with him.
So the driver who went backwards through turn number 1 was Paulie Massimino. Tough one for him. Started 7th, ends up going backwards, ends up in the 29th position right now for Paulie Massimino. So not a good start to the pre-main for him.
Oh, Norberg.
Yeah, open the door to the inside. Book it. Norberg goes to the bottom in turn number 6. And right there, Garrison's pointing his finger. Go, go, go. I do not want to get eaten from behind. You got me, but let's get going. Let's work our way forward. Turney now. Is that Turney up into 4th position?
Yeah, because Ingrata got past my Noel Leon in turn 5, and I think Joe Turney followed him through. So put Noel Leon P3, Joe Turney already in P4. This is unbelievable stuff from the world champion.
Yeah, great start in the opening couple of laps. I think everybody knows that you can find yourself a lot of trouble if you get too aggressive on the opening laps, but it also is easily the best place to make up those positions you need, right? Guys, you're 2x2. Guys are opening the door. As long as you don't make the mistake, and the veteran drivers don't normally do that, you can gain a lot of spots. So Turney all the way up to 4th. Does he go to 3rd? No, because 3rd is going to go to 2nd. There's a move to the inside there. Turney gets into the side of Garrison. I think he might have gave it back to him a little bit there. Might have checked up, indeed. Noel Leon made a move to the inside of Garrison in turn number 7. And Turney was set up to make it happen. He'll go to the inside, though, in turn number 9. Good pass for Turney. Book it. He's through. Move Turney to P3.
Yeah, this is one of those things where you can just tell he knows the kart's good. You can tell after like 2 laps, he's like, I have a kart underneath me to win this pre-final, and he's just going for it. Really aggressive driving, right? I mean, he sees his main championship contender in Ryan Norberg leading this race, right? Because right now, Tulio is in P9, so good start for him. But right now, Turney and Norberg, I think, are your 2 protagonists in the championship.
So we're 3 laps into this, Alex. You're starting 9th. You know you got some big guns in front of you. Do you go a little higher in tire pressure? Do you want the kart maybe really good for the first 5 laps and then hold on to the end? You know what I mean? Like, he's super good right now, but is he good because they went a little higher on the tire pressure?
Yeah, it's the question of the day, right? I mean, it's in a class like this where it's so aggressive, do you go high in pressures to maybe try to get an early lead? Or do you go low and risk, falling to the clutches of the guys in, 15th, and then you get stuck there?
We saw that last in January with Ryan Norberg. Guy got shuffled back. He was low on tire pressure. He got stuck. Exactly that. So, that I wonder whether or not they potentially went a little higher on the pressures just to give him a really good kart at the top.
There he goes.
Yeah. Turney to the inside. Book it again. Turn number 2. Slider on Leon as he gets by the inside and lets the kart drift out to the apex. Turney, the driver, on the move. Went purple last time by a 48.503. We're going to know the answer to our questions, whether or not he keeps going quicker till the end of this one, but he is real and in Norberg. Started in the 9th position. What a drive right now for Joe Turney. Again, running the DAP colors here this weekend. It's Norberg out front from the outside of the front row. And a little further back. Was that Bonilla?
Yeah, it's Bonilla.
On Garrison?
On Garrison.
That is.
Ingrata got up to 3rd this lap. Or 4th.
So move that. It's probably P5 right now for Bonilla. Yeah, it is. Bonilla to P5, winner from round number 2.
Yeah, and Grata actually went purple last time by too, so his kart's coming in as well. I'm excited for this Joe Turney and Ryan Norberg battle if we get it. I mean, obviously it didn't end up great for them on the Sunday main last month. Let's see if we can keep it a little bit cleaner this time. I'm sure these guys will. You know, there's no bad blood. These guys like each other. They're both respectful drivers.
Yep.
But we're racing for a championship here, right? So
indeed, this is it. Again,
handshake off the track and
lots of points up for grabs here.
Yeah.
It's not like it's all in the main event, right? That means every lap you turn. Qualifying is great. Got Garrison with 10 bonus points there. Garrison currently running 6. He's in the championship fight too. He needs a better result. These two drivers ready to battle it out for sure. Norberg keeps going faster. So does Joe Turney. No one's hit the wall yet. No one's plateaued. We'll see if Turney gets a good run through one. Does he try it potentially down into turn number 2? He's right there. Looks to the inside. Turney from 9th to P1. Yeah, done. He goes from the inside of row 5 to the lead in a matter of 6 laps. So move Turney to the lead.
Yeah,
Norberg slotting back into P2.
Now the question is, does Norberg try to fight back immediately, or does he know that his car is coming in a few laps' time? The answer, he wanted to go for it, and what a lunge from Aiden Ingrata from 4th to 2nd.
What? He went from P4, was able to go by the inside of both Leon and Norberg to grab over 2nd. What a big pass there for Aiden Ingrata. And how many times over the years do we see the young junior drivers come up? You know, obviously Aiden jumping up at the Super Nationals, his first full season in senior racing here now. You really get more and more comfortable. You get more mature. You get maybe a little more confident in what you're able to do yourself. You get a little more aggressive, right? You understand the drivers around you a little bit more. That was a big move. We've seen a lot of guys go one pass there. That was 2 drivers from 6 and 7.
Yeah, it was almost a statement pass, you know? It's like, I'm here. I'm not going to, you know, take anything from these senior guys. You know, I belong here, right? He's been quick all year long. You know, he was quick last month. He was really quick at Rock. You know, didn't have the luck, but he had the speed, right? So now he's like, I have the speed, and I'm going to create my own luck, and now move him to P2.
You wonder if Norberg might have had a little smile on his face, like, oh, here comes the rookie.
Yeah.
Nice move. All right.
I wouldn't say a smile. I wouldn't say a smile.
Maybe
on
a
his
smirk.
face. Yeah.
Maybe a smirk. Hey, listen. Every year Norberg's got some other little snot-nosed punk coming up from junior who wants to try to rub him up a little bit, say that he was able to scrape some plastic, some vinyl off the side of Ryan Norberg's car. This guy's been a veteran. How many times has he won a championship? 5 times in SKUSA competition. Throw a couple of USPKS titles in. This guy's a legend in our sport right now and has been the dominant factor over the last 5 years in American karting. Factory driver and, of course, the top pro at Rawlson Performance Group. He sees new kids every year. Let's see what he does here right now with Aiden Ingrata, because we'll watch the drivers. Nobody else going quicker on that last lap, as we have just a couple to go here now. 4 laps remaining. It was actually Garrison who went purple last time by.
Yeah, speaking of Garrison, we haven't heard a lot from him. I mean, since he got pushed around that opening few laps. But clearly he has the car, just doesn't have the luck right now, down at P7, but goes purple. The guy on the move, though, Diego Contecha, from 16th up to P6. So clearly he is rolling right now with 4 to go.
Yeah, that's big for him, of course. He's going to start potentially on the outside of row 3, unless he can get another spot. Let's see if he's able to roll up here on Bonilla last time by. No, very similar lap time, so you may see a stoppage there for Contecha instead of teams are moving forward. But there's always racing that could happen that could get him over to the 5th position, as we have 3 drivers off in turn number 1. There they are there, pulling away. Oh! Coming right back out on the racetrack, right into traffic. Race control will be looking at that. That driver came right back out on track in the middle of a high-speed driver coming through 1. That one's going to get looked at by race control for sure.
Yeah,
you just can't do that, folks. You've got to watch what you're doing before you roll it on track. That could have been very dangerous.
Yeah, good to see the driver got out on his own merit there. And the leader's going to come by just in time. Good job by the safety crew there to get that cart out.
No doubt. That was ugly. That was scary. You hate to see drivers come back out on the track like that without looking. Turney leading now by 4/10 of a second. There it is.
There he is.
That's 1, 2, 3, folks, right there. Turney, Ingrata, and Norberg. Then the gap back to Noel Leon.
See, it's one of those things where it's like, oh, here comes Norberg to the inside. He's through. Moved Ryan Norberg up to P2. And Grata gave him the bump. He's like, let's go. We got 2 to go here.
And he also looked over his shoulder to see how much the damage is. Do I have guys coming on me? No, I've got some room. Okay, I can settle in here with Ryan. Norberg back to 2nd spot, kind of repaid the favor over in turn number 7. We've seen so many passes in 7. It's one of the best. 7 and 1 and 2 seem to be the primary passing opportunities. A little bit of turn number 8 as well. Turney, though, is going to take full advantage, I think, of this battle for second between Norberg and Ingrata, because I don't think that Norberg's got enough time here in the final lap. So that'll put these true championship proponents, these combatants, on the front row potentially for the main event, as Norberg putting his head down, trying to close back up. Ingrata looking very good. Started 4th. Now he'll move to the inside of row number 2 if all is said and done. I don't see any more passes coming in the top 3. Garrison continues to go faster. Back-to-back purple laps for Austin Garrison, your pole sitter.
Yeah, there he is.
Yep, trying to reel up on
He
Leon.
might get Noel Leon right here. Let's see if he's going to the inside. He's not. I think Garrison might want to. No,
that's 6th.
That's
I know.
6th.
Yeah.
You don't know if you want to stay. Who knows? Here we go, though. Turney cross line to win the pre-final.
From 9th.
I mean, what else would you want, though, right? Joe Turney, Ryan Norberg on the front row. You couldn't really ask for a better front row. And then obviously on the last lap, Ryan Norberg actually goes purple there, too, just to solidify our question there of, tire pressures higher or lower, right?
Top 3 drivers all going faster on the final lap. So Turney didn't go too high, let's put it that way, because his fastest lap was the last lap as well. In fact, both he and Norberg separated on a quick lap by 0.06 of a second. Joe Turney started in the 9th position, got the 5th by the end of the opening lap, and just continued his march forward, able to slide his way by Ryan Norberg. And then, of course, Aiden Ingrata made things exciting as well. It wraps up with Turney as the winner. Norberg gets by Ingrata on the penultimate lap to take 2nd back. Ingrata 3rd. Bonilla up a spot to 4th. Noel Leon ends up in 5th. Garrison slides back to 6th from the pole. Contega up 9 positions for Diego Contega. Started 16th. He'll roll off from the inside of row number 4, starting alongside Jacob Kolar. Blake Nash up a spot, and Diego Ramos up a couple positions as well, as did DeTulio. He goes to 11th. Mateus Morgado fell 6 spots. He's 14th. So Morgado and Ramos again, 10th and 16th. Work to be done in the main event. Again, Speed Concepts, the sponsor of our X30 Senior class. Joe Turney with the win, the margin of victory, 0.517. There you go, folks. That is it for our pre-main. Pre-finals are done. 8 main events set to go here for a great afternoon in Homestead. It'll all be live here on Kart Chaser. Don't go anywhere. We'll have Micro Swift after this break.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
And there you have drivers hitting the racetrack for what will be the first of 8 main events. Round number 3 of the Superkarts USA Winter Series here at AMR Homestead-Miami Motorplex, presented by MG Tires. Rob Howden alongside Alexander Searle. We'll have Xander Clements joining us sometime throughout the afternoon. It's a gorgeous day here right now. It is 84 degrees trackside. Get a little more clouds, as you can see, coming in over the blue skies we had earlier today, but nonetheless a nice warm day, a nice bit of breeze. It's time to go main event racing. Round 3 of this 4-round championship. We'll wrap things up tomorrow, although there are some drivers with an opportunity to cap the championships unofficially here today. Driver starting on the pole position, Valentino Santi, and he'll be in the number 11. He'll start pole. Outside of him, the driver who dominated the action in January, Antonio Pizzonia Nito. Row number 2 will have Maxwell Macha on the inside and Santiago Diaz de la Vega Torres on the outside. Field in position. We are going to get set to go racing here right now. We're underway. Green, green, green to turn number 1, and it's a big run from the outside.
Oh, we're wrecking in the back.
Yeah, a couple of drivers getting contacted in the back of the pack. One driver way off the racetrack there as well. I believe it may have been Pizzonia Nito going to the lead, Alex, early. Otherwise, the field kind of setting into position, coming through 2, 3, 4, into the carousel, the inner loop of this racetrack. We'll call it 5. Turn 5, then 6, 7, the combination we've been watching throughout today, that right-left combo through the hairpin. Otherwise, out and green, racing here in Micro Swift to really begin what should be an exciting afternoon of competition.
Yeah, I mean, what a start from Pizzonia Nito, though. I mean, he's already got, 10 kart lengths on second place there. He just timed it perfectly, right? Crossed the line in second, but the second the green flag was waved, he just went around the outside and just, seemed to just have more grip than anybody else on the racetrack. It was incredible.
It's a wider arc as well, right? You got to remember that when you're coming into the inside, you got to brake almost more than the driver on the outside because it's a wider arc there. And of course, the pole sitter Santia just didn't roll enough speed in to kind of keep him honest on the outside. But we are definitely underway here right now, getting things rolling at the start of our race. Just the first lap in the books here for Micro Swift, again brought to you by Ricer Racing. Pizzonia Nito out to a 1.3 second advantage out of the gate. Santian runs in the second spot, João Paulo Banataman in third, Parker Ives in fourth, and Maxwell Macha in the 5th position. Folks, getting things underway. Let's head back down to pit lane. Zoe Edenholm stands by with the winner of the pre-final for X30 Sr.
I'm here with Joe Turney. You finished first in the pre-final. You made up quite a few spots. Run us through how your race went.
Well, it was made a bit easier. At the start, there was a crash in front of me, so I picked up a few spots there. And then I was able to get to the lead because I think it's so tough to lead here. You lose a lot of time when people run off the track in front. So, I was managed to get into the lead at a good time in the race, and then it was only a few laps left from there.
You are in it for the championship. How do you think you're going to hold the top spot in the final?
Well, it will be difficult. It's going to be close for sure at the start for the first 10 laps. It should be similar to the pre-final, and then hopefully it spaces out a bit, but we'll see what happens.
Well, best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and back to you guys.
Thank you, Zoe and Alex. Wise words there. You know that really when you're starting up front, you've been in a lot of races, you started pole in a lot of races. When you get through those first 3 or 4 laps, those are the hectic ones, right? You're thinking about the fact you've got 20 guys right on top of you. Well, 3 or 4 laps in, all of a sudden things start to stretch out. Turney understands that. Norberg does too. Once you get rolling, you're going to have that group of 5, 8, whatever it may be. But you're going to get away from a lot of the initial chaos of the first 3 laps into a main.
Yeah, but Joe also reiterated a lot of things that we were saying, right? He said his job was made easier because they wrecked at the start of the race. So from P9 to P5 immediately, right? And then, with the way this layout works, the second you start racing, if you're ahead of the guys that are racing, you instantly gain a second. If you're behind those guys, you end up losing ground, right? So it's just the nature of this track, and he knows that the start's going to be crucial for him, right? Because you got guys like Ryan Norberg, you got guys like Ingrata who are hungry. They want that win. Norberg obviously going for the championship against Turney, right? So it's going to be really interesting to see how Turney holds off. I think he's obviously a really, really talented driver. Really, he's got a lot of experience, right? So he knows what to do, but it's a lot of pressure, right? Obviously, going for a championship here. So.
Well, there's a lot of American guns ready to come after him here right now. The British driver is going to be into a fight for sure. One of those drivers that will most definitely be scrapping with Joe Turney. He's in the championship fight once again, and he stands by with Zoe.
I'm here with Ryan Norberg. You explained to me that your last round was a little rough. How do you think that you're not going to have that this weekend?
We just got to stay up front and try and keep away from just the rest of the field. I think there's a top 5 guys have a little bit of pace on everybody else, and so I think if we can keep that clean and keep that, you know, spaced out, we should be fine. The problem last race is we let the field keep up with us, and yeah, they take their shots and they try to get to the front. So yeah, if we space stuff out, shouldn't end that way. This race was a bit tough. It's like Joe said, it's hard to lead. It's just so dirty, and so, you know, we got out front and just, you know, hit some dirt here and there and fell back, and then yeah, I mean, we got back to second. We had some speed at the end there, but definitely need to do a little better job out front.
Well, starting second in the final, wish you best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Couple of takeaways there. Obviously, number one, exactly what Joe said, right? They want to get to work together, try to get away, make it a 2-driver battle. You always want it to be either, if you can't pull away by yourself, give me a 2-driver battle, one-on-one. We'll battle it out to the end. But the other one was about the comment about the dirty racetrack. You know, you're out front. You're the first guy through every corner. If someone's dropped the wheel, if you got that wind blowing some of the dirt from some of the grass patches that Xander mentioned earlier on in the day, it's tough to lead because you're the first guy through every corner. You're the first one to, you know, encounter whatever the situation is in every corner.
Exactly. No, because like you said, these grass patches are relatively new, right? I mean, we used to not have this, so you didn't have to really worry about the track getting dirtier necessarily, right? Maybe some marbles on the racetrack when there was never the risk of having dirt or grass on the racetrack. Now there is, and leading, you know, you like you said, you never know, because like exiting turn 1 there could be dirt, exiting turn 3 there could be dirt, right? Exiting the hairpin there could be dirt, right? And when you're the first guy there, it's all new. And I mean, besides that, I mean, I think leading here is pretty tough because you got a bunch of guys who are really aggressive behind you, and obviously the draft is a big factor. I think if you can just stay with them. I mean, we're watching Pizzone Nito here just walk away from the field, right? But like you said, if you can't break away, the goal is to hopefully have just 2 of you and not 10 of you, right? Which is exactly what happened to Norberg, right? Norberg last month got pushed around a little bit and just ended up battling for 10th the whole time, right? And even though he had the pace to probably win the race, he was stuck in a battle for P10, and obviously he doesn't want that to happen this time, right? So he's going to try to he's probably going to try to keep it clean with Joe, but you never know, right? It's unpredictable.
Really good racing on track right now, and that is for just outside the top 3. That is Parker Ives, Colton Schniegenberg, all in the fight there as well. One thing we will mention here as well, here in Micro Swift, with his wins in round number 1 and 2, a victory here for Antonio Pizzone Nito would sweep the championship and get it done. This would be our first title. Superkarts USA electing to have 1 drop this season for the Winter Series. So again, 2 weekends, 4 races, 1 drop. So every driver taking their best of 3. And, of course, another win here for Pizzone Nito would give him the championship and the points he needs to lock that one down. So Antonio Pizzone Nito, who led from the outside of the front row, leading the way here right now. 7 down, still a ways to go. 20 lapper for the drivers in cadet.
Yeah, but here's what I will say. I mean, the last 2 laps, Bonadaman and Macha, the last 2 laps were 4 tenths faster than Pizzone Nito both times. So that's 8 tenths in 2 laps that they have closed up. We have 13 laps to go. If those 2 guys can stay smart, push each other, right, in a low horsepower class like this Micro Swift class, 2's faster than 1. And look, here we go. Yeah. There we go. Maxwell Macha pushing Bonadaman. Again, it was only a tenth, 2 tenths quicker there, but 2 tenths adds up when you got 12 laps to go.
Long time to go. You're exactly right. If these 2 drivers in 2nd and 3rd continue to run together, João Paulo Bonadaman in the 27 and Maxwell Macha in the 23, we may find ourselves with a battle for the race win. Pizzone Nito has led from the get-go, going to the outside of the opening corner and just jetting off quickly into a 1+ second lead. Pizzone Nito, Bonadaman, Macha, Schniegenberg, Ives. Schniegenberg a little ways back. He's got Ives right with him. Santian back a couple of spots. Diaz de la Vega Torres is there as well. Really, from that point, you're probably looking at 4, 5, 6, 7, I think, running together on the racetrack.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing some really smart driving here from Bonadaman and Macha. Macha clearly has no intent of passing Bonadaman, as Pizzone Nito puts his fast lap of the race, but looking a little further down, Bonadaman goes purple, another 2.5 tenths faster. I think they're going to get him. I think they're going to catch him. I mean, they're working so well together, right? It seems to be their setups also work well, right? It looks to me like Macha's a little bit faster in the straights. Bonadaman's a little bit better in the corners, right? So he's towing him around a little bit. He's just towing him around. So Macha's giving him the push in the straightaway. In the corners, Bonadaman's giving Macha the tow he needs to get out of the corner. And it works perfectly because now, look, Macha's closing in.
Don't you love it when you find a guy like that? You get on the
it's
track with
perfect.
somebody, you're really good in the infield, and then he just pushes you down the straight or whatever it may be. That is fantastic. That's what they're doing right now. So the gap that was a bit bigger quite a ways back, 1.291 now. We're at the halfway point this time by. They are visually closer
Yeah, they're
now.
in the same frame now.
Yeah, call it 1.049. So they cut another 0.2 of a second out. There's still 10 laps to go. So, yeah, we're not done here yet at all. We're going to have ourselves potentially a 3-driver battle, and it'll be 2 of the Orsilon Racing drivers. Again, that is Pizzogna and Bonadaman. And then you got Maxwell Macha as well. He's on the SLA machine, the Kart Republic. So all very interesting the way things are going to shake down before it's all said and done, because second and third have been working together nicely, looking to reel in the leader.
Yeah, I mean, something I want to mention as well. I mean, we haven't mentioned it at all. These are kids, man. It's micro Swift. These are 7, 8, 9-year-olds, right? The pressure on these guys, right? Especially like Pizzogna, who had a big lead. He had a 2.4-second lead. He looked back, and now he sees these 2 guys closing the gap. I mean, there's got to be a lot of pressure, right?
Yeah.
You're looking at the fence. You see your mechanics are waving at you, right? These 2 guys are clearly faster than you at this stage in the race. It's a lot. The mental fortitude it takes to actually overcome this it's incredible for these 8-year-olds.
Pizzogna though turning. I love what you're exactly that. He's turning good laps, so he's like really consistent. 53.3, 53.4, 53.5.
Yeah, but here they come.
Another purple lap there, and this is where they are. Purple last time by for Bonadaman, 53.057. He was a half a second quicker last time. That half a second gap at the line now looks like about a length and a half. We have ourselves a race up front. They are there, as Alex said. That is your leader, the 73, looking over his shoulder the whole time. And what do you tell a young driver, Alex? Don't look over your shoulder,
Don't look over your
please.
shoulder. You can see the guy in front of you, right? And Pizzogna probably can tell, right? I saw his mechanics on the fence, giving him the gap, right?
Yep.
And here we go. Immediately, Bonadaman to the lead, I think, going to turn 1. He's going to make that stick. It's just like you said, right? You were telling me earlier, it's like, you always like when you see kids, when they catch up, just go for the move. Don't sit there, right? When you know you're faster, make it count now. Don't give Pizzogna a chance to defend.
I like
right?
it. Yeah,
Get to the lead.
Bonadaman goes to P1, so it's the Orsilon Racing teammates, 1, 2. And then, of course, you've got right behind him. I said Kart Republic. I think that's a Parolin there for Macha. You need a Parolin. It's Kart Republic on live timing, but Parolin on the racetrack, folks.
Bonadaman went wide there in the hairpin.
Oh, here comes Pizzogna back to the inside. Watch for Macha to try to come with them.
Yep.
And they do. He goes back to the lead, and that's another one of the things I remember hearing from Ryan Norberg, talking about where you want to be on the racetrack. And almost it's a pass or be passed kind of situation. If you're sitting around waiting for you the right spot, someone else is going by you in a tough time, right? So literally, if Pizzogna doesn't go by when he can, then Mach's the guy that's going to go by. He's going to find himself third. So all in all, the way it's playing out here right now, we got ourselves a great fight to the end. And this is more traditional race at this racetrack, especially the cadet junior categories that we've seen in the pre-finals, right? This literally is 3 drivers battling it out. They haven't been racing. They've pulled away from the rest of the field. We don't have that massive gap. In fact, what is it? It's over 6 seconds back to Parker Ives in P4 right now. This is what we love to see, the racecraft of these young drivers ready for a great battle to the end.
Yeah, I mean, this is a classic Homestead race, right?
Yeah.
Like you said, this is what I'm used to seeing when I come to this track. 2 or 3 guys breaking away from the field, right? But we saw in the pre-finals that wasn't the case because everybody wanted to race, for 8th place. These guys are doing it right. They know this is where points are scored. This is where trophies are won, right? This top 3 right here. This is hopefully your podium, unless something goes down, right? This is hopefully your podium. Who knows who's going to be 1, 2, 3, right? But what I'm also noticing, as I believe Macha's going to go to the inside here in turn 2, make that move stick.
He wants
Max
to lead.
Macha to the lead.
Yeah, he wants to lead as well.
I think he noticed what I was noticing. I mean, Pizzogna turning his head every lap, right? It's a late lunge there from Bonadaman. Not going to make that move stick, and that's actually going to extend the gap there to Macha just a little bit. What I was saying is Pizzogna turning his head around, flailing his arms a little bit, saying, push me, push me. That's kind of like the universal sign of, I'm not that quick right now.
Yeah.
Right? So the guys behind know, hey, he wants me to push him because the kart's not there right now. And Pizzogna knows it, and he wants you to help him. But these kids are smart enough. They know, I'm not going to help him try to win his race. I want to win the race myself.
Yeah, Pizzogna just turned his fast lap, went purple, but that's because he's right in the draft right now, too. He's finally had the draft to be able to turn some good laps. And again, nobody in the top 3 going quicker, but they're only separated by less than 3.5 tenths of a second. Nose to tail. Oh, thinking about it. I don't know. Pizzonia was trying to sell the dummy on him there a little bit on his teammate. Looked to the inside, didn't pull the trigger. This time, Banataman goes by. So for the first time, we've got Pizzonia Nito all the way back in the 3rd position. He'll have to try to reel in. This is going to allow Maxwell Macha to get a bit of a gap, but we'll see how long that lasts. There's about 5 laps remaining in this one. Our first of 8 main events on the day. Round number 3 of the SKUSA Winter Series for 2023, the 6th edition of this championship, and a gorgeous day down here in Homestead, Florida. Hope you enjoy the coverage wherever you are around the country and around the world. Let you tune into the broadcast here. We'll have Xander Clements back with us sometime later today. He's got some work to do at the big track right now, but again, the Kart Chaser doing a great job, as is Maxwell Macha. He really pulled almost a 0.4 of a second lead over the Orsolon drivers. Remember, here he is by himself. He's got 2 teammates going at it, 2nd and 3rd. And he's got himself a pretty decent little advantage with 4 to go.
We're going to find out here if Pizzonia Nito has the car or not. It seems to me he's staying with Banataman here enough, because obviously if Pizzonia Nito and Banataman can work together, they're going to catch the Macha in no time, like we saw, with Macha and Banataman catching Pizzonia Nito.
Laps winding down in this race. The drivers were absolutely nose to tail for a couple of laps, but it's shaken up a little bit here now. João Paulo Banataman running in the 2nd spot. Antonio Pizzonia Nito, who led from the front row, outside of the front row, and took the lead for the majority of the first part of the race before this duo worked his way back forward. But it's the outlier, the non-Orsolon driver who's leading the way right now in the parallel for SLA Karting. That is Maxwell Macha, the lead 0.2 of a second now. Yeah. Banataman closing up. Alex, we're closing down here.
Gap's closing.
Yeah, 3 to go.
He's
17
there.
laps in, 3 to go.
No, he's there. He's in the toe now. And it's also, as a driver myself, it's like you have a guy in front of you. It's the rabbit, right? You're chasing him. All of a sudden, you just always seem to go faster when somebody's in front of you, no matter what.
I agree. And you hate that for yourself, right?
Yeah.
You're like, I should be able to go faster.
Yeah, why can't I do this on my own?
Exactly.
Yeah.
But now you start planning your moves, right? You got a couple laps to go. Okay, where am I going to get him? Where am I faster? When he tries to defend here, what have I got to do? I've gone, especially the young drivers, I've gone over with my coaches. If he does this, I have to go here. And remember, these kids are anywhere from, 7 to 9 years of age, right?
Yeah.
10 years of age. These are young kids just learning the racecraft of this sport. And when they get into these positions, now they're starting to think, what do I have to do? A lot of the times, as you know this, really your race, it's on instinct. If he goes this way, I got to go that way, right? If the gap opens, I got to take it. So we're going to see it all play out.
There we go. 2 to go. They got the popsicle sticks in the air. Let's see if Macha can hold on, but Banataman is right there. This is the closest he's been in 4 laps.
And the funny thing is Pizzonia Nito back in 3rd. There's the move to the inside. Will there be contact? And there will. Just a little bit. That's a great pass, though, to the inside. I like that pass.
That's brave. I like it.
I like that pass with the way it was done, because with the way it's done, he was able to stop the run out of that corner and defend over in 6 and 7, right?
He didn't slow himself down doing that move. If anything, it kind of screwed Macha a little bit, but Macha's right back in the bumper here, Banataman.
Here we go, folks. Remember, when they come back around, Aaron Likens is going to show them the 1 to go. This will be it for our first main event of the day. Micro Swift drivers onto the front straightaway. What happens? They're nose to tail. They're looking to the inside. Banataman will cruise over a bit. No. Good run through turn number 1. He gets about a length coming down the straightaway. Pizzonia Nito's got to make a move. He's going to move for P2, and he does. To the inside. Book it. He's through to P2 right now, so Orsolon runs 1-2. Macha, who had led a handful of laps, falling back into the 3rd spot. It's Banataman as the leader. As he runs, I believe Pizzonia will secure this championship with P2, but he's going to want to win it again to go 3 for 3. He covers a bit to the inside of turn number 6 and 7. Banataman still with the lead. Maybe one more chance to get by down into turn number 8. They're not there. Looks to me like João Paulo Banataman in a great spot to potentially win this. Out of turn number 8, just a 9, 10, 11 complex left. It is an Orsolon racing 1-2 as they run. It could be a drag race to the line. Who's got a better run out of the corner? He's got the spot, and he's going to win it. João Paulo Banataman, but not by much at the line. The margin of victory, just 66 thousandths of a second. Banataman with the win. Pizzonia Nito in 2nd. So his overall main event results, first, and 2nd. So I got to say unofficially, the Micro Swift champion for the year, Maxwell Macha. A diligent effort. Well done for Maxwell to come home P3, and about 8.4 seconds back. Over 8 seconds,
yeah,
Alex.
That's incredible.
Yeah, they were able to pull away. Parker Ives, though, a strong run, up a couple of spots to 4th. Colton Schniegenberg up 3 to 5th. Valentino Santillan ends up 6th. Santiago Diaz de la Vega Torres in 7th. Josh Bergman Juan Garcia Davila in 9th, and Enzo Di Janeiro rounding out the top 10. That is Homestead Racing. It's cadet racing, to be real. Enough drivers pulling away. They weren't able to drop a driver to make it just 2. We had a great 3-driver fight all the way to the end. All 3 of those drivers led at a time in that group as well. Bonadaman, though, coming away with the victory.
Yeah, no, it was good racing there. And I mean, Bonadaman just put together such a mature drive to win that race. I mean, Pizzoni Nito, I thought, if you told me 14 laps ago that he wasn't going to win, I would have been like, what happened? Did he lose the chain?
Yeah,
you know,
right.
he had a 2.5 second lead at one point, but Bonadaman and Mancha just put together a really mature drive for, I mean, maybe, what are they, 8, 9 years old. It's incredible what they can do at such a young age. And I mean, what a run for Bonadaman there. Like you said, and Orsolon won too, so good job for the team there.
Yeah, fantastic. Great job for João Paulo Bonadaman, his first Superkarts USA Winter Series win. He scores the victory by just 66 thousandths of a second over Pizzoni Nito. Matcha in 3rd. That's your podium. And we are underway with round 3 main events. When we get back after this break, folks, the KA100 Jr drivers will fire things up to go racing.
International Motorsport has you covered on every level of karting, and starting here in 2023, in cars as well. For your very first step into an F4 race car, try out the Formula Inter Arrive and Drive F4 Championship, hosted here at the Homestead-Miami Speedway. Along with that, of course, the International Motorsport team covers every base of the karting pyramid, from the local to the national and international level. For more information, follow International Motorsport or Formula Inter on social media.
Well, if that was any indication of the racing we're going to see throughout the day here, we're in for a good one, because that was a treat to watch. We had 3 drivers up front there in that Micro Swift category going at it. João Paulo Bonadaman with the victory. Congratulations to him. That was some great strategy, getting himself in the right place at the right time. But the bottom line was, it was 3 drivers pulling away, working that strategy over the second half of the race after they had reeled in Antonio Pizzoni Nito. And again, unofficially, I believe he will be your Micro Swift champion for the 2023 Superkarts USA Winter Series. Fantastic run for him. Again, we're looking forward to the drivers here in KA100 Jr rolling out here momentarily for their main event. About 2 minutes away from firing them up. Let's have a look at the grid, because it's a big one. Oliver Well going to start on the pole position after a tremendous drive in that pre-final, working his way to the lead. He'll start alongside Enzo Vidmontien. Row number 2, we'll see Sarah Bradley. Great start for Sarah. She starts P3 alongside Ernesto Rivera. On row number 3, it'll be Stephen Miller on the inside, Cameron Brinkman on the outside. Both these drivers able to work their way to the front. And on row number 4, Emma Kate Scarborough and Naomi Garcia. To cap off your top 10, it's Anthony Martella on the inside and Jackson Wolney on the outside. Kristen Cameron, the West Coaster, is number 809, starting in 11th alongside Alex Mercado, while Christopher Aiken and Leonardo Scorpioni will be on row number 7. Scorpioni starting 14th with speed to lead, so watch for him to be very aggressive over the opening couple of laps. Kay Jaeger and Eder Herrera will be on row number 8. Carson Weinberg and Ty Fisher, 2 drivers to watch, on row number 9. Hudson Schwartz, a podium finish in January, looking to work his way up from 19th on the grid alongside William Tomkes, while Sebastian Garzone and Lillian Scarborough will occupy row 11. It'll be Salvador Della Vecchia alongside Alexander Jacoby on row number 12, and Azir Torres Jr. and Max Weiland on row 13. Aiden Nakotra and Rahim Alahabi will be on row 14, finishing off the top 30, David Ramirez and Chase Gassioli. Braden Zerba starting 31st alongside Aiden Augustine, while row number 17 will have Walter Jenkins the 4th and Remy Andreatos. Row number 18, Sebastian Riss and Race Beckman. Row 19, Alexander Vanchev and Turner Brown. Keep an eye on Turner Brown, trouble in the pre-final. Deep in the field for Turner, a chance to pass a bunch of go-karts and maybe work his way into the top 10. Row number 20, Jake Giordano and Chase Basaglia. Basaglia was out early. Then we've got Alan Bonilla, Quentin Angeli, Christian Garduna, Shun Sikaguchi, and Ethan Sky Majensic coming from the tail of the field. 45 drivers firing up their KA100 engines here on pit lane. We got drivers looking to have huge comebacks from deep in the field, and other drivers at the very front looking to maintain and potentially try to get that 3-driver battle up front, right? That's where you want to be in the opening couple of laps, Alex. 45 drivers strong. We'll hold our breath to the opening lap, right?
I don't know if they're going to learn the lesson. I'm not going to lie. I mean, there's some heavy hitters, you know, starting
a little deeper, right?
I mean, we heard of Scorpione, right?
Yeah, he did, yeah.
He wants redemption.
Yeah, he does.
What that means, we're going to find out.
And again, remember, let's keep going. He's 14th. So that's row 7. He's waiting for the chaos to happen to try to make it happen, or does he create the chaos? Right? That's the difference. We'll see how it plays out. So one driver's going to throw it to the inside of turn number 1. You know that. The bottom line is Oliver Weldon, very impressive in that heat race. He kind of worked his way forward, and the minute he got there, he was making passes. He passed seemingly at will, and that was impressive for the driver who won the Mini Swift Championship in this series last year. So he is trying to get right into the middle of the junior discussion for national level racing here in 2023. Weldon and Vidmontien in the front row. 2 drivers, another top driver we've seen in mini competition. So Vidmontien on the outside, and again, Weldon on the inside, the parallel.
Look at Ernesto there. He's creating a little bit of a gap. He's going to try to get a run here and push Enzo.
That's it. Green, green, green. Racing into turn number 1. Let's see what happens to the outside line. Everybody pretty clean. 2 drivers way off the racetrack. They'll work their way back across the grass, make that 4 drivers going way wide. Moving to the inside, Vidmontien, I think, maybe tucking to the inside there. And they're going to go 2, 3 wide through turn number 3 as well. 4 is tougher to do. And you can see Rivera cover off on the inside to try to make sure no one comes up the inside of him.
Ernesto actually just stayed in 4th, but the biggest losers there were actually the front row.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looked like Weldon back to maybe 6th or 7th there coming through.
And Enzo down to 5th, yeah.
Ouch. And here's the
contact.
Hold on here. That's the first run through turn number 6 and 7. So many drivers diving down the inside, not giving up the pace or the speed.
Who's that? There's one cart really slow on the exit of the hairpin.
Yeah, out of 7. That's the 876 with trouble there. One of the LN kart drivers will try to pick that up for you, the 876.
Well, all of a sudden, Stephen Miller is now your leader.
Coming across the line for the first time, Stephen Miller goes to the lead. Emma Kate Scarborough from 7th finds herself up into 2nd.
The cart that was slow was Oliver Weldon.
Ooh, no way. Weldon potentially out early. We'll come to that. We'll come back to that momentarily. Sarah Bradley slotting into 3rd spot. Ernesto Rivera held on to 4th. Enzo Vidmontien falling from the outside of the front row back to P5. Anthony Martella in 6th. Cameron Brinkman in 7th. 8th was Jackson Wolney, 9th Christopher Aiken, 10th is Hudson Schwartz. Going to the tail of the field, Oliver Weldon is out, as you said, and the 876 that had trouble was Christian Garduna. Tough opening lap for the pole sitter going to the tail of the field.
Heartbreak. I mean, even when you do things right, it still doesn't go right for you, right? I mean, he held the inside, he did everything right in turn 1. Everyone got aggressive, and I didn't get to see what happened to him. I think it happened in the exit of turn 7.
Yeah, it seemed like it.
It's just unfortunate there for Oliver.
You wonder, contact happened, did something happen to stall the engine or whatever it might have been, and he ended up coming to a halt. Tough one for Oliver Weldon. This pole position could have been an opportunity to go for the win. Well, folks, we're early in this one, so let's go side by side. Let's get a chance to head back down to Zoe on pit lane and talk to one of the top drivers from the Micro Swift class we just watched.
JP, he won the Micro Swift category. How are you feeling today?
I'm very happy. My first win here, and I thank to my mechanics, my family, my dad, my team, my coach, and.
Well, congrats to you and your teammate just won the championship. Vibes are high, and hope to see you have the same day tomorrow. Thank you. Back to you guys.
Well done there for Japalo Banadam, and as Zoe said, the teammate Antonio Pizzonia Nito with the race win. Interesting start, as we said, a lot of chaos at the very beginning of KA100 Jr. and it played out to allow Stephen Miller and Emma Kate Scarborough to get out to the initial lead. But we've got ourselves some aggressive racing. There's a big dust up a driver off the racetrack. I think that's over in turn number 2 and 3. That driver is pulled off.
He looks
Looks like the wrist may be a bit sore for that driver there. We'll SKUSA officials, the corner workers getting to that driver very quickly. Otherwise, everybody working their way around track. It looks like we may have had some action up front. Did Rivera get by Scarborough there? I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, Rivera did. Enzo Vidmontien did, and I think Sarah Bradley just did too. I think
a number of drivers did. She's gone back a couple of spots for sure.
I think some people have been watching the previous races here because a few guys are making that move into the carousel now. I mean, it's a pretty good move, I think. I mean,
yep, I like it.
You don't lose a lot of speed, right? And it forces the driver to go on the outside. There's marbles out there. It can only do you good, I think, passing there.
So Emma Kate Scarborough, who is running in third, has fallen back to the P5 position, slotting in behind Sarah Bradley. Your top 5 last time by was Sarah Miller, Ernesto Rivera, Enzo Vidmontien, Sarah Bradley, and Emma Kate Scarborough. Everybody behind going quicker, including the RPG driver Jackson Wolney in the 8th position, got purple last time by. But look at this racing right now. I think that's Cameron Brinkman up there as well, getting super aggressive, working his way into the top 10.
Yeah.
And that battle there is essentially, I want to say, probably 5th on or 6th on back.
Yeah, but further, like the group behind them was a Scorpione who made it 3 wide to the hairpin and made that stick. So I think a Scorpione is now in the top 10. He is in P10. So he's already up 4 spots, but he's 4 seconds back. So he's going to need some pretty heavy racing here. But we got 17 laps to go. And like we saw in the Micro Swift race, we thought it was over with 14 to go, and it wasn't, right? So if these two start racing, who knows?
Yeah, this is going to come down to Stephen Miller and Ernesto Rivera. How do they want to race? Are they going to run together? Rivera seems very consistent or very content just to sit right behind him right now. He's not trying to put any pressure on. Might as well pull away. And he knows, hey, listen, everybody knows how quick Stephen Miller is, right? So hold the position. There's another pass here coming into turn number 5. That's a couple of Rawlson drivers battling it out. Who else is that in the fight there? That might be Huston Schwartz and Jackson Wolney potentially in that group there.
Oh,
so their driver slowing coming out of turn number 5.
RPG Kart, who
wasn't able to get it very quickly. Trying to figure out the other drivers involved. Those out of the race right now, Oliver Weldon, as we know. Aiden Nicotra might have been the driver off over in turn number 2. We'll try to figure out which Rawlson driver's falling to the tail of the field here as well. There's a bunch of them in the field, as we know.
Yeah, but right now, Ernesto does seem really content to just sit in P2. He's a smart driver, right? He knows that Stephen Miller is an aggressive guy, so he knows if he passes him, chances are he'll pass him right back. That's the last thing you want.
That's it.
You get stuck in a battle, and all of a sudden Enzo, who's right there, only a 10th or 2 off pace, right? And he's right there. You got guys like this, Leonardo, right? He wants to get back to that lead group because apparently there's some redemption he wants, right?
Yeah, that's what I hear.
He wants to get the chance to do that.
Remember, the only reason for Rivera really to go by now is if he really believes he's getting held up big time by Miller. I don't think so. He knows how fast Stephen Miller is. He's been good all weekend long. He'll look behind him to see how close Enzo Vidmontien is. As long as we're holding the gap, I'm more than happy to hang with you right now, stay out of trouble, because right now it's Enzo Vidmontien with Sarah Bradley right behind him. That is first and second. There's second and third. And then we've also got a third and fourth. Then we got 5th and 6th together, and that's the 2 RPG drivers.
Yeah,
Hudson Schwartz and Jackson
14.
Wolney. Yeah. Big.
Hudson Schwartz up 14 positions from 19th to 5th. Almost as quick as the leaders last time by. I mean, looking at the top 7, the lap times are within a 10th.
Yeah, impressive
stuff.
stuff.
The second Stephen Miller and Ernesto start racing, we're going to have a 4 or 5 car train here. That's why Ernesto looks back. He sees the gap. There's no reason to make a move right now.
And Cameron Brinkman all by himself. You saw him there in 7th. He's going to come just going to tail the field there in that yellow helmet. He's in 7th. He's hoping maybe the guys up front will battle. But Hudson Schwartz just went purple. So that's that group right there. That is Hudson Schwartz leading that group. He is 5th and 6th. Those 2 RPG drivers are the fastest guys on the racetrack right now. Yeah.
It's his best case scenario. You got your teammate with you.
That's exactly
You can't really ask for a better position to be in on the track right now besides 1 and 2.
Never leave your wingman. He's right there with them. And again, for Wolney, there's no need for him to get aggressive because obviously Hudson's rolling. That Cosmic is fast. So let's just stay together. Let's work together. And you can see visually that they are reeling in Enzo Vidmontien and Sarah Bradley. They're closing up on those drivers running in that 3rd and 4th position. Last time by Hudson Schwartz, 50.983. Not that much quicker, not even a 10th quicker than Stephen Miller, who went purple this time by. Let's see if Schwartz and Wolney keep coming.
Wow.
Oh, they got to watch out because Brinkman.
Yeah.
Brinkman just went purple. He's trying to reel them in. So the fastest drivers really aren't even those in the top 4 right now.
Yeah, but what's impressive that Stephen Miller went purple there for, half a second.
Yep.
being your leader.
Being the leader.
That's
Again,
impressive.
And it's good for Rivera, right?
Yeah.
Because Rivera, as long as you're fast, I'm fast. I'll stay right with you. Rivera's right there behind him. Rivera went went green. So top 3 drivers all turning their fastest laps. The key is how, they got to keep that gap.
Yeah,
Because right now, the fight's going to be 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th
Right now,
pretty soon.
the two slowest go-karts in the top 9 are 3rd and 4th.
And then,
right? The RPG guys know it. Like, they are on their bumper now. Within the next 2 or 3 laps, I expect them to be 3rd and 4th.
And Cameron Brinkman, add him into the fight there as well. He's been good throughout the day.
Wow.
And again, remember one thing, too. I may have said it a little different. I would have said, hey, what are Hudson Schwartz and Jackson Wolney going to do here? They've never been on the podium before. Both of those drivers were on the podium in January, so they have that experience of running up front. And that's what we love when drivers cycle through the junior categories. Top juniors go to senior. New drivers get to come up front, and there's a move for Sarah Bradley. Is that Bradley? That's the 841.
Yeah, it's Sarah Bradley with a late lunge there. Let's see if any of the RPG guys, teammate on teammate right here. Jackson Wolney says, I want to go around Hudson Schwartz, and they're both going to go.
No, that's Brinkman. Brinkman was trying the over-under, but he couldn't quite make it stick. But there's Sarah Bradley. That's about as aggressive as we've seen young Sarah Bradley. As she goes to P3 with a great move to the inside of Vid Montien over in 6 and 7. So Sarah Bradley takes up the charge. She'll pick up the torch and move forward. Wow. She's the driver now in 3rd spot. Here comes a move to the inside. First time for the Rawlson Performance Group driver. Boom, to the inside. I believe goes to 829 to Hudson Schwartz. I think that's Schwartz now into 4th.
Oh, look who just went purple. A Scorpione was 9/10 faster than your leaders last time by, a 50.4. He's still 4.5 seconds back, but 9/10 on your leaders.
11 laps to go, though, still. So long for him.
I'm not a math teacher, right? But 9/10 and 11 laps, that's more than 4.5 seconds.
It is. Yeah, math is hard. That's why we race go-karts.
Exactly.
Up front, though, watching this battle between Miller and Rivera as well. That's that fight a little further back. That is 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. That's 4th, 5th, 6th coming down the straightaway. Leaders locked and loaded. Rivera, who learned so much last year racing with Caleb Gaffera. Caleb was kind of the lead junior driver at the Rawlson Performance Group, and Rivera was kind of the understudy. Learned so much and then was able to come through to get that Super Nationals race win that backed it up with a victory in the first round of 2023. So Rivera's coming off that motivation of the Super Nationals win, everything he learned racing with Rawlson and racing with Caleb last year. It's his turn to shine, as we expect Caleb to make his debut soon this year in the senior category. Not sure when that debut is going to come, but this is the scrap we're watching right now, working their way forward. Sarah Bradley, tremendous job for her to go to P3. Hudson Schwartz up to 4th.
Yeah, and like you said, this all goes back to what we were talking about earlier. It's once you get that podium and that win, and you prove to yourself that you belong in this class. Confidence comes, right?
Yeah.
And then you just drive better.
I think it's a level of calm too. Alex, you're not like, wow, what am I doing? I can't believe I'm up in the top 10.
Yeah.
It's no, I belong here. There's a move right now for the lead.
It is.
Rivera says, I'm ready to go. Turn number 2. We still got a long way to go, though.
The race starts now.
Yeah, 9 laps remaining. Rivera, there's a move for Hutchins Schwartz to the inside. Book it. Schwartz goes to P3.
Because Schwartz just watched the move for the lead. He's like, I want to be the first one to collect the pieces here if fireworks go down.
And he might have looked over his shoulder and saw the guy with the yellow helmet coming in the LN car, too.
Brinkman's coming.
Yeah, Cameron Brinkman rolling up right behind him. Pass or be pass. We talked about that earlier already. So, again, folks, we're getting things rolling here. 9 laps to go. We're going to go side by side. We got an interview. We're getting ready to dial things in. Nicholas Terlecki standing by with Emery Lida.
In pole position for the pre-final, did not make it 3 quarters on the warm-up lap. Walk me through what happened.
Yeah, so we just had a mechanical problem. That's super unfortunate when you're, super fast, feeling really good. But, I'm not really stressed out because I know I'll get there. So.
Yeah, and talking about getting there, it's a long race. You mentioned earlier in the day it's a track layout that offers a lot of passing opportunities. Talk me through your strategy and what you expect for this one.
Yeah, so it's just going to be past as many karts as I can because those laps will come by super fast, and just going to get there.
Well, Nick Terlecki, he's got a lot of work to do, a lot of time to do it, and a lot of pace aboard his Host Driver Development OTK. Back to you guys in the booth.
Indeed, KA100 Sr up next. So those drivers rolling their way into the grid area right now. But, Alex, we saw some action on the racetrack while we had that interview rolling.
Yeah, right as we went to interview, Hudson Schwartz actually all on his own, then the exit of the hairpin as we have a move here. Stephen Miller side by side in the turn 2. That's 8 to go. It's a little too early, in my opinion, to get racing here because these guys it's a hungry pack of wolves here who want that win. But, I mean, right as we cut the interview, Hudson Schwartz went a little bit wide the exit of turn 8 there and just skateboarded on the racetrack and got super sideways. Good catch on his part, but it cost the position to Sarah Bradley.
Yeah, and then stacked everybody up. Bradley runs in 3rd, Schwartz in the 4th spot,
Here we
Brinkman
go.
5th, Jackson Wolney and Garzon up there as well. There
P4.
goes Brinkman to the inside as well.
Scorpione!
That is Leonardo Scorpione trying to make a move, I believe, on the 340, and that is trouble. He tried to get by in the 840 of Garzon. So Garzon, the Orsolon driver, and the Scorpione for Zanella, both those drivers out. They were running in the 7th and 8th spot. That's going to bring Vidmontiana Mercado back up close to the top 10. Contact between those two drivers. Man, tough because the Scorpione was coming through the field for
Heartbreak, though, because Garzon was actually up 14 spots. So it was two guys that were making up a lot of ground and maybe just got a little bit over-eager, over-ambitious. You know, maybe could have waited, right? I mean, when you're in a pack of 6, you want to be the first one to the next group, but
that's it. And they were rolling up pretty good, folks. 6 laps to go. More racing to come back. Brinkman's going to make a move to the inside. Brinkman's making a move for P3. Let's go side by side once again and back to Emery on pit lane.
Yeah, standing here with Austin Jers. Austin, you've had a lot of pace this weekend. We're up in the top 3 throughout the pre-final. Walk me through your weekend so far.
Yeah, practice we were fast. We just got the kart going this weekend, so feeling confident for the final. We'll see what we can pull out.
Yeah, and you're on the Merlin chassis this weekend again after you were in it again last month as well. This weekend seems like you found a little bit more pace in it. Just talk to me about how the chassis is handling so far.
Yeah, last weekend was kind of like a test, like a winter test for this chassis, and now we're really stepping on the throttle this weekend, see what we can pull out with this kart, and it's been really fast this weekend so far.
All right, one last question. Are there any different strategies on this layout compared to the layout last month in terms of where you want to be, where you're sort of looking to make passes?
I don't really think so. I mean, it flows a lot better, I think, in my opinion, so it's a good layout.
Got you. Austin Jers, he'll start inside the top 5 for the final. A strong weekend so far for him. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Emery. Only 4 laps, I believe, remaining. Indeed, 18 laps down, 4 to go. And Stephen Miller there on the 873. Kart Republic has taken that lead over. We saw that from Ernesto Rivera. So they have themselves a pretty solid little advantage, 2.3 seconds ahead of what would be the battle for the final position on the podium. That's it right there. Cameron Brinkman leading the way in the Lando Norris machine. Hudson Schwartz running there in 4th, and now in 5th is Sarah Bradley. Regardless, good finish here, potentially in the cards for Sarah Bradley in a top 5 spot here in KA100 Jr. Again, the category brought to you by Motaz Sport. Brinkman, who was the fast driver earlier in the race, has been able to methodically work his way forward and is kind of building a bit of a gap right now as well, starting to stretch away from Hudson Schwartz. It's about 2, maybe 3 kart lengths as they come through the final couple of corners here onto the front straightaway. There's the leaders across the line. 3 laps remaining for Stephen Miller.
Yeah, I mean, Rivera there was about a 10th faster than Stephen Miller, but still, Stephen Miller just seems so comfortable out front. Let's see, 3 to go. I mean, if Ernesto can just put together maybe 2 good laps here, he could be there in the white flag. But right now, it looks to me that Stephen Miller's kart is just maintaining a solid pace, and Ernesto's having to really wheel the kart a little bit more than Stephen Miller. But, I mean, he's doing his best right now.
I'll say this, too. Hudson Schwartz not done at all. There's about 3 kart lengths a lap ago, but look at this. He is right back up on Cameron Brinkman. So we got ourselves a pretty good little fight for the final position on the podium. This is 3rd, 4th, and 5th at a turn number 8. Looks to me like Brinkman really good coming out of that turn 8 right-hand hairpin. You can see how much of a gap he was able to pull through there. I don't know whether or not potentially
he's closer.
A little bit of a shallow entry for Schwartz into that corner. Maybe not, not want to open the door for Sarah Bradley, whatever it may be. They'll work their way down the back straightaway.
What a
again.
late
Here
lunge.
comes Rivera. Book it to the inside. A late lunge is right, says Alex. He waited and waited and waited and threw it to the bottom. Then he covered off the corner in turn number 4. Are we going on the defense right now? 2 laps remaining. They'll see the white flag next time by. You know he'll dive to the inside there. Yeah, you cut the shallow to the apex of turn number 7.
They got to be careful because the group behind him's coming.
Now he's looking over his shoulder, trying to position himself. Watch for the over-under coming from Miller. Not there. The group 3, 4, 5 is far enough back. Now, whether or not they're racing
No, but
amongst themselves, right?
Look how much they're racing. They're defending so much here.
Big gap, though, Alex. We've got lots of room. White flag flying. Here comes third, fourth, and fifth. They want some of this. Rivera goes back down to the bottom. Here comes the over-under. Oh, he's going to defend all the way down to the bottom. He's got to hold his spot. We'll see what happens here. Big over-under for Miller. Bit of contact.
Oh,
they do make contact. They do make contact. Here comes the next group. Hudson Schwartz has gone to third. Schwartz to P3. Here comes Brinkman to the inside. No. Contact between both drivers. Schwartz is going to try the over-under. Oh, he wrecks his teammate. He gets into the back of Rivera. Rivera gets together with Miller, and in the attempt to try to come through, it looked like Schwartz got into the back of Ernesto Rivera. Schwartz now into the second position. Bradley trying to go to the podium as well. She's right there. This is going to give Stephen Miller the run out of the corner. They'll come into the final couple of quarters on this racetrack. It is 9, 10, and 11. He'll climb the curb. Through 10 and 11, it'll be a drag race to the line. Stephen Miller will win this one, but there's the move for Brinkman to the inside, and Hudson Schwartz will go back to P3. What a final lap in KA100 Jr. More racing deeper in the pack. Wow. Stephen Miller.
What did we just watch? my hands haven't left my head this
they
whole
have not.
lap. This is incredible.
And he's not lying, folks. Yeah, no doubt about it. That was wild. Ernesto Rivera was going at it. Tooth, hammer, and tong, trying to find a way by. It was an over-under back through. As Rivera got through, over-under back. In came Schwartz, and they started battling, coming out of 4. They were going at it. They were almost sideways.
They were off the racetrack.
And had he checked up just a little bit, you wonder whether or not Schwartz could do the full over-under.
I think Hudson might have attacked 5 a little bit.
Agreed.
But the blame's not on Schwartz. The blame's not. He went for the move, right? It had to be there. Over-under had to be there.
You got to do it. Like you see them battling. What do? Do I try to go around the outside? No, they're going to go to the outside of the track. The over-under almost happened just as he was coming through, though. The right front of that plastic got into the rear, the left rear of Rivera, and sent him around.
What makes me wonder, though, is who knows with that contact with Miller and Rivera. Pushbacks are on the table.
100%.
Schwartz got in the back of Rivera. That could be a pushback. I mean, Jackson Wolney, for all we know, could have won this race. I mean,
and let's just be real. How about number one, championship implications? Because Rivera, who was battling for second, ends up 10th. He's got a race win already. He won the opening round and was on the podium in round number 2. This could be his drop. Stephen Miller getting the big victory. Again, this is all unofficial. As said by Alex here, we may have pushback bumpers coming. Hudson Schwartz was involved. The only guy clean could have potentially been Jackson Wolney, as Jackson was able to get through. What happened to Brinkman? I thought that was Brinkman that got through. It was actually Wolney. Brinkman went back to 6th. I did not see how he fell back.
I think Brinkman got stuck trying to avoid Rivera.
That's a possibility. Yep, there you go. Wow. The bottom line is that Miller gets the win by 1.9 seconds. Jackson Wolney and Hudson Schwartz, 3rd and 2nd respectively. Sarah Bradley, a strong run. She ends up 4th. Enzo Vidmontien, 5th. Cameron Brinkman, 6th. Emma Kate Scarborough in 7th. Alex Mercado, 8th. Naomi Garcia, 9th. And Ernesto Rivera, who is battling for the race win all race long, ends up in 10th. Big movers. Walter Jenkins, the 4th. What a drive for him from 33rd up into 14th. Turner Brown, remember I said to watch out for him. We didn't get a chance to talk about him because the racing was so good. But Turner, who started back in 38th, drove his way all the way into a top 15 finish. 15th.
Good run.
For Turner Brown, yeah, indeed. Wow. Okay, so we've had some excitement. A 3-driver battle up front in Micro Swift, and then a gaggle of cars in KA100 Jr. 2 down, 6 to go. Don't go anywhere, folks. Live coverage of the 3rd round of the SuperKarts USA Winter Series continuing here on Kart Chaser. KA100 Sr drivers ready to fire. that was another one of those races that during the break we couldn't stop talking about how awesome karting is here right now. I said, I don't know why people watch Formula One when you can come watch a karting event, because that was unbelievable. That race was so good. And again, bringing up the old quote from Dan Weldon that karting is the purest form of motorsports. No doubt about that. Thank you for tuning in here, folks, on Kart Chaser. Rob Howden alongside Alexander Searle. Hopefully out of the frying pan into the fire, because this is going to be, I would expect, just as good. Peyton Phillips, the driver starting on pole here in the KA100 Sr category, which is brought to you by Aspen Sport, looking for a big national win. Peyton was strong in the pre-final, looked very aggressive to get to the front. Let's see if he holds on. He'll start pole alongside a driver who already has that first national win of the year, Aiden Levy, winner in January. He'll start on the outside of row 1. And we know that P2, which we were worried about early, has been a good place. Lots of grip on the outside if you can get a good jump out of your tram line. Row number 2, we'll see Josh Holtz on the inside alongside Colin Lloyd, one of the other winners from January. Row number 3, Austin Jers and Vinny Miskelis. On row 4, it'll be Noah Rosser and Brian Garcia. Row 5, Leopold Seuss and Gregory Pelia. On row 6, Xavier Diaz alongside Brett Rovretta. Row number 7, Jordan Hernandez and William Boutillier. Deep in the field, look out for the driver starting at the very back. Joseph Botting, Nick Terlecki, Cameron Weinberg, and Zachary Clayman. 4 drivers at the tail of this group with the speed to win here in Homestead. We're underway. And green, racing into turn number 1. The leader gets a good jump, and so does Josh Holtz. He'll go to P number 2 from the outside, though. Look at Levy. He's got a good jump here. We are getting ready to battle, but I believe Peyton Phillips leading him over to turn number 3.
Yeah, this is a really good start there from Peyton Phillips. Really aggressive defensive driving there from him, but just amazingly he's even held the lead here. Aiden Levy slides in the P2. Josh Holtz holding on to P3, and now Colin Lloyd's going to try to be aggressive here at the start. P4 for him for the local.
Everybody trying to cover off the inside of turn number 6 and 7. You don't want to open it up, and there's a couple of drivers deep, driving over top of each other. That guy there, the number 943, got driven over by everybody, left and right. That was not a good run there.
Yeah, but
and he'll pull away in pain.
Yeah, but what this does is help guys like Terlecki get free positions, right? I mean,
yeah, that's true. The guys at the back, that was actually Anthony Rivera who got driven over on the right and the left. But you're right. Let's have a look where they come up to. Indeed, because they're going to get more spots. Clayman DeMello to 13th, Weinberg 14th, Botting 16th, and Terlecki 19th. So they literally got 5-6 spots on the opening lap with some of the chaos over in turn number 6 and 7.
Yeah, I mean, look, right now, obviously it's lap 2, right? But we got a 10-cart train here, and I can imagine this is just notorious KA senior driving, right? I mean, it's trains, right? The lower horsepower, even though it's senior, it's still lower horsepower. Draft is a big play. It's Homestead. So, I mean,
and because it's so evenly matched, when some driver makes a minor mistake, you have to execute.
Yeah.
You have to take advantage of it. Sometimes you got to be a little aggressive to do that, but that's why you see guys will knife to the apex or really make an aggressive move, because it's so tough to pass when everybody is so evenly matched.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. It's
that's your lead
5-cart
yep.
breakaway right now here. Peyton Phillips is leading the group. Josh Holtz is back up to P2. Colin Lloyd up to P3 already for him. Your winner of round 1 last month. Josh Holtz to the lead, and we're going to see 3 carts follow him. Maybe make that 4. Peyton Phillips, first to 5th, just like that.
Ouch. And that's KA100 as well. Now, one of the things you're not seeing on the racetrack is I believe he got one more spot. I think Phillips got back to P4.
Yeah.
But the driver outside the screen, fastest lap time by, was Cameron Weinberg in that CRG. The number 51.824 for Weinberg, up 13 spots after just 2 laps. He's 12th. He's only 4 seconds back. They keep racing. You're going to see Weinberg back in the fight here. And really, we have essentially almost, I want to say, 9 drivers within 2 seconds up front.
No, look what we just saw in the KA Junior race. I mean, the guys in 3rd and 4th were over 3 seconds back going to the last lap. By turn 5, they were there, right? And obviously, last time by, these guys were defending really, really hard. Once again, Weinberg up 14 spots now. Only 2.8 back. He was a second faster than your leaders last time.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So top 12 drivers back to Xavier Diaz are just 3 seconds behind the leader. Then you go another 1.5 seconds back to Zachary Clayman and Joseph Botting. And Terlecki's right there too. So 13th, 14th, 15th are Clayman, Botting, and Terlecki. So the more they race up front, that's Josh Holtz getting worked up there a little bit. Was that Peyton Phillips?
Phillips, late lunge.
Yeah, Phillips the inside of Holtz to go to P4, 3 and 4 rather.
There goes Levy.
Yeah, there's Aiden Levy as well. So again, we're side by side. This is deeper in the pack. This is outside the top 10. That's Rosser, Garcia, and Pelia. They better watch out because the big dogs are coming. We may have a 4-driver breakaway here right now. Watch them when they come across the line. That's the gap back to Levy. It's Lloyd, Jers, Phillips, and Holtz. Then you got a full second back to Aiden Levy, Jordan Hernandez, Vinny Miskelis, Noah Rosser, and then Garcia and Weinberg into the top 10. Weinberg is 10th right now. So get ready. Here comes Weinberg. Cameron on a roll in the 973.
Yeah.
That's it right there.
Contact, and Weinberg's going to get through, I think.
Did you see the reaction time for Weinberg?
That was unbelievable. There's
That's Hernandez and Rosser.
Rosser and Jordan Hernandez are going to be out of this race. That's heartbreak for them because they were on a pretty good run there. Hernandez was in P6. He was up 7 spots.
Yeah, and Rosser was 8th. That was 6th and 8th. And there's Weinberg there trying to roll to the center as he's got himself a couple of spots. Loses a couple there, though, as well.
He may have
as
an issue.
Terlecki. I think you wonder whether he has an issue. Terlecki was able to get by. We'll keep an eye, though, on Weinberg. He got passed pretty quickly there, but may have just got hung out to dry on the outside. Let's see if he's got any pace coming onto the straightaway. It's not like he's looking down at the cart or anything. He's got his head down. So let's reset the top 10. Colin Lloyd, your leader. There he is, rolling into turn number 2. Jers, Phillips, who just went purple, and then Holtz. And then you got to go a second and a half back. So 4-driver breakaway, as I had said. Then we got a couple drivers running together. That's Aiden Levy. Oh, he's by himself as Levy.
Yeah.
And then Miskelis and Palia. And then a half a second back to Diaz. Botting is up into 9th. Terlecki in 10th. And Weinberg gets shuffled back to 11th. So we've got a number of drivers up front. But Weinberg, who had got himself up to 9th, and I can't believe he was able to avoid that incident coming out of turn 4, finds himself back P11.
Yeah, there goes Terlecki up the inside. What a late lunge there. Good move for him. Let's see if he can make it stick, though, going into turn 9. He will. Good move for Terlecki.
Wow, from last.
Yeah,
remember, this is from dead last on the grid.
He's in P9 already, up 15 spots for him.
And 6 laps down, so 16 to go in a 22-lap race. We've got the drivers in the Mini Swift class will be up next. They'll get ready to rock and roll here momentarily. But again, up front, Colin Lloyd. A little bit of advantage right now over Austin Jers. So Lloyd, Jers, Phillips, Holtz, and Levy, the top 5, and there's the lead. That is a nice little advantage right now. But
it's closing.
Exactly. We're not said and done yet, are we? It was a 10th for Jers last time by.
Yeah, I'm done saying that the leads are safe. I mean, every time I've said, the leader's got a pretty commanding lead, the lead always shrinks. And immediately, Austin Jers now is in the draft to Colin Lloyd, right? So he'll be there in the next lap or two. And then here comes Peyton Phillips, obviously your pole sitter in this final.
Yeah, we know that he's got good speed. Peyton's also the fastest driver on the racetrack right now. Was pole to start the race. There's your top 3 coming through turn 1. They've got a bit of a gap, almost over a full second now on Josh Holtz, who is by himself in the 3rd spot. Holtz would like to have Terlecki, I think, up there, his fellow Franklin Motorsports Berlin driver. He needs a wingman right now because he's kind of caught in no man's land. He's a second behind Lloyd, Jers, and Phillips, but he's almost 2 seconds ahead of Aiden Levy. So Holtz all by himself in P4. But again, if the leaders start battling, we'll see what happens. Let's see if Jers will Jers tuck in behind Lloyd to hold the spot, or does he want to make a move? We'll see what happens with that one. While we are, let's take a break. Let's go side by side, folks. Zoe Edenholm standing by with Stephen Miller, the winner of KA100 Jr.
I'm here with Stephen Miller. You were able to pull off the win today. Describe that last lap for us.
So Ernesto went to block. I went to follow him, and we just had a normal end lap. And we went to the double right, and I went to block because I was in the inside, and Ernesto spins out, and I really didn't know what happened.
You're feeling pretty confident for tomorrow, and are you in the championship for this weekend?
Yes, I'm currently leading.
Well, I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Back to you guys.
Like we said, that is obviously a big result for Stephen Miller, right? He needed that. We know that Ernesto Rivero tried to get into the championship fight. We'll have a look at how that win restacks the points when we wrap up the day. But again, great job for Stephen Miller. Again, did not see what happened behind him. Going to the double left-hander, contact, it spins, it's all behind him. He's able to drive his way to a race win, and Stephen Miller's had a lot of success at this racetrack.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, head down, right? I mean, there's no point in looking back. He said he doesn't know what happened behind him, and I don't blame him, right? All you know is all of a sudden you look back and there's a 2-second gap that wasn't there before. So he'll take it, right? Clearly, there was no bumper penalty, right? He would have said it. So I think Stephen Miller's going to be your official winner there in the KA Junior class. Back up front, though, Peyton Phillips got around Austin Jers, so moved Peyton Phillips up to P2. Colin Lloyd just set his fast lap of the race at a 50.6 all by himself. That's a really, really good lap. But here comes Peyton Phillips.
And the leaders stretching away. I think that's key. Lloyd, Phillips, and Jers now 1.7 seconds ahead of Josh Holtz. We've caught up with another driver from that KA100 Jr., and he's standing by right now with Zoe.
Here with Hutchin Swartz. You came from the back this morning. Explain us how your day has went.
Yeah, so in qualifying, I got 8th, but I had a half bumper, so it got me down to 39th. So I've just been working all day to try to pass as many cars as I can in smart positions. So that's what I did, and I ended up 2nd.
How was that final lap for you?
It was really nerve-wracking. So I was trying to keep Sarah and Brinkman behind while I was trying to catch Ernesto and Steven. So they started battling. We eventually caught up to them, and I came home with 2nd place.
Well, congratulations. Best of luck for you tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
Right back into what is a heated battle. Peyton Phillips was able to take the lead back away from Colin Lloyd, and the guy watching right from the tail right now was at one point Austin Jers, but he's got himself back into the fight. Jers has gone to 2nd. Now it's Colin Lloyd who runs P3. They still have a 2.3-second lead over Josh Holtz. So with just what? Well, we got still 12 laps to go. We're not even at the halfway point. Are you surprised by how hard they're racing here in the early half, Alex?
Oh, yeah. I'm very surprised, actually. I mean, the KA Jr guys, they learned the lesson. I mean, we watched the KA Jr race, right? For the first 19 laps, they were smart. The last lap, they lost 4 seconds to the guys behind them, right? For defensive driving. These guys, I mean, they've been racing for the first 9 laps. And, I mean, a few more laps than that, and I think Josh Holtz is right back in the game.
Yeah, I think Josh Holtz could be back in the game if they start racing. I don't think we're done yet with Nicholas Terlecki. He has worked his way all the way up to 7th position, a 17-position improvement. Cameron Weinberg and Joseph Bodding into the top 10 as well. And let's see if we can't wrap things up from that KA100 Jr main event. What a wild one it was. Let's hear as well from Ernesto Rivera.
I'm here with Ernesto Rivera. Walk us through that final.
I started 4th. I was able to make my way up to 2nd. I pushed Steven like from half the race. Then I got to the lead, fell back to 2nd again, and we had an incident on the last lap.
How do you plan to have a better race tomorrow?
I'll try to give my best and win, and like just stay focused and calm.
Well, best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and back to you guys.
Yeah, Ernesto threw everything out there, was really in a position to go for the race win. You know, he had the lead. Stephen Miller was able to get by. I think he was probably trying to plan something. We know he was working hard. He was kind of side by side. They were together coming out of 4. He was ready to throw everything at him on the final couple of laps. And you can be guaranteed that Rivera will be ready to go once again today. Still a race at X30 Jr, and we'll be hoping to get back up on the box in KA100 Jr tomorrow as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, back up here, though, we got Peyton Phillips, Austin Jers, working well together. Maybe they might prove me wrong. Maybe if they do this, then I think it could end up being even a 2-car breakaway. I mean, they have a little bit of a gap to Colin Lloyd. Colin Lloyd also, you know, a local boy, right? He a lot of laps to this racetrack. He's a really quick driver, good kid, just good family in general. And I was so happy for him actually when he won round 1, I believe it was last month.
Yeah.
Just good people, and to see him P3 makes me happy. But back up, Peyton Phillips holding on to Austin Jers as we have 1 car off. I couldn't get a glimpse of who that was. The 989.
Figure out who that is. And indeed, before the interview, we talked about the fact that if they were racing up front, there was a potential for Josh Holtz to get into the fight. Well, Josh is well back now, 3.5 seconds. In fact, it's Aiden Levy who's been able to get by Josh. So Levy's the driver now running in the 4th position. It is Holtz in 5th. The driver involved there, we believe, was Brett Rivetta. Yeah, Brett Rivetta, the driver off the racetrack in that Tony Kart number 989. But again, the battle, we thought, you know, if they started fighting, maybe Holtz could come in here. Now it's actually Levy, but I don't think either of those guys got a shot now. As Alexander said, this could actually be a 2-driver breakaway. There's Levy there, currently running in the 4th spot. That's Holtz in the 5th position. And you'll see coming in behind them as they roll through that 6th. That will be Vinny Maskelis, who started 6th, runs 6th. So a good, solid effort so far today for Vinny Maskelis. Right behind him by 1.4 seconds, but quicker by about 0.3, was Nicholas Terlecki. He's 6.8 seconds back, and it is essentially the same lap times as the leaders. Terlecki, we know, on that Merlin, has the speed to win, but when you start at the tail of the field, you better be significantly quicker than everybody else and have them battling if you want to get to the front.
Yeah, what's surprising right now is actually the gaps we got between these top 3 guys. You know, I mean, Phillips got about 1.5 cars to Jers. Jers has 2.5 to Lloyd. I expect it to close over the coming 7 laps here, but I wouldn't say that Levy and Holtz are totally out of it, right? I mean, if these guys race for 2 or 3 laps straight, they're right back in the game, right? And Levy, obviously, proven winner, right? He won one of the rounds last month. So he's also a contender in this championship as well. So he's going to be really working.
Here's the thing for me. Right now, unless Colin Lloyd is close enough to make Austin Jers nervous about losing second, I don't think he does anything. I think he hangs right with him right now. Again, unless, of course, Peyton is able to pull away, although Jers just turned the fast lap at a 50.188. I think that Austin Jers hangs there as long as he's not pushed from behind. There's no need for him to make the pass right now. Do it on lap 18 or lap 21. Do it on lap 22. Right now, your only thing to do is see if you can keep pulling away from Colin Lloyd. Both those drivers turning fast laps. They were literally, Jers was faster by almost 4/10 from Colin Lloyd on that last lap. So the front two drivers are pulling away. This is going to be a two-driver fight. And anytime you're racing with three people, what do you try to do? Drop the guy in the back of the peloton. They're doing that right now. This is going to be a two-driver fight to the end.
Yeah, I mean, as much as racing is a team sport, right, it's also a selfish sport. I mean, no matter what, you have teammates out there, but you want to win. So, I mean, like you said, if it's a three-car battle, what do you want to do? You want to drop the guy who's third. You want to make every bit of the race as easy as possible for you.
If you don't win the race, beat your teammate.
Exactly.
That's the second win, right? Beat your teammate.
Yeah.
So that's what we'll see if that plays out here. But the bottom line is Phillips and Jers out to a pretty good advantage right now. We'll keep you updated on Nicholas Terlecki as he's closed to within 0.6 of a second of Vinny Maskelis. So an opportunity for him. He's actually faster than Holtz too. Now if he gets to Holtz, will they be able to catch Levy for fourth? Now 5 laps remaining. We'll see whether or not Terlecki has what it takes. He's only about a second, not just over a full second behind Holtz. So that's a possibility as well. But this is first and second as they work their way through turn number 8 right now. Austin Jers, very patient. 17 laps down, 5 to go. They'll put 18 in the books when they come back around, and they have succeeded in developing a nice little cushion ahead of Colin Lloyd.
Yeah, but I mean, I've seen this movie before. You know, I've seen it.
Yeah.
I've been to this track for like 10 years, and every time there's a race like this, right, the top two pull away just a little bit. 2 laps to go, they start racing, and all of a sudden over-under going to turn 3. I can just see it happening, right?
You're right. Alexander's here writing the script for the last couple of laps here, and indeed it could happen because we've talked about that. You make where you pass here, unless it's super clean at the end of the straightaway to turn number 2, you're stacking everybody up. If you're trying to pass right there in turn number 6 and 7, both of you are getting garbage runs coming out of that corner. You're not going to be fast going down into turn number 8. And same thing, you try it back to the inside of 8, it's the same thing. That brings that driver in the back into the fight. And that's what Colin Lloyd's hoping for. He's just going, come on, boys. Start the battle. I'm still pushing. The problem is he's about 0.2 slower a lap. It's not like he's matching their pace right now.
It's one of the worst feelings of the driver, right? Like, you have the pace, but you just don't have the pace. You know, you can see the 2 guys ahead of you just dropping you a 1/10 or 2 at a lap. And it's just when you know you are driving the wheels off of your go-kart and that's all you have, it's not a very fun feeling. Because obviously you want to be racing for the win right now, but I still think with 3 to go, he's still got a chance here. But right now, Phillips is doing just enough to where Jers is not even close enough to make a move.
No,
it would have to be a lunge.
Exactly, it would have to be a big time lunge down the inside to dive to the apex. One thing to bring of note as well: Vinny Maskelis able to get by Josh Holtz in the last lap, move Maskelis up into 5th. Maskelis rather to 5th, Holtz in 6th, and Terlecki closing up to Holtz in 7th. He's only about a half a second back now. That's the battle for 5th, 6th, and 7th. The leaders across the line again. 2 laps to go. Now, if you're Austin Jers, you got to get up on the wheel, and you've got to be smart if you're Colin Lloyd. This is where he puts down his 2 fastest laps, right?
Yeah.
Get as close as I can when they start racing, because right now, both those drivers, 50.2s, back right now, just 1.5 for Colin Lloyd. Jers just doesn't look like he's close enough right now. Right?
I don't know. Peyton Phillips gets defensive. That's a questionable one there. We'll see the run that Jers gets out of the corner here. It's a pretty decent one. Again, it would take a lunge, though, to go for a move here.
And look at Phillips' line. He's running wide racing lines. He's not running the defense at all. Quick look over his shoulder to let himself know that he can do the big wide berth into turn number 9, 10, 11. White flag will fly this time by Peyton Phillips, looking for a big senior national win here. He's got about 4, maybe 5 kart lengths at the line. He'll be clean through 1. He's got lots of room. I guarantee you, a quick look over his shoulder. Knows he can go super wide coming down into turn number 2 as well. But a good run on the draft from Jers. Jers closes up, uses that slipstream to close up on the final circuit. Wide berth. Here we go. A little wide to the inside. Oh, maybe the over-under. Doesn't do it because a really big move to the inside for Phillips. Watch this one. This will be another over-under. Look at this.
Here we go.
Indeed, there goes the over-under for Jers. They'll go side by side coming out of turn number 7. Over to turn 8. He's going to pinch him down. Great job there. Trying to run the outside and look for Colin Lloyd. Here he is. Lloyd's back, and Lloyd's going to go to second potentially. He's going to try the outside. There was some contact there. Not quite enough for Jers. And again, I think that Peyton Phillips is going to be lucky because look at this battle here. Contact almost. off into the barriers potentially.
Good save.
Lloyd just holds on. Coming out of turn number 12. Tossed it in there. Peyton Phillips with the win. Here's the battle further back. That was for 5th, 6th, and 7th. That was Terlecki to 5th as he gets by both Miskelis and Holtz on the final circuit. So much to unpack over the cool-down lap. Peyton Phillips started to defend in turn number 4, and Jers was all over him. Just couldn't quite get it done. A really nice over-under coming out of 7, but couldn't get the run around the outside. And we'll see, because Phillips did not give him any room when they got to the apex at all. They went way wide, and that's what allowed Colin Lloyd to almost get by Austin Jers on the exit.
I will say, if Jers or Lloyd would have won the race, I was questioning the defensive move there in 4. I think it was a little early. I don't think Jers was close enough to make a move. But going defensive in 4 forced his hand. He had to go defensive in 5, had to go defensive in 7, and then had to go defensive in 8, right? So it kind of forced his hand, but he did the job. He got the job done. Bit of contact in 8, right? But that's racing. And he got the job done. I mean, that was a great race from Peyton Phillips. Just drove a perfect, I'd say a perfect race, right? Flag to flag victory. Fastest lap of the race. I mean, he was probably the fastest car on the track at all times. So, I mean, deserving win here in the KA Senior class.
The margin just under a second, 0.976 after Jers had to battle it out with Colin Lloyd at the end there. Lloyd, as we said, threw it in there on turn number 12 and actually went off track. Luckily not to get into the barrier. Was able to hold on to the grass on the outside of the circuit. Phillips with the win, Jers second, Colin Lloyd unofficially your top 3, Aiden Levy in the 4th spot. Nicholas Terlecki from dead last up 19th position. He ends up 5th as he gets by both Vinny Miskelis and Josh Holtz on the final circuit. Cameron Weinberg up 17 spots as well. He goes to 8th. Gregory Playa holding on. He gets up a spot to 9th. And Joseph Botting, the 3 drivers that we talked about at the start, all working their way from the tail of the field back into the top 10. A 13 position improvement for Botting. But Peyton Phillips with the victory over Austin Jers and Colin Lloyd. A super exciting finish in our KA100 Sr class. We've got 3 down, 5 more main events to go from Homestead here on a beautiful Saturday. Stay tuned, folks. More to come here on Kart Chaser.
I waited for someone to save. I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into
If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at revperformancematerials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
Welcome back to live coverage here in Homestead, Florida. Drivers rolling out for the main event in the Mini Swift category. Before we do that, let's jump over to an interview right now with our winner from KA100 Sr.
Yep, it's done. It's going? Okay. I'm here with Philip Phillips. What? Yeah.
I like that more.
Okay. You won the category. How are you feeling?
I'm disbelief right now. I know last time we were here, we were in condition. We were able to win the race. I just didn't get it done on the last lap, and now being here, having the pace that we've had all week, and even with these tires that I think are just a bit below everyone else's, I couldn't be more happy. I'm so proud of everyone under the tent.
Walk us through that last lap.
Apparently I didn't need to defend, but I made a mistake in turn 2, so I went like, might as well defend, because if I don't and I get past, I'm going to get yelled at, so yeah.
Well, congratulations. Hopefully you get to repeat it tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you very, very much.
Thank you, guys.
I'll tell you, awesome to see the emotion, right?
Yeah.
Of getting that first big victory there for Peyton Phillips, and what a great drive for him. And you said he started on the pole position. He was back and he was forward again. But to get that first one, you remember your first big national win. It's just so emotional.
Oh, it's incredible. I mean, so happy for him.
Yeah, no doubt. Folks, getting set to go here with the drivers in the Mini Swift class. This will be a 20-lapper, and indeed Devin Walt starting on the pole position alongside Alessandro Truchot. Row number 2 will be Lucas Palacio and Kai Johnson. Row 3, Michael McGoy and Julian Rivera. Row 4, Max Christia and Marco Romero. Row 5, Ethan Tovo and Marco Samet. Field in position, getting ready to go. And no, yellow flag. Seeing the yellow flag here at start-finish, so not underway. We'll continue to work our way through the grid right now. Row number 6, Ashton Woon starting alongside Tristan Murphy. On row 7, Travis Pettit and Rocco Simoni. Row number 8 will be Cameron Marshall alongside Troy Ferguson. Row 9, William Kim and Alexander Procuna. On row 10 will be Jackson Tovo alongside Kai Mars, and Jaime Garcia will start 21st. Bristol Borneman on the outside. Row 12, Drew Waltz and Matthew Cagle. Row 13, Fionn Shee on the inside and Edward Kennedy on the outside, while Cole Medeiros and Royce Vega will occupy row 14. To cap off your top 30, it is Emil Hernandez Maroon and Samuel Martinez. And on row 16, Lucas Carrega and Carter Barkas. Row 17, Mateus Ramalho and Declan Dionarin. And row number 18 will be Keith Lewis Jr. and Antoine Lemieux. Further in the field, Alexander Young, Davis Henry, Santiago Namnam, Jacob Bojeski, Martin Jaramillo, Dominic Ramos, and Jose Alejandro Alfred. That is the 43 driver field we have set to go. And those drivers working their way out of turn number 8. This one is going to be big coming through turn number 1. Yeah. Waltz on the inside, Truchot on the outside. Something must have happened. Maybe a pushback for Lucas Palacio because he won that pre-final, I believe. Starts back in the 3rd spot now. So that could have been a pushback for Lucas Palacio. Kai Johnson in 4th. We saw him be one of the stars back in January. Michael McGoy, Julian Rivera, that's row 3. So Waltz on the inside, Truchot on the outside as we get set to go for the main event in Mini Swift. In the tram lines, green, green, green.
Oh, wow, not the start that Truchot would have wanted there on the outside. It seems to me like the outside lane just didn't go at all. I mean, I think the top 5 guys were all guys started on the inside.
Rolling through the opening couple of corners. Indeed, not a good start for those on the outside. A couple of drivers dropping wheels on the exit of turn number 2, and you really try to carry so much speed through that corner. It doesn't take much to drop a wheel. Everybody through clean and green, though, as we're now just getting underway. First time into turn number 7. Indeed, the 107 is your leader. Things are shaking up here a bit in front of us on live timing. They'll line them up going down into turn number 8. And indeed, how about side by side? They were like 2 or 3 wide going into the corner, somehow emerge single file, top 5, 6 drivers in position. So indeed underway with Mini Swift, a 20-lapper for the cadet categories as they'll work their way over the very rough exit curbing. Another driver off the track. That might have been McGoy. We'll see as they come across the line. Here's your lineup. Waltz is your leader. Palacio to 2nd. Christie a 3rd. Tovo 4th. Truchot 5th. Woon up to 6th spot. Kai Johnson 7th. Travis Pettit up 5 to 8th. Julian Rivera and Marco Romero rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, I mean, a hectic start there. Like I said, if you look at the top 4 there, it's Devin Walls stayed on pole, Palacio up 1, Christie up 4, Tovo up 5. All guys start on the inside row, right? It seems to me like the outside row just, I don't know if maybe didn't think it would go green or what happened, but Truchot just didn't accelerate at all. So now it's a comeback drive here for Truchot.
See a little flicking there of the wheel for the 187. I don't think Race Control is going to be thrilled with that as they work their way down into turn number 8 and over to 9, 10, and 11. Down now to turn number 11 now onto the front straightaway. We are racing.
I always love the shot of the mechanics, you know, giving them all the signals, you know, go faster, you know, the gap. It's like a lot of the time it's the signals of like the go faster one. It's like I'm trying.
Yeah,
you
go
know?
that way, go that way. Or the light on the wheel.
Yeah,
the
light
on the
hands.
wheel,
It's
right?
like, you know, they're trying.
Indeed, Palacio, Christia, Truchot, Waltz, and Johnson, top 5 right now as we're underway. 2 laps into a 20-lapper for the drivers here in the Mini Swift category.
Oh, late lunge there.
A couple drivers diving into the bottom of the racetrack for sure.
So Devin Walls now back up to, I believe, maybe 3rd place there. He went from 1st to 3rd there that lap. 1st to 4th, sorry. So Palacio's now your leader. Christie up 5 spots in the second. Truchot on the comeback now. Back up into 3rd position there for Truchot.
Lucas Palacio, who won the pre-final, must have had some kind of a penalty to work his way backward, finds himself now into the lead once again. Driver who dominated the action, did a tremendous job in January, leads the points coming into the weekend here. Max Christie in second, Alessandro Truchot just went quick. So drivers just settling in, folks. 3 laps into this, and we have 17 laps to go. Let's go side by side because a lot of action we saw there in the KA100 Sr category. Nicholas Terlecki put it on the show. Coming from the tail of the field to P5, he stands by with Zoe.
Not working. Oh, there we go. I'm here with Nick Terlecki. You walk us through that first lap.
Yeah, I stepped back a little bit. I was expecting a crash in the first corner, and everyone bunched up, so I got to the inside and gained probably like 5 spots. But then everyone got super aggressive in the back in the first hairpin. I got ran over on basically both sides and bent my steering wheel to like a 45-degree angle, so I was just, you know, handling through it and kept going for, that was, you know, the first lap. It was pretty crazy, but just handled through it.
Well, better luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Back to you.
Thanks, guys. Great job for Nick Terlecki. It always makes me laugh. Even with that bent steering, whatever was bent, he was able to drive his way up to 5th. So when drivers complain about the cart not being absolutely perfect, but you can bend a steering wheel and still drive your way to P5, right? It's amazing. Great drive for him for sure. And we watched a lot of that opening lap chaos coming through turn 6 and 7. There were guys on top of each other. We thought that maybe Terlecki got through cleanly. Apparently not quite.
Yeah. Clearly, I mean, he had to have been a part of something, right? I mean, now we know for sure, it confirms it. But, I mean, with all that chaos happened in turn 1 and 2, unfortunately they got held up. But, I mean, obviously, Kart was still pretty quick. And he was kind of just speaking our minds there, right? He said I was expecting an incident. It's like, well, he wasn't wrong.
Nope, and you got to look for it, right? That's the reaction time you're looking for. And he laps, we got 5 laps in the books right now. Ethan Tovo just turned the fastest lap. He's rolled his way up 5 spots. Tovo starting in the 9th position, already up to P4 right now, and only 0.3 of a second behind Truchot. That's about a 1.5 seconds separate the top 4. Watch them coming through turn number 6 and 7, rolling down from 7 over into turn number 8. The first the only real hairpin on the racetrack in this direction. The other hairpin, the 6-7, is more of a right-left combination, kind of lunge down to the apex. We've talked about that. Not that straight, big, long run where you can dive to the inside, outbrake the driver into the corner. There's only one, which is what I really like about running the other direction. The back-to-back hairpins, the over-unders you get in that particular layout. But I do love that 6-7 combination because it's such
sweet.
You have to believe in your car. You have to believe that you're going to be able to make that move to the apex, and makes a lot of fun to watch because as we've talked about all day, it brings everybody behind you back into the fight.
No, I think this layout might even race a little bit better just because of how close the field always is. I mean, unless you have, a guy like Palacio right now who's pulling away, it's a bit of deja vu from the last race, right? You let Palacio get to the lead, and he's just so consistent out front. It's a really, really, really hard to keep up with him. let's see if Christie and Truchot can work together and try to catch up to him right now.
Yeah.
But
Driver at the tail of that group, too, Alexander, is one to watch. Kai Johnson, who came from the deep in the field back in January, worked his way to the podium as well. Just went purple in the 157. He's right behind Ethan Tovo and Alexander Truchot. Then, of course, a half a second up the road to Christia. Here's the lead group right there. That is second, third, fourth, and fifth. So we'll give you little gaps, little splits, but you can see visually it's a length. It's a length and a half, maybe 2 lengths. There's the lead, though, for Lucas Palacio, the Virginian, working his way to try to go 3 for 3 on main event wins here in the series. And he, like Antonio Pizzonia Jr., Nato potentially, could lock down the championship today. A victory here for Palacio would give him the title to start off the 2023 season.
yeah, but here comes Truchot, and here comes Tovo, Ethan Tovo, inside of Max Christie there. Like we were saying, that 6-7 complex, it creates some really good passes. The problem is now it bunches up these guys, and look at the ground they lose to Truchot.
Look at that over-under for Kai Johnson, too. He's working it hard, doesn't quite get enough, looks over his shoulder, and sees that they have lots of room. 2 seconds back for Devin Waltz, who now runs in 6th position, the driver who started on the pole position, back to P6 ahead of Travis Pettit, who's up 6, Michael McGoy, Marco Romero, and Ashton Wounds. Fast lap just laid down by Michael McGoy. He did a 52.623. He's closing up on Devin Waltz. So that's that next group that's kind of running together there is where Waltz, McGoy, Pettit, and Romero. And then 3.5 back to Cameron Marcia, who is up 5 spots.
Yeah, we never really saw what happened to Devin Walls. I mean, obviously he was your pole sitter. He's 4 seconds back from Lucas Palacio. I mean, I think he got pushed around there in the opening few laps. It's a great move there from Kai Johnson. I mean, just unbelievable out of nowhere.
He literally made the move there, Alexander, coming out of turn number 5, almost kind of over around the outside. Looks to me like Tovo might have been defending a bit to the inside and just drove around the outside of turn number 5 into turn number 6. What a great pass.
Yeah, it's like he has different tires on. You know, there's so much grip on the outside there. It was unbelievable.
That was nice. Great job for Kai Johnson. That moves him up into the 4th position. So Kai Johnson to P4. Max Christie has actually been shoveled down. That actually might be for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Johnson goes to 3rd. That was a P3 move onto the podium for Johnson. It'll be Tovo running in 4th spot, Christie in the 5th spot. Still a ways to go, though. We're only coming to the halfway point. It'll be 10 laps down, 10 to go this next time by.
Yeah, but how about that lap from Palacio? 52.4 on his own.
Half second faster than Truchot.
It's qualifying laps. It's unbelievable what he's able to do out there. He's got a 1.8 second lead right now. As we see a good battle here for what I believe is P8. Romero gets around Travis Pettit, so that's a good move from Marco. Move him up to P8.
Watching this battle here, look at these guys inside, outside. Very strong run. Everybody's just going at it here a little deeper in the field. That's Devin Waltz in the fight there as well. I think Michael McGoy, we talked about the fact that Travis Pettit in there, the 129. That's Pettit, I believe, coming across the line there right in front of Waltz. Let's see as they come back across. Let's get a little update on our live timing. It looks locked up on us here. I think it's halfway flags this time by, I believe.
Yeah, halfway this time around. Lucas Palacio just extending his advantage.
Or not.
Kai Johnson, he's catching Truchot. I mean, the question is Kai going to try to push Truchot at all these last 10 laps, or is he just going to, if and when he gets to Truchot, will he just get around him?
This is it. Very quick up front. The move coming here. This is Christia. Max Christia making a move as well inside of Tovo. That is a fight for 4th. That's 4th and 5th on the racetrack. They are only a half a second behind Kai Johnson right now, but we're not quite as quick on that last lap. So, indeed, coming across the line, they'll put lap, I believe, 11 in the books, or is that number 10 in the books? Maybe I was mistaken. I'm looking out here. I don't see Aaron Likens giving them the halfway flag for 10 down, 10 to go. On live timing, we see 10 to go here. Indeed.
Yeah.
We'll see. Waiting. Didn't get that line. Not sure whether or not they signaled that down to Aaron to give him the crossed halfway. Nonetheless, that's Max Christia running there in P4, Tovo in 5th. And how far up the road? You're going to get a good look at Kai Johnson here momentarily.
He's gone.
Here's Kai right there. So he's maybe 6-7 kart lengths up the road. It's about 0.8 of a second now. He's turned some good laps. Even though Christia turned his fastest lap, Kai Johnson was a 10th quicker in the last lap. There they are right there.
Yeah, not only a 10th quicker, he's the fast car on the racetrack right now. 52.714. Next quickest guy, you have to look down to Michael McGoey, 52.792, but he's in P6. So right now, Kai Johnson in that top 5, quickest kart on the racetrack. Ethan Tovo's going to look to the inside of Max Christie, make that move stick into turn 1, move Ethan Tovo up to P4.
We got lots of action here right now. There's no doubt Tovo has gone back in to P4. And we're not done yet. We're watching a lot of the lap times. Kai Johnson was quicker than Truchot, was only a second back, but then last time by was over a tenth slower. So you got to have the consistency to reel him in. We'll look further back. Michael McGoy closing up on the battle for 4th and 5th. That's Christia and Tovo. But right behind there's McGoy in that white helmet. So McGoy up on the wheel as well to see if he can't get himself into the top 5. He started in 5th, wants to finish 5th or better. So McGoy back on a roll here, having gone off the racetrack. Remember, he was 4 wheels off near the start of the race, coming, I believe, lap 1, lap 2, coming out. Look at these drivers battling. Here's McGoy. He's going to get at least one, I think. McGoy's going to come out, indeed. That's a spot for McGoy as he gets by Tovo.
Yeah, P5, just opportunistic move. You know, you take advantage of 2 guys going side by side, and it's all of a sudden your position. Now he's in P5.
And you're able to catch them off guard. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Right? They're racing like crazy. They make a move, and all of a sudden, boom, you're there to the inside, coming through 10 and 11 like you did there
it is.
on Tovo.
Yeah.
You get the job done. So Michael McGoy back to where he started 5th inside of row number 3, has fought his way back forward. Now, I want to say he was outside the top 10 after the issues coming out at turn number 11, so a great drive for Michael McGoy to get himself back up. And I don't think he's done yet here with Max Christia. He was faster by 3/10 on the last lap.
No, it's a never give up attitude there from Michael. Back to where he started in P5. He's looking for a P4 here.
Yeah.
I don't think he has the pace to catch Kai Johnson, but I mean,
no, if you look, the only guys running 52s right now are Palacio, Truchot, and Johnson up front. You got to go all the way down to Marco Romero, just got into the 52. So otherwise, the guys up front are running 52 9s, 5s, 4s, whatever. 52.9 there for Palacio last time by. 3.1 seconds for Lucas to try to see if he can get his 3rd straight SKUSA Winter Series victory to start off the season. This is interesting, Alex. So last year, he was running micro at one point 2 years ago, right? So he was battling out with Keelan Harvick. Well, Keelan's moving up into the mini last year, and of course, Lucas should stay in micro, win a bunch of races. His dad, Nick, says, no, we want to keep him with Keelan. We want to move him up. We want to keep pushing him. He's only 9. He's 9 years old in mini right now, so they move him up. And he was there. He had a couple of really good runs throughout the year, but wasn't a race-winning kind of guy. But he was learning. He was only 8 years old. Well, here he is, 9 right now, with an opportunity to start the season with 3 straight SKUSA victories. Yeah. That bodes well for a young kid who's just 9 years of age.
Oh, it's unbelievable. 3 straight victories, that means championship.
That's a lock. That's exactly that.
Mini Swift champion here for the SKUSA Winter Series. That would be unbelievable for a 9-year-old here in the mini class.
5 laps remaining, 15 down, 5 laps to go. Palacio, Truchot, Johnson, 1, 2, 3. A second back to Christia, who runs in 4th. McGoy in 5th. There's McGoy closing up on Christia. That's the battle there. There's the fight. Yeah, there's the fight right there. Kai Johnson gets by Truchot. That is for P2. Truchot thinking about the inside.
He thought about it, but he was better off not doing that move. It was looking like contact if he would have gone for it.
How important is it sometimes, though, to be able to go right back by? Obviously, Johnson has reeled him in, right? Yeah, he goes by you. You got to get right back in front of him if you can, right?
Well, especially because I'm sure Truchot knew that all this, 2 laps ago, he was 5/10 behind. Yeah. So all of a sudden, clearly Kai Johnson has the faster kart right now. So your job, if you can see any opportune moment, is to take it, right?
2 to go. They're being thrown the 2 to go. Live timing's telling me 16 laps. I don't know if we're off a little bit on live timing because it's supposed to be a 20-lapper. It looks like they're going to run 18 unless we're off a little bit on live timing, folks. So I apologize if it says 4 to go, but they are showing the 2 to go sign this time by. I don't know if we had the waved off start, though, I think. We may have waved off the start. That was we could have lost a couple laps there on the wave off. So, indeed, we're going to get 2 to go. This is the battle for second right now. Palacio well up the road. Look who's coming from the back.
Max Truchot.
Here comes Christia as well. That's Johnson, Truchot, and Max Christia coming up to try to battle him out here as well. It is Johnson holding the spot. White flag will fly next time by. This will be the last lap here. White flag flying for Lucas Palacio. Look at that lead for Palacio on the Kart Republic.
Different area code.
Gone. Exactly that. But the battle's going to be for second, third, and I bet 4th. I think Christie is ready to get in there and be part of it.
Yeah,
because all it's going to take, we know, is one defensive run. Here they come through 2 and 3.
Yeah, Truchot right now. It's smart driving him. He had a run on Kai Johnson last lap. Didn't want to take it. Kai going a little defensive. Not too defensive, though. Truchot, let's see. He seems to like going into 7 here. Let's see if he's going to throw it in. No, he's going to take a wider line. Let's see if he gets a good run out. He does.
Oh, he does.
Kai Johnson's going to have to defend here. Truchot looks back. Max Christie's got a good run on both of them. Truchot's going to go for the over-under here in turn 8. not going to make it work. Kai Johnson might be able to hold off to enter 9.
Oh!
Christie's going to sneak in on Truchot.
He does. Christian's trying to go to the bottom of Truchot, but it's not going to work. Lucas Palacio back to back jacks here at Homestead as he wins 3 in a row and a championship. Here comes the battle of the line to cap things off.
McGoey.
Indeed.
P3.
Michael McGoy on the last laps of the last quarters goes to P3 from 5th. Hands on the head again for Alexander, folks. He's going to figure this out. Palacios win 5.7 seconds. Kai Johnson ends up 2nd. Michael McGoy. The battle was between Truchot and Christia.
That's what I thought.
And somehow Michael McGoy does the over-under through the final corners, 9, 10, and 11. That's a podium. He comes away with a podium. He was 4 wheels off in the grass at the start, falls back to 10th, works his way back up into the 5th position, but gets 2 more spots in the last 3 corners. Michael McGoy goes to P3. What a tremendous drive for Michael. Max Christie, a good drive as well. He ends up in 4th, and Alessandro Truchot, who was battling Kai for 2nd, ends up off the podium in 5th. Still a strong run for Alessandro Truchot. Ethan Tovo up 3 spots to 6th. Marco Romero into 7th. Devin Waltz falling back into 8th. And Travis Pettit and Ashton Woon 9th and 10th. Pretty impressive run, though, for Lucas Palacio. Kai Johnson in 2nd. Michael McGoy rounding out the top 3. All right, folks, we've got a lot of racing coming for you here still. We're just to the halfway point here right now. Pro and Master Shifter, X30 Jr, KA100 Master, and X30 Sr ready to line up. Let's have a talk with one of the drivers we're going to see later on today in X30 Sr. Paulie Massimino standing by with Zoe Edenholm.
I'm here with Paulie Massimino. He qualified 7th today and didn't have the result he wanted in the pre-final. Walk us through it.
Yeah, I mean, qualifying went pretty well. I made a few driver mistakes on my end that kind of cost us a better starting position. But, yeah, going on to the start, going into turn 1, I just got pounded from the back, and it sent me over another cart and spun me out. So dropped all the way down to last and got up a few spots. Felt like I had some pretty good speed. Cart felt pretty good, so I'm looking confident for the final.
Well, best of luck in the final.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, though. I mean, obviously not the race that Paulie Massimino would have wanted there in his pre-final, but look for him to make up a bunch of positions in the final. It's obviously possible. We've seen a bunch of guys have to come from back of the pack here in these pre-finals so far, so let's see if he can do it.
I know it's horrible, and I'm selfish with it. Every once in a while, I like having, actually every race, I like having somebody really good at the back. I hate that it's happened to them and they had to go to the back, but it gives us something to talk about guys driving to the front for sure. Folks, we're halfway through. 4 races down, 4 to go, as I said. Pro and Master Shifter up next. Then we'll go X30 Jr, KA100 Master, and we're going to cap off the day with what should be a fantastic battle, X30 Sr. Don't go anywhere, folks. 4 more races to come live here from Homestead. Well, coming right back to the drivers in the Pro and Master Shifter category, working their way onto the grid to fire up for what will be their 20-lap main event. Field set. Lights are out, and it's a hole shot, not surprisingly, for A.J. Myers as he leads from the pole over Giorgio Carrera, Andy Rule, and Pedro Piquet, the 4 drivers in the Pro category. Masters drivers will be Skitchy Barnes and Daniel DeBose. And underway, getting things rolling here right now. Looks like we might be missing one of our drivers. I think potentially only 5 drivers on the racetrack right now, so it looks to me like it may just be A.J. Myers, rather Skitchy Barnes as our only driver in the Masters category. Skitchy going to work here on trying to battle it out here with Annie Rule.
Yeah, not sure what happened to Annie Rule. She got a really good start there. I thought she was going to be P2 entering turn 1. All of a sudden, entering turn 2, she went really, really wide. I don't know if she got a bump in the back or just missed a gear or what, but all of a sudden, she's back in P4.
So, folks, underway here with the Pro and Master Shifter race, a 20-lapper here. A.J. Myers out to the lead, but the driver who was leading could not be catched in that amazing run we just saw in the Mini Swift race. Lucas Palacio standing by with Zoe.
I'm here with Lucas Palacio. You won the Mini Swift category. How are you feeling today?
Good. I'm happy that I won today, and yeah.
You were able to walk. Were you able to do it?
Just bang out laps, and then my dad and my coach always say if I bang out laps, I can pull away.
Well, congratulations, and I hope you have a great result tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you, and back to you guys.
Yeah, you know what's all about it, right? Bang out laps, consistency. If you can get into the lead and bang out those laps, you know what? We watch it. You and I. One of the things I do a lot as an announcer when you're watching something, you're watching the race, of course, on the monitor, but you're always watching the lap times, right? What kind of lap times are they laying down? Are they into a place where they're within a tenth of time? And that's what we saw a lot out of Lucas, right? That's when you know a driver's really got things rolling. When they're just banging out these little laps. Maybe they're not the fastest every lap, but they're super comfortable, consistent. They're not going up and down by a half a second either way. So for Lucas to get out front like he did, 3 straight wins here in the SKUSA Winter Series. What a way to start off the SKUSA Superkarts USA program. He's got to be the front runner right now for the championship in the Pro Tour.
Oh, that's what's so scary about Palacio. That's what I was saying.
And he's 9.
He's quick. He's quick, but he's so consistently quick. It's tough to beat that, and then he's 9.
Yeah. And the racecraft he showed in January, we had to come from the tail of the field, right?
Incredible.
So it's not outright speed, but it's being able to understand how to get his way to the front as well.
Just smart driving.
Yeah, exactly that.
Way beyond his years. He's mature stuff for a 9-year-old mini.
Right. Yeah. Literally, he won't be in senior for 5 more years, which is absolutely crazy.
Don't make me feel old.
No, I know. Listen, easy there. You make me feel old, Searle. Let's not even get started. A.J. Myers, almost 3 full seconds on the opening couple of laps, just 3 laps in. He's out ahead of Giorgio Carrera. Pedro Piquet running in 3rd. I said I didn't see Daniel Dubois, but he is on the racetrack. He's currently in the 4th spot overall. Dubois. I'll get the pronunciation of that last name later on today, so we have it correct for tomorrow. But he's running 4th overall as Andy Rule had some issues, as you had said, Alex. She's back in 5th overall ahead of Skitchy Barnes. So right now, really those drivers, essentially all running nose to tail from what? 4th, 5th, and 6th. They're all right there. In fact, to be honest, they're only a half a second behind Pedro Piquet right now.
Yeah, I mean, the most interesting thing to me, and I think AJ is just saving his stuff, but I mean, Carrara went purple last time by, and PK was matching AJ Myers' time. So clearly, pace is pretty close. AJ just got such a good start. Lap 1, he pulled away 2.7 seconds, pretty much made it race over.
That's it. Cold tires, man.
Race over, right? But
get out to that gap and then maintain, and you're good to go to the end.
But I mean, like you said, right here, we got a really, really good battle here. One guy, I think, went around.
I don't know if he went around or not, but that was an issue for Scott Barnes. I think he jumped on the throttle and almost looped around on him. I don't know if he stopped or if he was able to continue. We'll see when they come back around.
He kept going.
He did. There he is. He just was way up on the throttle to get that thing to turn. Little exit oversteer, got up on the throttle and almost got it around. This is Andy Rule, though, putting a bunch of pressure on Daniel DeBose, or DeBose. We'll say DeBose. Daniel DeBose in the 604, driver leading the Masters category, but Andy Rule putting a lot of pressure on there.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for Annie, like I said, she had a good start, just didn't really – something happened there at turn 2. But Annie, she had good, lap 1, lap 2 pace. All of a sudden the pace kind of falling off. I don't know if it's because she is behind DeBose.
I think, yeah, she's right behind DeBose right now. Yep.
But her pace was pretty good, and now it's falling off quite a bit. Lap times, though, like I was saying, pretty consistent there. AJ now in the 46.5s like we expected. Carrara, though, keeping him honest, but, 2.9 seconds, not a lot you're going to do about it now unless something happens to AJ, but I didn't say that.
Let's see if she pulls the trigger here. Coming down the straightaway, that'll be her best shot down in the braking zone at turn number 2. Not quite there. I think she's got the pace. The kart's a little bit quicker, as we know. She probably needs to give herself just a little bit of room when she's coming out through turn number 12 or turn number 1, so she can really get that throttle down and not have to check up when she gets on the exit of the corner. Right there with Debos right now. Daniel Debos in the number 604, leading the way in the Masters class, but in the middle of a good battle here with Annie Rule down into the braking zone of turn number 8. Debos still holding the spot. Scott Barnes quite a ways back. Barnes now a second and a half behind those two drivers as they work through 9 and 10. You'll see Barnes come through right there. That's Scott Barnes.
Yeah, and Skitchy obviously hoping that Andy Rule can get around Debos, right? Because anything to hold him up to get Scott Barnes right back into play, because he wants to win the Masters class, right? I mean, obviously he's guaranteed a P2, but you want to have bragging rights.
No, listen, Scott's the guy that drives everything, right? He goes to Daytona. He'll run the shifter on the big track at Daytona. He'll run Margay. He does a number of classes, 4, 5, 6 classes at Rock Island every year. Runs the Pro Tour. This guy loves racing. He's the president of the Bermuda Kart Club as well. Let's take the opportunity to talk about that too. They've been working their tail off to try to put another street race on out in Bermuda, and they're doing one in late April. I want to say it's the 23rd and 24th or something like that.
That'll be cool.
In late April, right in Hamilton, which is the capital of Bermuda. There's 65,000 people that live on that island. They're all fantastic. I've been there before. I went to the Dockside Grand Prix about a half dozen years ago and had a tremendous time. This is going to be a lot of fun. 206 tag and shifter street race in Bermuda. A great vacation idea if you're looking to do something, but they just announced that. Scott's pretty pumped up about it, and I'm looking forward to getting over there and do some announcing for that race for sure.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully there'll be some streaming going on. I want to watch that. That sounds really cool.
So again, out front, we know the leader has got this thing handled, but here's the driver, the number 205, Pedro Piquet, the PSL Karting Burrell Art Machine. That is P3 right now. Giorgio Carrera running in the second spot. Again, lots of great racing to come here, folks. And we got one driver. We're going to head back down to Zoe Edenham on pit lane for another quick interview.
I'm here with Leo. What is your game plan for the final?
Just try to stay clean at the start, not get my bumper in, and then just go forward.
Do you think you have the pace to put it on the top step?
Yeah, and if I'm not quick, I'll just send it and see what happens.
Well, best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
That is Leonardo Scorpioni. We're talking about the race we have coming up next. X30 Jr getting set to go. KA Master will be after that, then X30 Sr. So we'll continue to grab some guys during what is obviously not a super exciting Masters race here right now. And Pro Shifter, they're kind of out there cruising around by themselves. We're going to see whether or not that battle between Debos and Rule will come to fruition, with Rule potentially finding a way by. But other than that, kind of lining up a couple of drivers to talk to here throughout the race. We have, 10 laps down in this one here, so 12 laps remaining for the drivers here in the Pro and Master Shifter class. Really looking forward to this next one. X30 Jr, I think, is going to be a barn burner for sure.
It's going to be great.
Yeah, it's going to, again, Scorpioni, like you said, I like that mindset. Again, that's, you and I talked about the fact that when you start a race, you can't have a plan. You may have a plan A, but you better have a plan B, C, and D ready to go, right? But what did he say? Just do what I can to make sure that I don't get a pushback bumper, right? You got to be clean at the start. The pushback bumper can ruin you. You do all that work, you get that win or that podium, and that 5-second penalty comes or whatever. It just sucks, right? So again, keep clean in the opening couple of laps. That's really what the pushback bumper's done for us. You can complain about it as much as you want. But you go back 5-6 years ago, the starts we used to have where drivers would just pile themselves in the corners, just wreck each other. That was bad. I remember back to a Winter Nationals at NOLA when literally every junior just drove down to the corner. There were guys who were wrecked and guys who weren't lifting. They were driving literally into the wreck to hope they would come out the other way. Here's the pass we were waiting for. There is Annie Rule. She'll go to the inside of Debos as they work their way to turn number 2. So Annie Rule has worked their way back up into 4th overall. Great job here for Annie Rule. But again, as we said, Pro Master Shifter scrapping away here. Let's grab another driver on pit lane. Alessandro DiTullio is with Zoe.
I'm here with Alessandro DiTullio. You've been struggling a bit today. Explain what's going on.
Yeah, it's been a really tough day. I mean, yesterday we were okay. We were missing a bit, maybe like a 10th. But today it's just, we're nowhere. I mean, we've tried a bunch of things and everything has a slight positive, but a huge negative, whatever we try. So we're just trying to find the right balance and hopefully make it good for the final.
Well, best of luck to you in the final.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
Man, that gives me nightmares because you've done it before too, right? I've been at club races or whatever, and you had a cart that was absolutely perfect when you were there a week ago, right? Tracks changed maybe a little bit of weather. You were aces. You were dialed in. You're great. You roll the thing out for practice, and all of a sudden it can't turn. It won't turn.
What happened?
Exactly. And every, you have your list of stuff you do. It won't turn. I do this to the front end. I widen the rear. The stuff that you normally do, and when it doesn't work, the frustration creeps in because there are ways you dial a chassis and you know what to do when you're tuning a chassis. And sometimes when it's not right, man, the frustration's there.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it earlier today. It's, we were talking about, I think, with Enzo Vidmontiani, he got a new chassis, but obviously they have, you have your baseline setup.
Yeah.
So even if new chassis or not, you have and these guys have been to Homestead before. They've been to this layout before. So they come here, they're like, here's a setup we're going to do. Here's what worked last year. Here's what's going to work this year. Right? Whether it's 5 degrees hotter or colder, here's what we're going to run, and then plus or minus maybe a few Ackerman changes, camber, that's about it, right? There's not a lot you can do, maybe some seat changes, but like you said, it's the worst when, you're fast one week and all of a sudden you've done nothing to the go-kart, and there's nothing you can do about it, and then you start, I've had it before where you start chasing things and you end up going back to your baseline setup, and it works.
And it works. I love that. We went back to what works, and it actually worked. Folks, A.J. Myers leading by 4.3 seconds right now. Let's go back to Zoe on pit lane.
I'm here with Brandon Carr. Walk us through how your day has been going. You're starting outside the top 10 in the final.
Yeah, it's been a steady weekend, but we seem to be getting there now and just keep pushing.
Well, I hope you have the best of luck in the final.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Yeah, Brandon Carr, young driver we've watched for the last many years, right? Come through micro, through mini, through junior, now into his senior career. Of course, his rookie as a senior here, and he's got a lot of experience running over here in the United States. A lot of races at the Super Nationals, and it seems to me like they've been creeping up a little bit. We haven't talked about them in the top 5, but right there, working their way just outside, just inside the top 10.
Yeah, it's not a bad place to be. Obviously, an X30 Sr, a really stacked field. Being a rookie, it's tough, right? When we see guys like Ingrata, he's making his way. He's making his name known as one of the heavy hitters in senior, right? But being top 10 at X30 Sr is not a bad place to be, right? Especially in a race like this where anything can happen. I mean, I think that anybody in the top 15 could win the X30 Sr race coming up, maybe even further down the field. So we'll see. I'm excited for that race.
Yeah, scrolling down, it's time to see where Brandon was at the end of that race. Right there, 14th. So right, just as I said, just outside the top 10. Brandon Carr, P14, got a spot there right now. There are guys to watch back there. Like he's right behind the world champion, Mateus Morgado.
Not a bad place to be.
Not a bad place to be. You don't need to beat yourself up too much. And then again, Brandon Carr, we look forward to seeing him getting out as the drivers behind us, rolling down here for the X30 Jr class. Laps winding down, 6 more to go here in this Pro and Master shifter class. Myers leading by 4.9 seconds over Giorgio Carrera, Pedro Piquet, and Amy Rule. That's your top 4. And this, again, would secure the championship for A.J. Myers, so we'll have another championship lock. We didn't normally have that because we've never had a drop before in the SKUSA Winter Series. It's just all 4 races, but electing this year to use your one drop, your worst finishing day. So A.J. Myers, of course, will have things handled, indeed, with the absence of Alan Isambard, who were told damaged ribs in practice on Thursday. Hate to hear that for any driver, shifter kart driver, because it's going to put you on the sidelines for more than just a couple of weeks. It's tough to come back from damaged ribs, especially at a track like Alan here at Homestead that he uses as his primary facility when you're attacking curbs,
and
you name it, right? And in a shifter. Right. Let's be real.
It's the quickest direction change, the highest grip, the highest lateral loads that your body's going to take. It's the last thing you want to hurt is your ribs.
Yeah, that's exactly. And you don't know how important your ribs are for you and how your entire body hangs off of them until you have broken ones or torn cartilage, whatever it may be. So, folks, again, lots of racing coming. We're getting a lot of chance. This is a great opportunity. We got our juniors coming into the pit lane here right now, but get a chance to grab a hold of a lot of our senior drivers. We have another one to quick chat with here. Blake Nash standing by with Zoe.
I'm here with Blake Nash. Walk us through how your day's been going, what you're searching for, and what you plan on doing in the final.
Yeah, so I think the whole weekend we had pretty good pace. Morning warm-up, we were 6th. Unfortunately, during happy hour, we couldn't really get in a good lap, and it kind of got us stuck in that slow group for qualifying. So we only qualified 10th, which I think there was more in it. Started the heat race. There was a crash on the outside, so I had to avoid that, and I dropped back down to around 15th. And then once the tires started to come in and the cart started to get grip, we found a lot of pace and drove back up to 9th with, I think, pretty good pace overall. So
good luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Blake Nash coming off a pretty good run out in the West Coast as well. The debut of that OKN category in Tucson. The Nash Motorsports drivers doing a great job. And Nash Motorsports supporting both East Coast and West Coast programs. Seth Nash, Matt Johnson, the crew going back and forth. I saw Matt here as well, working with one of his drivers, doing some testing coming up here for the upcoming events at the SKUSA Pro Tour and the Winter Nationals. Of course, Seth, as I said, the Nash Motorsports crew, East and West, putting in a lot of time here. Big part of the SuperKarts USA program. And again, Blake Nash has really kind of stepped his way into kind of the forefront of senior racing. What do we got here? 3 laps to go? Yeah, 3 laps remaining. And another purple lap there for A.J. Myers, 46.260. He's 5.7 seconds ahead of Giorgio Carrera. And Daniel DeBose is about 6.9 seconds ahead of Skitchy Barnes in the Masters category as well. So Daniel DeBose looking good, as is A.J. Myers. 2 to go, I believe, this time by. And indeed, as we wrap things up, the remaining of the drivers in the X30 Jr class are rolling their carts into the grid behind us, looking forward to what will be the third to last race. 3 more races to come. We'll have our X30 Juniors, then our KA100 Masters. We'll see if anybody has anything for RPG team owner Mike Rollison, who has decided to put the helmet on to do some racing here, a veteran of the sport. Getting ready to get back behind the wheel for a main event here. He's got a lot of drivers gunning behind him for sure. The winners from January, Luis Schiavo, and of course Michel Garrido as well. Watching these carts, as you can see in our side-by-side, drivers working their way into the grid area here. And interesting thing about this facility, because it kind of flip-flops, even though we're going in a different direction, we change everything. The grid used to be the scale line. The scale line is now the grid. We flip things back and forth with the way things line up here for the race weekends going in the different directions. White flag flying, 1 to go for A.J. Myers. Ready to cap things off here for the Pro and Master Shifter category. We'll take the opportunity to thank our class sponsors as well. PSL Karting for Pro Shifter, Greyhound Racing Seats for Master Shifter as well, and Myers, Carrera, PK, and Rule as they run on the racetrack in Pro. White flag flying for Skitchy Barnes, and waiting for the final driver across the line. That was Barnes. We're ready to go. Checker flag now, as A.J. Myers coming to get a win. And this will lock in the championship as well. A.J. Myers, his second win on the year. 2 wins in the second for A.J. Myers in Pro Shifter. He will score the win in the championship, 5.664, the gap between he and Giorgio Carrera on the Lenzo kart for International Motorsports. Pedro PK and third, Andy Rule, rounding out the 4 drivers in the category. Daniel DeBose and Skitchy Barnes, first and second in Masters, 5th and 6th overall. So, folks, 3 more races to come. Let's go to a quick break as X30 Jr. dialing things in. 3 more races, and Aaron Lykin shows you the double checker. That's what I love about this program. Aaron Lykin's here one weekend in the month of May to be throwing those checker flags to the winner of the Indianapolis 500. More to come here on Kart Chaser. Welcome back, live coverage here from Homestead. Rob Howard alongside Alexander Searle. And if we haven't had enough great junior racing on the day through one main event and a couple of pre-finals, we'll do it all over again. X30 Jr rolling out into the track. And Ernesto Rivera, the winner of round number 1, starting on the pole alongside Stephen Miller, who has got things going on here to start the year here at Homestead. He'll start P2. Leonardo Scorpioni looking for a big one here. He'll start third alongside Cameron Brinkman, who is a star in the KA100 Jr class. Jackson Wolney and Diego Ardiles will be on row number 3. Enzo Vidmontian, who's a podium finisher in the KA100 Jr class, starting 7th alongside Hudson Schwartz. Christian Cameron and Caleb Campbell will be row number 5. Row 6, Christopher Aiken and Alex Mercado. Row 7, keep an eye on Oliver Weldon coming from 13th. He'll start alongside Christian Meyer. It'll be Charlie Smith and Emma Kate Scarborough on row number 8, Gennaro Trappa and Shun Sikaguchi on row number 9, Chase Gassio Lee and Grayson Greaves on row 10, Jose Martinez, Teddy Basella, Nathan Dupuis, and Anthony Martella deep in the field. Watch out for Martella coming from the tail of the field. Man, big inside line run, and wow, outside line did not get rolling. Green flag flies, and that has put Miller into P3. The guys behind Miller didn't get much of a start whatsoever, so I want to say probably 4th, 6th, 8th, 10th are going to go much deeper in the field. The benefactor of that, of course, Rivera, who was able to jump out and do an easy lead.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the time and scoring right now. It has Scorpioni P2 before he crossed the line. He was your 3rd place starter, so that just shows how much the inside lane actually went. I wonder if Stephen Miller just wasn't ready almost. I mean, he didn't accelerate until the green flag. It was interesting there from Stephen, but he immediately gets back to P2. Good move there into turn 8.
Yeah, Stephen Miller already passed, went to the inside of the hairpin, turn 8, slides to the inside of a Scorpioni, so move Stephen Miller into the 2nd position as he takes up the challenge once again with Rivera. We've watched those two drivers be locked and loaded. They were nose to tail in that KA100 Jr category. Did not work out well for Rivera. He was going for P1, ended up back, I think, 10th or something like that. We're told there have been some penalties and DQs, so it could move some people forward. Nonetheless, Miller and Rivera looking to do a V2 here, the 2nd edition of their battle here in this direction of Homestead on a beautiful Saturday. Rivera's the leader. Here goes Miller right to the inside. Book it. Down to the inside at 6-7. He'll take the spot. A Scorpioni tucking in as well. They're both to the bottom of the racetrack, and that's, I believe.
Here he comes.
Yeah, look at this inside out. That's Jackson Wolney. Some trouble for Miller. Wolney's going to try to get them both. Wolney goes by both up over the curb. Move him to P2.
Wow. What a move there. Miller from 1st to 4th in a matter of a corner and a straightaway there. I mean, that all started because Rivera put a late lunge in the turn 8. Miller got on the curbing, started to skateboard on it, and just when you start skateboarding, there's no acceleration going to the axle. You know, it's just tire spin, right?
Yeah, high centered essentially coming out of the corner, right? The crazy thing was Wolney. He got a great run out of turn 8, got to the inside of a Scorpioni, crossed the track to go to the inside of Miller, and got it done in turn number 9. So Jackson Wolney bullied off that confidence of a podium finish back in January. Up on the wheels, RPG goes 1-2.
Yeah, really, really good driving there from Jackson Wolney. Already up 3 spots, went purple last time by. Looking a little further down, timing and scoring. Oliver Weldon up 6 spots already in the P7. He's absolutely flying right now. 3rd fastest car on the racetrack right now is Oliver Weldon.
So again, just getting things started here right now with Rivera, Wolney, Scorpioni, Miller, and Vidmontian, your top 5. Let's have a chance to chat with the winner and pro shifter as AJ Myers stands by with Zoe.
I'm here with AJ Myers. You have been on top all weekend, been able to walk away. What are you using this weekend for? Training, etc.?
I mean, you never knew what you're walking into. I mean, Carrera has been close. He had a little bit of issue on the opening laps. I think he went off, but I'm just here training. You can see my face is really red, and, you know, I got to get in shape, get used to this heat. Living in North Carolina now, I'm used to the cold. This humidity in Homestead just killing me.
Well, great training. Hope you have the same result tomorrow.
Thank you. Then that's the plan.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
Yeah, that's great. That's what we were looking for. You and I talked about that. We didn't go deeper into the fact that he does work now in North Carolina, and it's not as warm as it is down here. And, of course, knowing the fact that, we only go, a month and a bit from now, and we're going to be racing in Orlando for the start of the SuperKart USA Pro Tour. It could be high 80s, low 90s, and humid when we're ready to roll out there for the winter nat. So this is a really good opportunity for AJ to get back into the heat, get pushed. And he said Carrera could be the guy pushing him as well, but the bottom line is the battle now between Wolney and Miller. That's Miller by Wolney. But for Myers, it's a good opportunity to get down here and really push himself a bit.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to make a joke and say, oh, I wonder if AJ sweat at all in that race. But, I mean, I saw his back. It was drenched. So, clearly, even with a 6-second lead, over the guy in second, he still had to try a little bit. Obviously, shift the cart. It's super physical.
When you got a full-time job, what are you going to do? He's got to get back in the seat when he can,
exactly,
right?
Yeah.
That's it. Not all these guys are full-time drivers like a Ryan Norberg. You get an opportunity to, like AJ, to keep working. You want to get in the seat whenever you can, especially when it's drive. You talked about how physical a shifter kart is. It's the most physical thing you can drive when it comes to karting. So good for him to get down here, bang out the laps, get a chance to maybe race against some guys for sure.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I've seen guys in F1 who say, shifter karts are even more physical than Formula 1 cars
100%.
sometimes.
Dude, how many times do you see guys like a Verstappen or these guys roll out? They're out South Garda. They're getting in with Tony Carter, CRG, or Birrell. Charles Leclerc getting in the car.
Yeah.
They love to get back behind the wheel when they can because it's just so physical and great training for them for sure.
Yeah, back to the on-track action, though. Scorpione passes Wolney there in turn 7, put Scorpione back into P3. Bit of a gap, though. Rivera and Miller have created probably about a second gap with the rest of the field. I mean, this is just classic Homestead, right? You pass somebody, all of a sudden, gap.
That's it.
Opens up there. Late move there for Enzo Vidmontien into turn 1. Make that move stick.
That was good. That was for 4th. Vidmontien to the inside of Wolney coming into turn number 1. So move Vidmontien to 4th. Wolney back to 5th. Cameron Brinkman 6th. Oliver Weldon back there in the 7th spot. 8th now is Diego Ardiles. 9th, Hudson Schwartz. And 10th is Christian Cameron. Look at this battle further back. And you can see, look at how low Weldon sits in that seat. Obviously a lot shorter than a number of these drivers. But he is up on the wheel the big way. He gets by Jackson Wolney as well.
Yeah, Brinkman.
That was actually Schwartz he got by, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Schwartz was in there.
Brinkman got around Wolney, and now Wolney's just getting pushed around. Brinkman left front to right front there on Wolney. I think it just got him out of shape, and Weldon took advantage of that. So put Weldon up into P6, move Wolney from P4 down to P7, I believe.
Tough one for Jackson Wolney. He'll have to get his head back down and move forward there. He's behind Weldon coming through turn number 1. He's got his teammate Schwartz, I believe. Oh, that was maybe that's Ardiles right behind him. It's Wolney, Ardiles, then Schwartz. Schwartz is right there, a little further back. Let me pick that back up. Schwartz about 0.3 of a second behind Ardiles, who was right behind Wolney.
I mean, RPG 7, 8, 9. If they can work together, maybe they can do something about it. I mean, let's see. Late move there from Diego.
Did you see Wolney almost shot himself out of the seat? He took so much of the curbing in turn number 6, he was almost out of the seat. We watch a lot of guys just kind of hammer it with that right rear, kind of get over top to help get the cart where it needs to be on the racetrack. But man, Wolney, almost upset the apple cart there. He hammered that curb coming in, and that allowed Ardiles to slip by.
I mean, it's a balance, right? Some quick guys don't hit the curb at all. Some guys hit it a little bit. I mean, there's guys like Rivera who just destroy that curb, but they're consistent with it, right? They know exactly where to hit the curb to where it sets up the go-kart and not upset their body and the landing, right? But, I mean, clearly Wolney took a little bit too much curb, right? I mean, I'm pretty sure I saw the underside of that go-kart, so, I mean, maybe a little bit too much curb. You don't want to ever leave your seats.
That's it.
Let's just say.
Stay. Listen, when you come out of the seat, that's when you come back down on a rim.
Yeah.
That's happened for you. You can really
late move there as well from Diego on Weldon. Deja vu from the last lap. Move Diego up into P5, P6, sorry.
Ardiles is looking pretty good right now. He's made a couple of passes over the last couple of laps. That cart coming together a bit, able to get by both of his teammates, and now by Weldon, grabs about a length and a bit. He's got a lot of open racetrack in front of him right now. When he gets through, he'll be P6. It would be Brinkman out in front of Diego Ardiles. There he is there. That's Ardiles across the line into 1. Up the road from him is Brinkman. You'll see the gap here. There's a Scorpione. And then behind him is Vidmontien and Brinkman. And then the gap, boom, that is Ardiles right there. We'll look at lap times to find out. But check this out. Top 6 drivers, as we're coming close to the halfway point of this right now. Everybody turning their fastest lap, including a purple lap for Stephen Miller.
Yeah, I'm starting to get a bit of deja vu here. I'm not going to lie. Are you? Stephen Miller catching Rivera, right? Just like the KA Jr race. 13 laps to go, just slowly inching towards that leader there. So we'll see if it, hopefully not the same result, right, for Rivera at least, as KA Jr went for him, but Stephen Miller seems to have the go-kart under him right now.
That's working right now. That machine, that Alonso for Stephen Miller running for Chad Dockin Racing. And Chad, of course, has been around this sport for a long time, not only in sprint racing, but also a very accomplished kart road racer as well, Chad Dockin. 125 shifters, seen him run the big track so many times that he's developed himself a really strong race team now here on that Kart Republic product line. He's got the Alonso for Stephen Miller, and here closing up, he went purple again last time by. You just see Rivera hammering that right rear off that curb, getting the cart to be in the right position to get it to rotate through turn number 7. Just about 0.4 of a second, but for first and second, visually you can see it probably, 5 cart lengths, but they've got a big gap. They're 2.2 seconds ahead of Leonardo Scorpioni. So for the second time today, we're seeing Rivera versus Miller battle start to come together. But last time we talked about it too. Is it Rivera and Miller, or will they start to race and bring somebody back into the fight? It could be a Scorpioni this time.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the positive is they've already lived this, right? This is KA Jr all over again. These two were in the same spot 2 hours ago.
So you're saying don't make the same mistake.
So don't do the same mistake, right?
Exactly.
And they almost did a perfect race. I mean, for 18 and a half laps,
true.
they didn't race.
Yeah.
But they raced so hard that last lap and a half. It took away the 3-second gap they built, and it brought Hudson Schwartz into play for that last lap. So, I mean,
we'll see.
We'll see. We'll see. I mean,
there's lots of time.
And look who's P3, a Scorpioni, and I think he still wants that redemption, whatever it is, right? 'Cause the same guys from KA Jr., so he probably still wants some redemption for what happened to him in KA Jr pre-final. So, I mean, if he gets to him, who knows, right? So
we're at the halfway point right now, folks. Lots of time. There they go, rolling down the line. That is indeed Vidmontien and Brinkman. That is 4th and 5th. Enzo Vidmontien, the 795, Brinkman in the 788. Watching them come through turn number 3 right now. The Lando Norris Mike Doty racing machine of Brinkman going to work here on Enzo Vidmontien for Motaz Sport. You watch them battling it out here, 4th and 5th. Yeah. They're back by, only about a second from a Scorpioni. And then you can see coming in the tail there is Diego Ardiles. We've talked about him digging in, coming forward. There he is right there, yeah.
Yeah.
I like that shot getting a bit wider so we can have a look at that. You can see him closing up.
Yeah, but here comes Brinkman. Brinkman's all over Enzo Vidmontien right now. I wonder if they're going to work together. I mean, there's a bit of a gap to Scorpioni in front, Right now, they're in 4th and 5th. As Stephen Miller right now has closed the gap. He is to the bumper. He's actually going to look to the inside of Rivera here. Inside. Book it. He's through. Rivera to the lead here.
Look at you taking my line.
I had to do it one time.
I think it's awesome.
I had to do it one time.
I love it. Good man. Good man. You delivered it well. Good pass there, but early. That's my question. Lap 13. Does he just want to take a lead for a bit, get a feel for it? Does he think he can pull away, right? You know that. If you're running P2, what's the reason to go by? I want to try up front. Maybe I can lead. Yeah. Maybe I can pull away. Maybe I got a great hot rod. Let's see if he pulls away. I don't think it's going to happen. I think Rivera's pretty good, but taking his turn up front.
Yeah, I mean, I think that exact pass happened at the exact same point in the KA race.
I was going to say, you talked about how it's kind of deja vu. It worked for him in the first race, right? He was leading the entire way. He wasn't running second. So listen, it worked. Here comes Rivera. He'll return the favor. Back to the inside. My turn. Book it. He'll take the spot.
That was good.
Rivera goes to P1, and they're going to go back and forth. What does this done for a Scorpioni? He was 3 seconds back. They've got so much room right now to play with. Miller back a little bit, smooth through turn number 7. We'll watch the gap when they come back around, but there you go. There's our first lead. That is Miller trying to do what he did in the last race, and Rivera trying not to make it happen, right?
Yeah.
No, you're not leading me for the last couple laps. I think Rivera wants to be the leader to the end on this one here.
Yeah, I think it's an easier layout to lead on, right? I mean, if you can hold on through turn 1 and 2, you can defend pretty easily from 3 up to turn 11. I mean,
agreed.
You can just hold the inside line and kind of force their hand a little bit. So we'll see. I mean, I think part of it is Rivera I think he went back around because I think Stephen Miller has the better go-kart right now. So I think Rivera took his one opportunity and, ran away with it. So let's see if he can hold on, because right now Stephen Miller is right back on his tail.
That's a fantastic point. If he does think that Stephen Miller's quicker and could pull away, you can't let that happen, right? You've got to literally get yourself back up front. And it seems to me like Rivera kind of dialed things up even more, the intensity, right? You see he pounded the curb there in 6.
A lot of curb.
Yeah, just doing everything he can to try to get as much speed as possible. Picking up this battle now. Remember, we watched this before. I believe this is now Diego Ardiles and Cameron Brinkman. Ardiles has gone to P4. That is Ardiles into the 4 spot. Cameron Brinkman running P5. So Ardiles has been up on the wheel. Look at him pulling away right now here as well. We'll keep. Hey, listen, this could be a driver who could potentially reel in the P3 spot, final podium position. He's 1.4 seconds back, but was only a 10th quicker than a Scorpioni, but he may have made the pass that lap.
Exactly.
6 laps remaining.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, 6 to go. He needs 1.4 seconds. I mean,
couple tenths.
It'll be a couple tenths a lap, but
tenths a lap.
Oh, look at Stephen Miller copied Rivera's move there. They're both taking so much curb there entering 7. It's fun to watch for sure.
It hurts my ribs just to watch it. I'm telling you that right now.
Yeah, it hurts my back. It hurts. The
Everything.
go-kart doesn't like it.
That's
But
it. These are the leaders that we saw battling out in KA100 Jr. They've pressed the reset button to do it again here in X30 Jr. We'll very likely see them back up front tomorrow. Both drivers looking good. Across the line to put lap number 17 in the books. 5 laps remaining. More importantly, we're watching the gap between Diego Ardiles and Leonardo Scorpioni. He was over 0.2 quicker. It's now 1.2. So Diego Ardiles with a potential with the pace to be able to catch a Scorpioni for third. There is a battle we'll watch. That's one of the splits we'll watch every lap. Here he comes. Look at this. Miller. Does he drive to the inside? No. And I think it looks like Rivera's trying to carry a little more speed into 6.
Yeah, because Rivera's line is a little shallow, in my opinion, in 7. I think it's because he's carrying so much speed into 6. He's taking away that passing point. And it's a smart play.
Yeah.
Because if he feels like the kart can grip enough into 7, it won't hinder his exit speed. And he's taking away pretty much all the passing points.
Right up behind him here, coming across the line, Stephen Miller. Does he try it in 1? He does not tuck in. Back in here again. Another lap goes in the books. He's right on him. Here's the move. He tucks out smoothly. Back to the inside of turn number 2 and a new leader. Through goes Miller. So Stephen Miller back to the lead. Rivera knows that he needs to get back there again. Miller's got a great hot rod on that Kart Republic. We saw Rivera get very aggressive and going back. Will this be the opportunity for Miller to pull away?
Yeah,
let's see how good he is, yeah.
Yeah, see, now Miller isn't taking a lot of curb there. That's his normal line. I think he was trying Rivera's line. Maybe didn't like it. Maybe he was feeling a bit achy. But, yeah, back to Rivera. It looks to me that Miller's car is handling just a little bit better.
It does look good, doesn't it?
But Rivera in the toe, I mean, he's on his bumper. I suspect he's going to try to make a move into 1 or 2.
I was going to say 2. I was going to say he's definitely going to try to go back by in 2 once again.
Just like what happened 4 laps ago.
Yeah, and we've got what? And they come back across the line, 3 laps remaining. Rivera needs a good
good
run, and he
run.
gets a huge run. A lot of forward bite. Does he pull? He does to the inside. Let's do it again.
There it is.
New leader. This time Rivera. And I'll really touch base quickly on it. The gap between Ardiles and Scorpioni now just 0.6 of a second. He was almost a half second faster last time by. We're going to have ourselves a battle for third here as well.
Unbelievable.
Oh,
so much curb.
Ernesto's going to feel so sore on Monday morning. He is working it.
He's got a bit of a run here, Steven. I don't think he's going to go for it though, because I think Miller knows he needs to be second. I think on the last lap. It's what it looks like.
I want to throw this out here so we got time. There'll be 2 to go this time by. It's great to have 40 kart fields, but when it comes down to it, it takes 2 drivers to put a race on,
yeah,
right? I know this is a huge field right now, but we're keying on 2 drivers because it's almost like a boxing match, right? These guys are just going back and forth. Miller thinks about the inside, but a little jink to the inside there, maybe an early run to the apex there for Rivera. 2 laps to go. 2 remaining. Rivera trying to hold him off this time, and indeed
he's doing a shallower line.
He was second in KA100 Jr in the last laps. He's elected to try to lead the entire time. He wants to be the guy out front. Miller now has to go on the offensive, and probably 3 kart lengths coming out of 7. That's the biggest lead he's had.
I'm actually surprised Rivera's got such a lead. He was running a shallow line entering the carousel and entering 7. As we look here, Ardiles is all over Scorpioni. I mean, he's just absolutely flying right now.
That's the battle for the final spot on the podium. Look at the big over-unders here right now. Let's see if he gets them. He's going to drive on the inside, book it through turn number 12, Ardiles, and here comes as well Enzo Vidmontien. No, that's Brinkman. That's Brinkman back up there. Pardon me. Brinkman in the fight as well. White flag flying. This is the final lap. As again, it's Ardiles, Scorpioni, Brinkman on the middle of the scrap coming across the line for the final position on the podium. We'll watch the leaders work their way. It's the final lap here. There is the lead coming into 6 and 7. Rivera looking good. If he looks behind his head, he's going to see he's got lots of room. They'll work their way up into turn number 8, and he's got room for a good racing line. I don't think, Miller's got nothing for him right now.
Wow.
Rivera just grabbing that wheel, looking for some more through turn number 9, 10, and 11. His second national win of the year. Nice run. Ernesto Rivera winning round number 3 of the SKUSA Winter Series here in Homestead. And what a drive for this young driver as well, Diego Ardiles. Back, I think, to the late part of the top 10. Started 6th up to 3rd. He ends up finishing P3. Brinkman able to get by a Scorpioni on the final lap as well. So Leonardo Scorpioni, who is 3rd on lap 18, ends up 5th as both Ardiles and Brinkman get by. Good run for Brinkman. Enzo Vidmontien in 6th. Alex Mercado up 5 spots from 12th into 7th. Oliver Weldon as well, 13th to 8th. Jackson Wolney in 9th, and Hudson Schwartz rounds out the top 10. How about 22nd to 11th for Teddy Musella? Great drive for Musella, just outside the top 10. But this one was a fantastic battle between two great young junior drivers who I feel we're going to watch all year long. Ernesto Rivera versus Stephen Miller. Miller was the winner in KA100 Jr. Rivera coming on top in X30 Jr., his second win of the season, so he's going to be in a really good position to battle after that championship come round 4 tomorrow. Rivera, Miller, Ardiles, Brinkman, and Scorpione, top 5 drivers. 2 more races left to go. Alexander, that was a fun one.
Oh, man. I mean, it's only fair Rivera won, right? It's only fair, you know, Steven won earlier today, Rivera won this one. I'm actually surprised. I mean, I thought Stephen Miller had the better go-kart, but Rivera, there those last 2 laps, put the hammer down and just put down some absolute flyers and pull away. They just created just enough of a gap to where Miller couldn't make a move.
Indeed. A good final lap for Rivera, 49.064, just 1/10 of a second slower than his best lap of the race. Folks, 2 more to come. KA100 Masters up next. We got more racing to cap off round 3 here on Kart Chaser.
International Motorsport has you covered on every level of karting, and starting here in 2023 in cars as well. For your very first step into an F4 race car, try out the Formula Inter Arrive and Drive F4 Championship hosted here at the Homestead-Miami Speedway. Along with that, of course, the International Motorsport team covers every base of the karting pyramid from the local to the national and international level. For more information, follow International Motorsport or Formula Inter on social media.
And we are back here getting ready for the KA Masters final here. I mean, Mike Rawlston looking to do what he did in the pre-final, which is just get out to an early lead and just kind of walk away. You know, I mean, last pre-final we watched him, you know, it seemed to me like he had some lower tire pressures. You know, he fell back to 3rd, 4th position there. But then once the tires kicked in, it was just plain sailing for him.
Here's the thing about Mike Rawlston, because like when you're a team owner and you race, you can't make any mistakes.
Yeah.
Because you beat on your kids so bad for making mistakes. You sit them down in front of the data, you know, want to watch the data, watch the video, and you beat on them. Why'd you do that? Why'd you do that? Precarious to come out here as a team owner, right? You don't want to get yourself in trouble and
exactly.
have your guys rip it on you.
Yeah.
It's risky. So Rawlson will start on the pole position in the RPG Cosmic alongside Luis Schiavo, who was kind of the dominant driver back in January. Both those drivers tremendously talented. Takaharu Nakamori will be in the inside of road number 2 alongside Miguel Mir. Watch for Mario Barrios to improve, as I had said. He and Nicky Coelho, both those drivers with a chance to run up to the podium. They're row 3. Michel Garrido and Diego Rodriguez, the Alocinos racing drivers, in row 4. Lucas Iglesias and Alex Dalbon, your top 10. Green flag flying and underway, and Rawlson trying to get through cleanly, and he does. And from the outside of the front row, Schiavo able to hold back Nakamori as they'll work their way down now into turn number 2, and I think that might have been Barrios up into the 4th spot. Good start from Mario Barrios to P4. Everybody slotting in back in line. Opening of 22 laps for KA100 Master, brought to you by Kart Racing Solutions.
Yeah, Barrios, I mean, we were talking about it in the pre-final. He might be the guy to watch. I mean, towards the end of that pre-final, he was the fastest car on the racetrack.
Pro Tour champion 2 years ago in the X30 Sr Masters class, X30 Masters class rather. They didn't really have a class last year. They kind of shut it down after the opening year. But, man, when there was a big field, Mario Barrios was a guy up front all the time and kind of getting more comfortable in this KA100 and the harder tires. I said throughout this weekend he's going to get better and better. P4 right now. Would not be surprised to see him battle Nakamaru for the final position on the podium.
Yeah, I mean, right now, you don't want to let Mike Rawlson get out too early. I mean, if I know anything about how the RPG guys set up their carts and how Mike Rawlson probably sets up his cart, just like the pre-final, he's going to go low tire pressures, right? Yep. So if you give him an early lead, you're just letting his tires come up to temperature. He doesn't have to race. He doesn't have to overheat his tires. You know, he's just letting the cart come into play.
That's it.
As he wants it. It's just all coming to plan for him, right?
And you think, hey, this guy's a team owner. He never gets in the cart. Good to see him back out here. This guy's in the cart a lot. When they're back at their home base at Pat's Acres up in Oregon, and he's got his drivers there, and they're out there beating on each other, and they're doing laps. Cedric Lupi, and all the drivers out there. Back in the days of the Luke Selikins and these guys, literally they go out and dogfight with their racers. This is driver development, and they do it by battling with these young drivers. They're beating on them, they're pushing them, they're leaning on them, and he gets a lot of seat time. So he's not coming out here like he's been on the shelf like I am and like you are if you and I came out and raced. No, he's got a lot of seat time, and he's also a multi-time champion as well in his youth. So this guy's a shoe, and great to see Mike Rawlson out here. Now, again, Luis Schiavo, like I said, he is no slouch at all either, a former champion in the junior Formula Car world. He's done a bunch of sports car racing as well. This guy can wheel, so we may find ourselves with a great fight. But further back, there's that scrap there between Miguel Mir and Michel Garrido. Both those drivers on the podium, and Garrido a winner, actually, in round number 2.
Yeah, Garrido there a little bit wide, got in the grass. These next 2 corners are going to be a little bit slick for him. Obviously, dirt on the tires. Let's see if anybody takes advantage of it. Nope. Garrido's going to be able to hold on there for P6. But like you were saying, I mean, Schiavo's no slouch. He went purple last time by. Crossed the stripe this time. It's going to be Mike Rawlson at a 51.6. But Schiavo's right there. I mean,
that battle we're watching, there's Nicky Coelho. That's the driver who's trying to find a way by Garrido.
Yeah. Yeah, Nicky Coelho, a 10th.5 faster than Garrido. Garrido up a position. I mean, not where Garrido went on B, though, to be honest. He qualified P2. Right, he had a rough pre-final. I think he just got caught up, battling for 5th, and that's just kind of like what happens at Homestead. If you get stuck, you're stuck. And I think that's what happened to him, and now he's trying to fight back to kind of where he belongs in that top 3.
Top 5 drivers all going green. Purple for Rawlson, 51.6, 51.7, 51.8s, 51.9s, essentially within that top 5. The drivers all just, of course, getting this heat built into these MG tires anyway, so right now kind of settling in for what will be a long run. As we know, it's a 22-lap race, just getting things underway. The penultimate race of the day. Purple there, time for Schiavo, now purple for Garrido. So he's going to try to reel up here on Miguel Mir. He's only a couple of cart lengths back. Leaders checking out a little bit, but there you go. That is 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. Nakamaru, Barrios, Mir, Garrido, and Coelho. Oh, hard move to the inside there.
Yeah, Barrios. That's the move we were talking about, though, right? It benefits the guy who's passing. The guy getting passed usually loses 3 spots.
He used up Nakamori pretty aggressively coming into that corner. Here is Coelho, I believe, further back, trying to make a move to the inside. No, that's actually Garrido, and is that Albon in there too? I don't know. No, Albon's further back.
No, it's Nakamori.
That was Nakamaru again. Yeah, Nakamori getting back by. I'm not used to that. That's not a suit or a color scheme I'm used to. I'll have to pick that one up a little more. Wow, look at this battle. That is 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. Barrios, Mir, Garrido, Nakamori, and Coelho.
Yeah, the question really is if Schiavo can get to Mike Rollison, does he work with him or does he pass him, right? Because, I mean, in the pre-final, he never really got a chance to get around him because Mike Rollison got away, right? So if you get to him, do you just pass him?
Yeah.
I think you have to.
I think you have to. I think I'm with you on that. You got to go try to get in front of him, put him behind you, and then maybe you'll pull away together. But at the very least, you can't let him get away. Because that cart, like you said, the way they set up Brian Norberg's cart's the way they're going to set up the cart for Mike Rollison. It's going to come in later in the race. He's going to start turning his fastest laps. His best of 51.67, just did a 51.76. So a tenth of a second slower on lap number 5 than he did on lap number 3. So the consistency will be there for Mike.
Yeah, I mean, look, Rollison.
And look, he just went quicker again, 51.5.
His quickest lap of the race,
Yeah.
and I suspect he's not done, right? That the lap times will continue to tumble for him. It's whether Schiavo can keep up with that pace.
Barrios running third. Right behind him is Miguel Mir, as I said in the pre-main. Those drivers were actually teammates under the Rollison Performance Group camp with me in the KA100 Masters class at the Supernats. Now, of course, different, same OTK product line, but different colors, of course, not the Rollison blue and white and pink. Nope, we've got the green and black and white for Orsilon Racing. And Mir's going to lose a spot. Look who's rolling up here again. Michel Garrido back to P4.
Yeah, good move there from him. Just solid, clean driving. Like I was saying earlier today, I've known Michel for a while. He's super competitive, but super clean. You can always go side by side with him, and he'll never put you in the grass, right? But he's fast.
Yeah.
He's a really, really fast driver.
Alessandro's Racing, the team that you can see right in that trailer further behind you there on the backdrop. They're going to be one to watch here down in Florida. Hopefully throughout the season we'll maybe see them some more national events as well. That is, again, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. There's your battle for the final position on the podium. Last spots inside the top 5. This is some good racing. Michel Garrido's got things dialed back in again. Tail that group is Takaharu Nakamori in the 416. Here goes a move. Down to the inside goes Barrios. Maybe an over-under coming from Garrido. I don't know they'll have enough speed coming out of the corner, and Mir not close enough to dive back down to the inside either. But Garrido throwing everything at Barrios right now as they come through 12. We'll put 8 laps in the books, Alex.
Yeah, it's a Mario Barrios train right now. I mean, he hasn't really had a chance to look ahead, I think, these last few laps. He's been looking back because there's 4 guys and maybe even 5 soon for this train here. Barrios, I wonder if either the cart hasn't come in yet or he just can't put that together a clean lap because he's constantly defending.
I'm waiting for him to post a green time. You know, that's one of the things I'm looking at. His fastest time for Barrios was a 51.7. He's doing 52.2s right now.
Yeah.
He's a half a second off, whereas Rollison just went purple again, a 51.421.
Yeah, look at that. Super defensive there for Barrios once again. I mean, he had the whole left rear up in the air. So, again, Michel Garrido on the outside here. Let's see what is he going to do. He's going to get left out to dry. And I think Miguel Mir is going to try to go on the outside. He's not going to make it work. He's going to tuck back in line here.
That was wise.
But, I mean.
Well, he's thinking about it. Like, Mir, you're thinking about these guys going side by side like they are. You take the opportunity to potentially do the full over-under and go from 5th to 3rd, right?
Yeah, but here's the thing. Like, how long can Barrios hold on for?
Look at this deal.
That answers my question.
Oh, Mir into Barrios. Oh, here comes Nakamaru back to the inside. Whoa, and there goes all the way. Mir gets shuffled back. Barrios somehow came out with a spot. Coelho goes out of position.
What's most impressive is that Barrios only lost 1 spot.
100%.
I thought he was going to lose all 4.
I did too. Yeah, didn't happen though. He was able to muscle his way up front there, and I really thought that Nakamori was going to potentially go down the inside and come out with P4.
Yeah, I think he had to maybe lift. I think he had such a run that he had to maybe lift out of the way as, wow, what a move there.
Coelho. That is Coelho on the Merlin.
And Barrios going to fall back to 8th place here.
That was nice though.
It's a good
inside,
move.
you
clean.
Like I say, you own the apex, you own the exit, man. You're on the outside, man. You can't expect the guy to give it up. He's on the apex. He's going to the exit, man. You got to get out of that one for sure.
Very, very rarely is when somebody's on the outside. Very rarely somebody's going to give you space, and very rarely do you really deserve the space, right?
Yeah, you've lost it. You've lost the corner. That's it. And I always say that. And the thing is, you lose that corner, just fight back to the next one. Like, you just settle back in. Well, how many times we see guys try to make it over-under? It didn't happen. They pull up and tuck back in because they don't want to lose another spot.
Okay.
Got to be smart. Barrios all the way back, as we said, to 7th.
Well, because chances are, if you hold on the outside here, because at Homestead, it's not many places go on the outside, right? And chances are the guys who try it, they end up in the barrier, or they end up in the grass. And that's the last thing you want to do because then you don't finish your race. So. First, to finish first you must finish, right?
That's it. Crossed halfway flags this time by 11 down, 11 to go. Wise words there from Alex Searle. You got to get to the end if you want to win the race. There it is. That is Nakamori with Mir right behind him. That is 5th and 6th. But the front of that group right now is Nicky Coelho up to the 4th spot. Started 6th, got up into the 4th position. He'll see if he can't reel in Michel Garrido. We'll look at lap times next time by. But Garrido looks like he has been able to pull away a little bit. Was significantly faster than Barrios. Went by, and there goes Nakamura, but he went pretty deep into the corner. Coelho's going to try to clear him. Now the over-under coming through the corner again. Doesn't get it done. And here's Mir as well. I'm surprised Coelho didn't come back across the track. I thought he might have cleared him.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Needed a spotter.
Yeah. Clear.
Low.
I don't think the spotter gave him the clear.
No.
But
and Coelho's a smart guy.
Yeah, it's all about live to fight another day, right?
That's it.
Last thing you want to do is, if you're unsure, you don't want to chop down somebody's nose, right?
Yep.
Looking back up front, though, the last 2 laps, Luis Galvo's actually been quicker than Mike Rawlison, albeit by 9 thousandths of a second. But late lunge there from Nakamori, not going to make that one stick. But no, sorry, that's
Mir.
That is Miguel Mir.
Oh,
yeah.
Barrios is going to go inside Mir. He'll take advantage of it. So Barrios goes back to a spot. Man, great racing right now, just outside the top 5, folks. We are now 12 laps down, 10 to go. We got the drivers from X30 Sr rolling up here right now. We'll try to get a couple interviews throughout this race. Let's go back down to pit lane with Zoe Edenholm.
I'm here with Tyler McIntyre. You've been struggling a bit this weekend. Walk us through it.
Yeah, all weekend we've been struggling. Qualifying was all right with pace, but everybody's so close this weekend. You have to be on it from the get-go, and hopefully we can just keep finding the pace.
What do you think your goals are for this weekend? Since you are struggling, do you think you have the pace for the final?
Hopefully a top 10, and yeah, let's keep going.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
In this category, Alexander, you just can never keep digging, right? Because the stuff you learn today could pay off tomorrow. It's not just about what you're finding today. Yeah, he's struggling a little bit. They're trying to get the pace. Track is evolving. We know how wet it was this morning. It keeps getting better. There is that dirt that gets blown every once in a while. But, man, you got to learn stuff for today, for tomorrow, because in this direction, again, I talk about dialing the cart in throughout the entire weekend. Tyler and his crew have to keep digging.
No, exactly. You can't give up, right? I mean, I've spoken to so many guys before where it's like, oh, we're struggling. All of a sudden in the final they find something, and maybe they find something and it gets them a top 10, right? But then tomorrow all of a sudden they get pole position. So that's you keep working, right? This is one weekend. A lot of these guys this weekend are going to the Pro Tour, are going to be at Rock Cup, are going to be you got so many races this year that you want to learn from. We saw even with like AJ Myers, right? I mean, it may have looked like a walk in the park, but he said he's got a lot of things to work on himself, even though he won by 6 seconds. He was sweating. Maybe he found some setup changes that he wants to make, maybe for the Pro Tour. So you're always going to learn, right? Even Norberg learns, right?
Yeah,
even the top guys are going to learn.
Everybody does. That's the battle for 4th we're watching right now between Takaharu Nakamori, who has the spot. Nicky Coelho putting a lot of pressure coming down into turn number 9. Drivers working their way out of the final couple of corners here. 15 laps down. Rawlison leading now by 2.1 seconds. Schiavo 2nd. Garrido 3rd. Nakamori, Coelho, Barrios, Mir, Franza, Dalbone, and Iglesias, the top 10 drivers. More to come here, folks, because one of the drivers we want to see work his way to the front. He's shown great speed throughout the day. Right now, standing by with our pit reporter is Austin Garrison.
I'm here with Austin Garrison. You fell back in the pre-final. How are you going to make it up front to the final?
We had really good pace in the final towards the end. I got hit off in the first hairpin, had dirt on my tires, and it takes so long to get the tires back to where they need to be. But I'm pretty confident going into this race that we're going to have some pretty good speed towards the end.
Well, best of luck to you.
Thank you.
And back to you guys.
So there you have it. Could be some speed closer to the end for Austin Garrison. That's, again, one of the things you learn, obviously, Alexander, through a pre-final, right? You're judging how the kart comes in through the 12 laps, and then you have to make the adjustment for whatever you think is going to happen in 22. He seems to feel like he's going to be in good place when we get to the end of a 22-lapper.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we saw in the pre-final, right? He lost ground at the beginning of the race, but those last 3 laps, I mean, he was flying. Yeah. Purple. Yeah. Must have been his favorite color or something, because that's all he knew, right? So expect the same here in the final. But it's, like you said, a 12-lap pre-final to a 22-lap final. And when do you want the kart to come in, right?
Yeah.
That's the game.
And it depends on who you're battling with, right? You may want to hold on to it late. Otherwise, right now, as we start to get a little more into the end of this one here, there's about 6 laps remaining. In fact, yeah, 6 down, 6 to go. Here comes Mike Rollison across the line. 5 laps to go for Rollison. Still a long way to go. And again, Zoe standing by with another driver we expect to be good, Diego Ramos.
I'm here with Diego Ramos. You are you're going to start the final in 10th. How are you going to make it up to the front?
I don't know. Like we are missing a little bit of speed this weekend, but for sure we work a lot in the 10 to be at the front. You know, like we did some changes in the chassis. I'm gonna change a little bit my style to drive also, and for sure we're gonna be better for the race. I'm gonna try my best to come back to the front.
Well, best of luck to you, Diego.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Right there, I kind of picked up the fact that he may try to change the way he's driving the car a little bit too, right? On that Burrell Art machine, they continue to work to try to make some changes. We watched them throughout the January race kind of get quicker and quicker throughout the weekend. They found some good speed come Sunday. Same thing here, the progression throughout the entire day. But, man, if you just can't get there, maybe you got to change a little. You got to change the way you attack some corners. Maybe you got to jack some weight some more. Just a different way to approach the go-kart.
Yeah, I noticed the same thing when he said it. I was like, I wonder what driving changes he means, though. It could mean a lot of things. It could mean maybe he needs to change his driving style or his approach to the race, right? Maybe he needs to be more aggressive. Maybe he needs to be less aggressive, right? That could be part of it. But, I mean, different driving changes you can make, or maybe if you back up the corner, right? If you're struggling for rotation, just back up the corner. Maybe you're overcharging a little bit too much. Maybe it's a little bit of weight transfer issues, right? Maybe it's not rotating enough. Maybe it's rotating too much, right? So there's a lot of things you can do footwork-wise, you know, maybe steering input-wise. So it's interesting.
Yeah, this battle continuing here. That is for the 4th spot. Nakamori and Coelho going at it. They've given themselves a bit of room over Mario Barrios and are not really close enough to Michel Garrido. They were actually a 10th quicker last time by, but they're 1.3 back. 3 laps to go. We'll wrap this thing up here pretty soon, folks. But let's get a chance to get another interview in before we go racing. Thomas Naveau standing by on pit lane.
I'm here with Thomas Naveau. Walk us through how your day's been going and where you're starting in the
I qualified 12. Didn't do what I wanted. I wanted a top 10 at least, or top 5, but the pre-final was pretty rough. I had to go around a crash in turn 1, and then I was able to make my way back to 12. So still have a few plays to catch up to get on the podium in the final, but I'll try my best, and I'm pretty sure the KR car is going to be really fast in the final.
To you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
I think it sounds like he's got good pace. He had a little bit of trouble in the pre-final. Thomas Naveau, he was really good here in January. He's been on this track before, so we know the Kart Republic is fast. You guaranteed that he and Turney went down and went over a bunch of data. Yeah. Here's what I'm doing. Here's how I'm approaching the corners. You talked about how to approach corners. This is what I did. And again, when you have a couple of good guys, one guy can try one chassis change, one guy can try the other chassis change. Maybe they'll come back to the middle here for the main event. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Naveau work his way forward based on the pace that we saw out of Joe Turney as well. But hey, 2 laps to go, and in fact, we'll see the white flag the next time by. Mike Rollison leading by 3.8 seconds. This will bring a little bit of, let's say, validity to anything he says in the paddock. When your team owner can roll onto the track and essentially flat dominate a race here in KA100 Master, you got to listen to him. Rollison out front right now on the RPG Cosmic. And the funny thing, I went over and I went, man, pull a brand new chassis to go race. He goes, no, I don't even know who's this one. You might have drove this thing. He goes, no, not you. He goes, we just went down and said, okay, this kart's been driven a lot. This has been on a lot of races before. Might pull one off the rafters and bringing them out to do some racing. And so impressive for him. Cool. This final lap, isn't that cool? It's awesome, right?
I think the coolest thing, I was watching him through that lap there. I don't think I saw him turn the wheel.
No,
that thing is rolling.
Yeah, and listen, veteran drivers, right? Quiet hands. Not all up on the wheel, getting the thing to rotate. Again, when you're not just a team owner, but you're a driver coach at the same time, right? That's, I think, one of the big things. You're really into this thing as a driver coach. You know what to do. Checker flag flying. Mike Rollison wraps up the day and is your winner in the KA100 Masters class. Mike Rollison with the win. 4.705 seconds the gap. Fast lap of the race coming back on lap number 9 to 51.202. Luis Schiavo ends up in second. He's going to be in a good shape for the championship, a first and a second. That DNF, he's going to have to come back tomorrow and try to get another P1 or a P2. Michel Garrido with a win as well. I think it's Schiavo versus Garrido right now for the championship. This should be exciting. We'll go to Sunday on that one there. Takaharu Nakamori ends up in 4th. Nicky Coelho in 5th. Mario Barros in 6th spot. Germano Franza in 7th. Miguel Mir, Diego Rodriguez, and Alex Dalbon rounding out the top 10. Well, listen, folks, we'll go to a break in a bit. We do have the seniors getting set to go. But before we do that, let's send it back down to Zoe, talking to the driver who's won several SuperKarts USA championships.
I'm here with Ryan Norberg. You are starting on the outside row in the final. How are you feeling going into it?
Oh, well, hamburgers and cheeseburgers go well with fries, and, I forgot to walk my fish the Tuesday before tomorrow, so, I'm hoping to file my taxes. Hello?
Okay, great. Thanks. Back to you guys.
Now, the thing is, you didn't pull out I got the Super Spy sheet right now. That was all code, so I know that went back to the folks at Rawlston Performance Group. Good job there for Ryan Norberg. We'll unscramble that for you later on. Folks, I'll tell you this right now. We got one main event still to come. X30 Sr still to go to cap off the day's action here from AMR Homestead-Miami Motorplex. Don't go anywhere. The headliner, X30 Sr, up next live here on Kart Chaser. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Homestead, Florida, as we get set to go for our main event of the day, X30 Sr. Martin Kremer's joining us here right now. We'll get some intel from him, of course, myself, Rob Howden, and Alexander Searle. What are you getting from the PSL camp? Are we going to be looking for Morgado and Ramos to work their way forward here?
Oh, definitely. They've been saying the car is really good. Engine-wise, we're very strong as well. We just have been a little bit unlucky. Morgado went off track in the first turn, so he was very unlucky there. Diego had some other issues, but yeah, we're looking forward to a good main event, I think.
What's the feedback on the racetrack right now? We know it's been kind of evolving. It was wet during the day. Is the grip really coming up right now?
I think the track was better for us in the morning when it was just after the rain. It's nice and light then. It's a little bit green, a little slick, but that's very good for us. Now it's starting to get heavy a little bit again, maybe a little bit greasy, so yeah, it's going to be interesting for this main event.
Martin's going to stay with us for the entire call of the main event. We'll come to him with a lot of insight right now. As we get set to roll, drivers working their way onto the racetrack. Let's have a look at the grid. Joe Turney on that DAP chassis is going to start on the pole position alongside Ryan Norberg. His cryptic interview. We'll see how that plays out before things are done for the day. Aiden Ingrata and Donovan Bonilla will be on road number 2, a couple of young guns in this senior category. Noel Leon will start 5th alongside Austin Garrison, who says he's got late race pace. Diego Conteca and Jacob Kolar on road number 4. Row 5, we'll see Blake Nash on the inside, the Californian starting alongside Diego Ramos, the PSL karting driver. Alessandro DiTullio has been complaining about just bad handling throughout the day. He'll try to see if he can't launch from 11th alongside Thomas Nouveau. Mateus Morgado, your reigning world champion, starting 13th. Brandon Carr, the rookie senior, in the 14th spot. Row 8 will have Luis Calamodio alongside Santiago Fernandez. And on row number 9, Tyler McIntyre and Paulie Massimino. Louis Westover and Carol Pasowitz will be on row number 10, while Camilo Trappa and Lucas Nanji will be on row 11. Timothy Pernod and Riley Ramrup on row 12. Satvik Sarathi and William Botelier on row 13. Noah Jackson, Austin Trappa, Austin Perrin, Patrick Rondreau, and Hongping Zhang fill out the field of 31, and we are green, green, green. And how about 3 wide into turn number 1? Big jump from the outside of row number 2. They'll pinch down to the bottom. Norberg trying to hold off Ingrata. Norberg's going to go back to at least 5th spot, maybe 4th. He tried to pinch down the bottom of the racetrack too. Aggressive opening laps for sure. Norberg will go back down the inside there. Not surprising outside the top 2 or 3. Elbows up through the inner loop of this racetrack. They'll come through 6 and 7. Watching them get into position. Joe Turney out front as the leader. He'll take 3 lengths coming out of turn number 7. Norberg trying to slot in. Some pretty aggressive action coming out of the gate. Moves up into turn number 8 as well. Alexander, that was the start we were hoping to see out of X30 Sr.
Oh, man, where do I start? I mean, obviously, I feel like Norberg had to get out of it. He was so ahead of Turney when the green flag waved. He was probably afraid of a jump start, so he had to back out of it, and it cost him at the start, actually. And he fell back to 4th there, but Garrison, strong move into turn 8. He said he'd be quick at the end of the race. He's quick at the beginning of the race, too.
I don't think Garrison was happy at all with the way things happened in the pre-final. No. He started on pole and kind of got roughed up, went to the back. So, again, he's looking for retribution here, and he's a veteran driver who can take advantage of it. There goes Norberg, boom, to the inside. Norberg gets a great pass there done coming into turn number 4 and 5. He'll work his way by Ingrata, move him to P3.
Yeah, it's a good move there. I mean, we've been seeing more and more people go into the inside of turn 5 there. It's a good move. I mean, you don't lose momentum at all, and you pretty much screw the guy on the outside, so it only benefits you.
Let's come back to Marian Kremers. When you watch a start like that, would you like to be in there with your elbows up? Do you feel bad being on the sidelines?
Yeah, 100%. Looking at this X30 field, I know I would have a blast running against all of these guys. So yeah, missing it, but happy to be on the outside looking in as well for once. It's a little bit different, but it's fun.
Great to have him here with him. Look at this pass for the lead, Garrison. He said late race pace, as Alexander said. How about early race pace as well? He goes to the lead in the red speed for Speed Concepts. Move Garrison to P1, your top qualifier to the front. Turney, who qualified 9th, now in the 2nd spot. Norberg up into the 3rd position. We got some great racing early on. No breakaways at all right now. Everybody slicing and dicing for position. Here comes Ingrata, yeah. Ingrata back to the inside of Norberg. There you go for the rookie senior. Like I said earlier, everybody wants a chance to rub some of that vinyl off of the side of Norberg, and this time it was Ingrata. Pulling off his rookie stripes to go to P3.
Yeah, looking a little further down. I mean, good start there for your guy there, Marian, Diego Ramos. Diego said before the race, he's going to make a bit of driver changes. Has he spoken to you about what he was going to change about his driving style at all?
Not really about driving style. I know he went up 1 gear, or down 1 gear actually, because he felt like he was lacking a little of engine on top. So just did that, and then we left the kart the same. He said he was very happy with the go-kart. So yeah, looking at it for now, he's looking strong. I see Morgado is outside looking in as well. He's just behind his lead group. So yeah, I think if there's a little bit of fighting, he'll come into play as well.
Yeah, you know there's going to be fighting for sure. And indeed, obviously, you have to be happy with the go-kart on the infield if you're going to drop a tooth, right? If you drop a tooth and it's not good in the infield, you're going to struggle. So just a little bit more top could help Diego Ramos. We'll watch him as well. He's up 2 spots already. Started in the 10th position. He's into 8th spot. And that's in the middle of this lead group, folks. So the lead group is stacked. And again, good for Garrison out of turn number 1 cleanly. Just getting things underway as, again, we saw a great run there for Ingrata. Not only was he able to get by Norberg, but he also went purple last time by.
Yeah, I mean, we just got a little glimpse there. Ramos, another spot up into P7. Just got past Jacob Kolar there. Ramos on the move.
We'll keep an eye on that Borellard driver for PSL Karting, trying to get himself forward. Same goes for Morgado. He's been able to go up into 10th position right now. He gets by Brandon Carr.
Norberg ahead of
Alessandro DiTullio, yeah. Again, that was coming. And that's allowed the front 2 drivers a bit of breathing room, and that also puts Donovan Bonilla right behind Ingrata. So a couple of RPG drivers in there. Bonilla, of course, getting his first big national win in round number 2 when we were back here in January. But this has kind of allowed a bit of a 2-driver breakaway. Norberg gets back out in that national #1. He is leading the way down the back chute. Let's see, here comes Bonilla. I think Bonilla thought about going to the inside of Ingrata, but thought better of it. Tucked back in, but a 2-driver breakaway. It's a full second right now, turning back to Norberg.
Yeah, I mean, Norberg doesn't want to get caught in that stuff. You know, I mean, we saw it last month. He got stuck in like P3, P4, P5, and he ended up finishing P10 or whatever it was. So he's trying to pull away from these guys who are battling really hard right now.
Marian, when you're in a race like this, you know it's long, 22 laps. A lot of times, of course, you'll go lower on the tire pressure, right? You know you want the car to come in later in the race. It's not that easy to drive at the start. What is it that you as a professional driver, professional karter, what do you do? How do you handle, for maybe those who are listening at home, when you got low tire pressure, when it's not great at the start, what do you got to do to make sure you're still running well and staying out of trouble?
I don't really know about driving style or anything like that. I don't really change it, but the biggest thing for me always is just the mental side of it. You have to know that your car is going to come in later, and you have to be confident in that and believe in it. So, yeah, don't panic when you get shuffled back a little bit, like that, stuff like that.
I was waiting for you to say panic or getting frustrated, right? You got to know it's there. It's the plan. You set that out. It's not going to be great. And for the most part, most of the drivers around you are going to be the same way. If somebody's high on tire pressure, you're going to get them later on in the race anyways. And we are seeing some really aggressive run. Look at this. That is some aggressive racing there. Who is that?
Diego on Leon.
Who is right behind him, though? Was
Thomas.
that
Thomas?
Thomas
Thomas. Yeah, Diego put on a really good move there in 7. Thomas has put the bumper, I think, to Noel there.
That's
Thomas up into P7.
That was Noel Leon driving that Alessandro's racing machine on the CRG. That's what I watched there. And indeed, a little bit of bumper there for Nouveau coming through turn 10 and 11.
Look who's coming.
I saw that. Yeah.
Donovan Bonilla, purple at 48.2. Faster than everybody ahead of him right now.
And right behind his teammate as well. So if Norberg and Bonilla can hook up and move forward, we may see them reeling in the leaders. In fact, Bonilla was about 0.2 faster than Garrison on that last lap. There is Leon. He's going to get passed again. Boom, to the inside comes Jacob Kolar, I believe. He gets shuffled off on the outside of the corner.
Whoa.
These guys are dicing. That's Tertulio in there as well.
Morgado seems to be coming up as well now.
Yeah, Morgado was 10th, but he's taking advantage of some of the chaos that we're having happen here early on. 7 laps down. We're just coming to the 1/3 mark on this race. And indeed, the Burrell Art drivers moving forward. We talked to Diego. We've got Marian Kremers here talking about Mateus as well. They are most definitely moving their way forward. Ramos up 4 positions into the 6th spot, and Morgado up 5 up into 3rd. Here's your leaders, though. Austin Garrison still holding off Turney, your point leader coming in. Garrison's in the championship fight here as well. Garrison leading, Turney running 2nd.
I was getting ready to say, I mean, is now a good time to talk about championship points? I mean, you know, four of the guys here, you know, you got Norberg, Turney, and Garrison, and then the Tulio's 11th, right? So he's kind of out of it right now as far as I'm concerned. These three guys, though, English is hard, are going to be the guys, I think, in the championship battle coming tomorrow.
Yeah, 1 drop. That's the only thing, right? Somebody like Tertulio can come back and sweep the day and get a bucket load of points. But, well, that happened, right? 320 points on grabs for any race day. Up front, though, Garrison, like we said, and I think I'll tell you, Norberg continues to reel him in. Last time by, wow, he was literally almost 0.3 of a second faster than the leaders. And there's a move to the inside of turn 5. Book it, Turney. Aggressive.
He had to do it.
He knows Norberg's coming. 100% he had to do it. Norberg's right there. And, of course, that allowed him to close up another length for sure. Garrison knows he's coming. Saw it happening as well. Norberg right there. There's 1, 2, 3. Turney, Garrison, Norberg, and then probably about a half a second back to Bonilla.
Yeah, good move there from Turney. I mean, right as you pointed out, you know, Norberg was 0.4 faster. I'm sure Turney was like, he sensed it, right? He had to get around Garrison. Garrison struggling a little bit right now. Maybe tires haven't come in yet, right? He said he was going to come in late race. Norberg right now is just getting faster and faster, but he needs to get around Garrison as fast as possible, really.
I think I know the answer to the question, Marian, but when you're in a battle like this, let's say you got 3 or 4 or 5 drivers up front, it's pass or be passed, isn't it? If you can make a move, you got to take it, right? Like Norberg, going by right there, right? You got to go for it.
Yeah, Norberg is definitely one of the drivers that just passes immediately as soon as he gets there. He always wants to be up the front leading a pack, so yeah, he's definitely one of those drivers. Joe's, I think, personally the smartest driver in the world at the moment, especially in single speed. He's very observant. He knows when people are coming, so he's happy to stay in 2nd, I think, just like he did this race. He was very happy to just follow Elston around, trying to pull away, and then once he realized they were catching up behind him, he waited until the last moment, made the move, and now he seems to be pulling away. So he saved a bit of tires, I think, and yeah, he'll be pushing right now.
Crossed halfway flags this time by for Joe Turney, leading by just about a half a second right now over Ryan Norberg. Austin Garrison third, Donovan Bonilla in fourth. Then the gap of a second back to Aiden Ingrata, who's by himself. Big gap behind him to Diego Ramos running in sixth, Naveau seventh, Kolar eighth, Morgado ninth, and Alessandro DeTulio in 10th. And when you think about the level of competition, Alexander, at this level, of course, national level Superkarts USA racing, X30 Senior, you know, what is the difference? Is it speed? Is it driving style? Whatever it may be. One thing for sure, if you're the guy that can save tires, whether it's like a Scott Dixon saving fuel in IndyCar, if you're the guy that can save tires, you're giving yourself an advantage coming to the last 5 laps.
Yeah, I mean, chances are usually the quickest guys on the racetrack are guys that are good on cold tires and guys that are good on tires that have, you know, low tire pressures. The guys that can be quick on tires that maybe aren't as good as the guys around them, because when, like Marian said, if you don't panic, you know the car's going to come to you, right? Come lap, 12, 15, 18, right, of a 22-lap final, you know that you have the best car on the field.
Yeah, we're watching this thing kind of come to life right now. We'll see whether or not Bonilla can get himself back in. He did a 48.3. Now, still, he was faster than Turney last time by as Norberg went purple. Both Norberg and Garrison significantly faster than Turney. And this thing's going to come to a head for sure. We're past the halfway point now. Capping off the last laps. 10 laps remaining here. There'll be 9 actually when they come across the stripe. 13 down, 9 to go. Joe Turney on the DAF leading the way. It's the Cosmic of Norberg in the second spot. The Red Speed of Garrison runs in third. And another Cosmic for Bonilla, Red Speed for Ingrata, the Burrell for Ramos, the Kart Republic. And there's the pass for the lead to the inside. Norberg, book it, and here comes Garrison.
Wow.
Does Garrison attack here in turn number 6 and 7? He doesn't, because Norberg will cover off the bottom. He knew he had a good run out of it.
Well, look at the run. Garrison to the outside here. Norberg's going to go to the middle of the track here in 8. He's going to hold off. Wow.
Look at Bonilla, absolutely licking his chops, close enough here right now. Bonilla says thank you very much. He'll be there as well. Donovan Bonilla right up there, and it may help out Aiden Ingrata as well. New leader coming across the line.
Here he comes.
It is Norberg. Oh, but he moves a bit to the right side. Garrison elects not to make the move. Oh, yeah. Great.
Here he goes.
Late move.
Oh, Turney going to try to come through as well. They're going to bump wheels going in. That's hard to make that second move. But the inside it comes again. Norberg slider. He goes to the inside of Turney.
Look at Ingrata.
Yeah, and there goes, that's Bonilla. Bonilla around as well. Ingrata comes through. This is elbows up. Turney goes back to P5. Turney into the 5th spot. Norberg 4th. The benefactors there, Donovan Bonilla and Aiden Ingrata as they go 2-3 and looks
Turney
up front.
returns the favor there on Norberg. He's going to shove him out of the way in turn 8.
I like this. The best of America right now versus the best of the world, potentially the best of the UK.
Look at the gap.
Yeah, that's a big gap right now for Austin Garrison. Laps winding down. 7 laps remaining. And it's Donovan Bonilla who shocked the national paddock with a huge win in January, putting his name on the national map for Allison Performance Group. He has worked his way to second, taking full advantage of the battle, the scrap, the chaos that moved Turney back and Norberg back. They're 4th and 5th right now. These two drivers are battling for the championship, but so is Bonilla. Bonilla's got a race win. If he gets a second here, and Garrison, we got guys in the fight here. And this is going to be wide open till tomorrow. Championship Sunday, round 4 of the Winter Series. We'll wrap things up here on Kart Chaser. Big run down again into that 9, 10, 11 complex.
Yeah, Ingrata, he wants his first X30 Senior win.
Remember, he made his debut as a senior at the Super Nationals, and this guy ready to fire things up. Ingrata up on the wheel.
I have to say, Rob, I'm very impressed with Ingrata right now. He's racing like a full-on senior, like he's never done anything else. So he hasn't made any super moves yet. He hasn't taken more than the race has given him. So I'm very impressed with him.
And he's kept his patience, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh,
there's the move to the inside. He'll take the spot. Aiden Ingrata goes to P1. Nice move to the inside. P2, pardon me. Nice move to the inside. He'll cover the bottom of the racetrack. He'll make that pass, get it done.
Here comes Turney.
I think this was a great team move because I think Garrison has got the win with this move right now.
You know what? That's exactly right. A couple of speed drivers there are running first and second. Now, whether or not Ingrata can reel him in, there's still a lot of time to go. We'll look at lap times, 1.9 seconds. Speed Concepts Racing Red Speeds, 1 and 2. And indeed, could have been a great team move. That gives you a little respect under the paddock, doesn't it, when you take one for the team like that?
For sure, for sure.
And he's definitely got Bonilla right behind him. Here comes Turney. This is going to be a rough one. Yeah, Turney will get to the inside. Bonilla doesn't get too crazy. Turney's coming as well.
Hey,
He'll go by.
To go off what Marion was saying, I mean, Ingrata driving like a full-blown X30 Sr right now. I mean, look who he's got to defend against. Joe Turney, Donovan Bonilla, Ryan Norberg, like all just proven winners in this class.
I just like the idea he hasn't lost his wits at all, right? He hasn't gotten frustrated. He hasn't started making moves. He hasn't started being big on defense. He's just been right in there like a senior. I got passed. I'll come back. You guys will fight. And that's kind of what he's done. He's P2 right now, and to be honest, at the very least, he's running blocker right now for Austin Garrison. The longer he can hold back Turney and the rest of the drivers, the longer Garrison's able to pull away. Actually, Norberg went purple last time by on lap number 18. Just 4 laps remain. They'll put lap number 19 in the books. There's a move to the inside. Not surprising. Here comes Norberg. He goes by Bonilla again. Oh, to the inside of 6. Turney thinking about it. Here's the over-under. Man, Turney was looking at the inside of 6, not the crossover to turn 7.
Very unorthodox.
Here's the big over-under. Watch this happen. He gets a better run out of the corner. Nope, not going to happen. And immediately comes back to the inside.
Yeah, you saw him look over. He lifted just to get back in line. There's no point.
Well, he also knows that he's kind of getting into the head of Ingrata right now. He's playing the game with him, right? He's there.
For sure. But Ingrata's doing the perfect thing for speed because Austin, meanwhile, is just pulling away from this group, and he looks to have this win locked, I think.
He'll defend down into the inside. Here comes Norberg to the inside of Ingrata, who's going to get roughed up. And then Norberg does the big sweep through the corner, back to the inside to try to hold off his teammate, Ingrata, who was second, now back to P5. This is X30 Sr Racing. What a tremendous battle. Laps winding down. We'll see 2 to go next time by. Can Austin Garrison, who was a late call-up, was not going to run, sponsorship backing, coming in late to get him a chance to race. Can he get it done? Bonilla doing everything to hold back Ingrata as well. Turney runs second, Norberg third. How will this play in the championship? Fourth, I believe, coming in was Garrison, so he's got to have a big win here if he can bring it home. They'll come across the line, 2 to go. Garrison's lead over Turney is going to be significant because they are battling for second. Yeah, 3.7 seconds. The fight for the win is over. Now it's the scrap for second, third, fourth, and fifth. Turney holds the spot. Norberg into second. Bonilla runs in third. Ingrata fourth. What a great battle. How about a couple of guys coming up to Tullio from 11th to 6th. Morgado from 13th up into 7th. 2 great drives. Ingrata back to the bottom of the racetrack. Book it. Sticks it to the inside of Bonilla.
Yeah, Ingrata wants that X30 Sr podium.
He does, doesn't he? That's exactly it. And look, he's looking at the guys up front. He goes, I got Garrison in front of me. I got Turney. I got Norberg. I'm holding my own against the best in the sport. White flag flying, but I want to stand beside them on the podium. I don't want to be waiting outside looking in. Not sure if anybody's close enough to do anything, but let's follow this final lap for Garrison. What a tremendous drive for Austin. Again, one of the drivers that we've watched over the last number of years. He raced for Ocala Grand Prix, was a top Formula S2 driver in the shifter kart categories, moved to the S1 class, won a ton of S2 races, part of George Arellano's crew that came out of Ocala Grand Prix. Now working for Speed Concepts Racing. What a drive it's been for Austin Garrison. Qualified on pole, had trouble in the pre-final, but he literally drove his way to the front, and he is ready for a big race win. Put his name in the championship basket as well. Championship Sunday is going to be a wild one, folks, out of 9, 10, and 11. It's a big win for the kid. Onto the front straightaway, Austin Garrison wins X30 Sr, round 3 of the Winter Series.
How about that?
Nice. Joe Turney coming home in second, Ryan Norberg third, Aiden Ingrata fourth, Donovan Bonilla rounding out the top 5. Martin Kremers, you've been in the middle of that fight, that bee's nest a bunch of times. How's it like watching it from the outside?
I prefer being in it.
I was just going to say, you're like,
that's the right answer.
Man, I want to be in that fight.
No, for sure. It was a great race to watch, but yeah, it's so much better to be part of it and mix things up with these guys. They're a lot of fun to race against. Everybody's got a lot of respect for each other, so yeah, that's definitely what makes it fun.
Martin, thanks for joining us, man. Martin Kremers, folks, world champion driver right there. We'll see him more throughout the year here at Superkarts USA. A 2.9-second victory for Austin Garrison, well-deserved. Joe Turney on that DAP coming home in the second spot. He's going to be in good shape for this championship as well, as will Ryan Norberg. Again, the drop coming into factor for everybody heading into Championship Sunday. That's your unofficial podium. Garrison, Turney, and Norberg. Aiden Ingrata, a very impressive run, and impressed Martin Kremers as well. That's going to be nice. Obviously, he's going to be impressed the guys at his paddock. He was able to get by Turney to allow Garrison to get that more gap, but even to have Kremer say that was impressive is big for Aiden Ingrata.
Yeah, of course. I mean, good run for Ingrata. I mean, I think the biggest storyline here is obviously Garrison by 3 seconds, and how did the gap grow, right? It started, I think, with Norberg trying to get to the lead, being a little over-ambitious, right? Garrison followed through, and then just over-ambition, right?
Well, we always talk about the minute on lap 17 or 18, people start racing for second and not racing for the lead. You know the guy's going to pull another second, going to come pretty quickly, right? Because they all start diving left and right. So it's Garrison, Turney, and Norberg, your unofficial podium, and Grata in fourth. As we said, a tremendous run for the rookie. Donovan Bonilla, another great drive for the young driver. He ends up P5. Alessandro De Tullio up 5 spots to 6th. Jacob Kolar in 7th. Mateus Morgado up 5 from 13th to 8th. Diego Ramos ends up at 9th. So those two PSL karting drivers still with work to do as they continue to dial those karts into the end of the weekend. Paulie Massimino up 8 spots as well. He was 18th. He goes into 10th. Scrolling back through the field, not sure if we have anybody else with big moves forward. No, that's pretty much it, I think, in terms of big moves. But the bottom line is here, Alexander, that was some great racing. And, that's what you want for a final race, right? You want to come in and put the exclamation point on a great day. You want the excitement. And I'll tell you, X30 Sr never fails to disappoint, man. Amazing.
No, I mean, here's what I'm most excited for is Championship Sunday.
Yeah, me too.
I mean,
I want to see the points right now, right?
because the Tullio P6, I think he kept himself in the fight.
Hey, for a guy that's been complaining all weekend, all day about how crappy his go-kart was,
it can't be that bad.
He drives his way up into 6th position, keeps himself in the fight, no doubt about that. That was some great racing, folks. Incredible drive. Getting things set up, of course, here for the podium presentations later on today. We've got to go through tech. We've got to go through the protest procedure. It'll be at least an hour, I believe, before we're doing the podiums here trackside. But the bottom line is Austin Garrison with a big win, Joe Turney in 2nd, Ryan Norberg in 3rd. Big guns, of course, in world racing and American racing. We'll wrap things up here from Kart Chaser. Final thoughts right now, Alexander, from what was a fantastic day of racing.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, I love how we this morning, the interviews, the drivers were like, it's not a great racing track. It's a fun driving track, but there's not a lot of passing points. I mean, clearly there was, right? I mean, clearly from the moment we said go on the pre-finals, there was left and right, just excitement, passing everywhere, right? Outside moves, inside moves, dive bombs. It was incredible to watch, and I think coming to tomorrow, now that the drivers have learned, some places to pass, where to and not pass, it's gonna be fun to watch.
All right, folks, we'll do a quick break. We may see if we can get a couple of interviews. We'll see what happens here in terms of wrapping things up for the day. Otherwise, again, with such tremendous racing from start to finish, as Alexander and I were talking about, literally from the very first micro race all the way through to X30 Sr, we had great racing. We'll find out whether or not we have an opportunity here, folks, to get some interviews with a number of our drivers. So we'll take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Obviously, the big dogs getting ready to come through scales. We'll come back when we can, at the very least, for final thoughts. Don't go anywhere. More to come here on Kart Chaser.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
Well, I'll tell you, folks, we've got drivers coming out of the scales. Number of them need to use either the restroom, grab themselves some water, whatever it may be. We're trying to dial everybody in. Not surprising after what was a wild race. We're going to line up as many drivers as we can to cap things off. I think we have at least 4 of the top 5 lined up. We're going to start with the driver coming home in P5, standing by with Zoe right now. Great run for Donovan Bonilla.
I'm here with Donovan. Walk us through how your race went.
Well, it was a difficult race because I didn't have the speed that the top 4 guys did, so I tried to maintain there. I was at 1 point second, but I didn't have the speed and I fall back and I finished 5th.
What are you planning on? Are you making any changes tomorrow? Do you feel like the speed was there?
Yeah, no, the speed was definitely like the top 4 guys, but we're gonna make some changes and hopefully get better tomorrow.
Well, good tomorrow.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
One of the things I always like is you get the air of confidence from the driver when they start getting there all the time. Yeah. It's not like they're surprised that they're there, right? They know they've got the speed, they know they've got the pace, and I like that a lot because you can see Donovan's like, I've won a race here before.
Exactly.
I got speed. I'm a top 5 guy now.
He was disappointed with the top 5.
That's it. That's exactly that. And again, we're going to work our way through the top 5, folks, get as many drivers as we possibly can. I think we're ready to go as well. This driver led early, but was able to kind of work his way back to second. He was 5th at one point. Joe Turney on the DAP, standing by right now with Zoe.
Joe Turney, there's been lots of passing going on. Explain what was going through your head and how you managed to finish where you did.
I mean, the first race, the first half of the race was quite calm, but then once more people got involved, it all turned a bit messy, and then Garrison got away. So after that, it was just try and get second, which we did.
Are you going to make any changes for tomorrow?
Yeah, I think so. I think we can change some stuff, but I think maybe I should race a bit different tomorrow as well.
Well, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Interesting.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Yeah, well, again, listen, we got some pretty aggressive racing. I know they race aggressively in Europe as well. They race aggressively here, and I think Joe was kind of figuring, okay, hold on. I'm going to see what I get here. You got a little bit of it in January, got a lot more of it here, and I think you'll see him maybe reply on the chrome horn a little bit. He'll be the guy in there with the elbows up. He was trying to give guys a lot more room potentially and get those passes done without incident. We saw a lot of drivers get a little more aggressive. But right now, let's grab this guy here because what a big run for this young man here. The winner today at X30 Sr, Austin Garrison, standing by with Zoe.
I'm with the winner here, Austin Garrison. You were battling throughout the race and were able to get a pretty big lead. Tell us how you did it.
Yeah, so I know we had pretty low tire pressures. The car was going to come in late. As soon as I fell back to a third, the car started to feel better and better, and I knew just kind of like sit back and wait. Then after that, I started, I pounced on Ryan, and then ended up just keep putting my head down, and eventually pulled a pretty strong gap. I know behind me there was a lot of carnage going on, so that left a pretty good gap